For 87, the old boat continued to hold the wormwood at the bottom of the river. The ferry went straight downstream like a fish, as fast as lightning. In the eyes of ordinary teachers, the turbid water was as clear as fire to the old boat. Moreover, the essence of water was even more pleasing to look at. On the waterway to the temple of the river god, there would occasionally be wandering ghosts. When they saw the old boat, they would take the initiative to kneel down and kowtow. The river god did not plunder wantonly and took all of it into the temple, so it was much less likely for the drowned ghosts to become ghosts who had lost their wisdom. It was also a merit. However, the temple of the Yahoo River had to pay a price for this, which was to slow down the speed of the essence of incense. After accumulating for a long time, there was less than 1 kilogram this year and 8 ounces next year. The essence of incense should have been used to shape and refine the golden body, but the missing portion was quite considerable. In the eyes of other river gods, it was probably that the river god's brain was really damaged. A god of mountains and rivers who lived on the incense of the human world was not a cultivator. The key was that the temple of the Yahoo River only recognized the skeleton beach as its foundation, which was not in the register of mountains and rivers of any dynasty. For this reason, the emperors and vassals of the dynasties who passed by the upstream of the Yahoo River had a very subtle attitude towards the temple built outside their jurisdiction. They did not confer titles or prohibit people from going south to burn incense. They also did not stop people from going south to burn incense. Therefore, the river god Xue Yuanshen, a god of lust who did not belong to the etiquette system of a continent, actually pursued the illusory merit. What was the meaning of planting trees here and blossoming elsewhere? Merit was the most unpredictable thing. If it was in the register of gods, it was equivalent to having evidence. As long as the fate of mountains and rivers was stable, the ministry of rights of the imperial court would follow the prescribed order. After inspection, they would confer rewards according to the rules. There were many sequelae. The imperial court of a country would help to resist and eliminate many karma imperceptibly. This was the benefit of a stable harvest. But without that identity, it was hard to say. Once a person made a wish and prayed successfully, who could guarantee that there would not be a mess of karma entanglement behind. The goddess who walked out of the mural was in a bad mood and looked depressed. When it came to their respective great daos, as an old neighbor, Old Boat Master wasn't in a position to say anything, but his comforting words were just rubbing salt into the wound. The 8 paintings of the heavenly official of the goddess had existed for a long time, even longer than the hemp sect. When the ancestors of the hemp sect first came to the North Continent, it was very difficult. They chose the southernmost point of the continent because they had no choice but to do so. At that time, they had provoked several domineering sword immortals from the north and were unable to establish a foothold. They wanted to stay away from trouble, so they unintentionally unearthed these inexplicable ancient murals. Hence, they regarded the skeleton beach as a place with good feng shui. This was also an important reason. However, the hardships within the hemp sect were not known to outsiders. Old Boat Z had witnessed the establishment of the hemp sect bit by bit, just by dealing with the nether soldiers and generals of the ancient battlefield. The hemp sect had lost no less than 20 earth immortals. Even 2 of their cultivators in the pure jade realm had died in battle. It could be said that if they had not been ostracized, the hemp sect would have been able to establish a sect in the central part of the North Continent. This was also under the premise that the hemp sect had never had any sword immortals and had never invited any sword immortals to be worshippers. It was actually the first time Old Boat Master saw the true body of the goddess. In the past, among the 8 heavenly official goddesses, one of the goddesses was called Chuanguan. She could travel far in dreams, similar to the Yin spirit of a grand cultivator. Moreover, she could ignore many restrictions and use this to communicate with human cultivators. In the early years, This goddess had visited the swaying river temple. However, not long after, the goddess, Chuanguan, like Changzhu and Zhan Ken, chose the person she wanted to serve and left the skeleton beach. At that time, both sides secretly agreed that Old Boat Master would help them set up 1 or 2 symbolic tests. As a reward, they were willing to help 3 times when the swaying river temple was in danger. After that, Bao Gai and Ling Ji also left the city of murals one after another. After more than 500 years, the 3 murals fell into silence. The swaying river temple had already used up 2 chances to pass through the crisis. Therefore, Old Boat Master was so attentive, hoping that a new opportunity would fall on the heads of mortals or cultivators. Old Boat Master was happy to see it happen. In the past 1,000 years, the situation had changed. Out of the 5 goddesses in the murals, 1 died in battle for their master, and 2 chose to die with their master. Only Goddess Zhan Ken, who was commonly known as the Celestial Staff, and Goddess Chuanguan, who had disappeared for unknown reasons. Among them, the shabby scholar chosen by the former was now a cultivator at the peak of a continent in the celestial realm. He was also one of the few cultivators who had achieved Dao other than sword cultivators in the team of sword cultivators who went to the inverted hanging mountain. At that moment, the goddess who was riding the ferry wasn't accompanied by the 7-colored deer in the painting. It was probably because of this that the murals did not fade. Otherwise, Old Boat Master would be so embarrassed that he would not be able to show his face. After waiting for a long time, he finally found a person who would accompany him through life and death. In the end, that person did not have the slightest bit of foresight. Not only did he not pass that sesame-sized test, he even ran away as quickly as possible. If the murals in the City of Murals became a white painting scroll, wouldn't it make the goddess seem like she had no home to return to? What was the difference between this and the drowned ghosts in the swaying river and the many wandering spirits in the haunted valley? As for the true roots of these 8 goddesses, even Old Boat Master, who was the river god of this place, still did not know. Unsurprisingly, the cultivators of the linen sect also knew very little. It was very likely that the remaining 3 old ancestors only knew bits and pieces. The strangest thing was that in the past, the spring official goddess had a secret meeting with Old Boat Master. She confessed that they had no memories and had been in a deep sleep for an unknown period of time. It was only when the cultivators of the linen sect opened up their cave dwelling and activated the array formation that they woke up. The 8 murals seemed to each occupy an area of the City of Murals, but they were actually connected as one. According to the cultivators of that time, it was a fragmented mystic realm, based on the mountains, rivers, buildings, flowers, ancient trees, books, and other relics. They had tried to follow the clues and find out their origins. Unfortunately, it was like a heavenly moat that spanned across the land. There were layers upon layers of fog that could not be unraveled. As they approached the river god temple, Old Boat Master couldn't help but sigh. The goddess standing on the other side of the ferry also faintly sighed. It was especially sentimental, as if it was the sound of nature that did not exist in the mortal world. Old Boat Master couldn't help but complain about that young man. Just what was he thinking? Previously, he had secretly observed him and found him to be quite clever. He also respected the rules and did not seem like a stingy person. So why did he start to act so foolishly when his fortune was right in front of him? Was it really something that should not have existed in his life and could not be grasped when it was in his hands? But that didn't seem right either. If he was able to gain the favor of the goddess and leave the painting, that in itself explained a great deal. The goddess turned her head and glanced over. That male cultivator who was standing on the riverbank, could he be one of the 3 old ancestors of the linen sect? Old Boat Master shook his head. I recognize the 3 old ancestors on the mountain. Even if they leave the mountain and show themselves, they aren't heroic characters who like to play tricks. The goddess thought for a moment. Looking at his bearing, I do remember a sister who took a liking to someone in her early years. He was a young golden core cultivator from outside the city, and her heart was almost moved by him. But his disposition was too heartless. If she followed him, she wouldn't be able to endure any hardship or anger. Old Boat Master was stunned for a moment. He asked about the approximate time. After obtaining the answer, Old Boat Master felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself it couldn't be that pervert surnamed Jiang, right? That's a rotten bastard. Unexpectedly, the goddess nodded and said, It seems that his surname is indeed Jiang. At that time, the young man's tone was quite arrogant. He said that one day, even if the fairy sisters looked down on him, he would take away all 8 paintings whether they were at home or not. He would worship them so that he could eat and drink in front of the paintings every day. However, although this person's words were frivolous, his state of mind was extraordinary. Old Boat Master was puzzled. That fellow was a romantic in the past. So how did he become so heartless and boring? The goddess shook her head. Our method of observing people directly points at their nature. Not only is it different from cultivators, but it's also different from you mountain and river gods. This is a supernatural ability that we are born with. In fact, we don't think that it's a good thing. At first glance, we see turbid hearts, dirty thoughts, caves crawling with snakes and scorpions, or bewitching creatures with human heads and monster bodies. There are many ugly scenes that are unbearable to look at. So we often deliberately sleep. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't feel troubled. This way, if we suddenly wake up one day, we will know that our opportunity has arrived. Only then will we open our eyes and look. Old Boat Master praised. The boundless world is extraordinary. The deer-riding goddess suddenly turned her head to look at the mural city. She squinted her eyes, and her expression was cold. This fellow dares to trespass into the mansion. Old Boat Master was expressionless. He thought that there was no need to guess. It must be the notorious Jiang Shangzhen. Over at the mural city, a large number of lanterns made with secret craftsmanship on the mountain suddenly went out. The lanterns that were supposed to be lit forever and needed to be changed once every 100 years had a problem. Naturally, it caused panic. Once the great cultivators fought here and damaged the foundation of the Linensec's mountain river formation, then the mural city would collapse. The consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, a few of the Linensec's ancestral hall's direct disciples who were responsible for looking after the 3 murals flew into the air. They looked at the chaotic scene and tried to find the culprit. Once they determined that there was a cultivator who destroyed the mural city and was waiting for an opportunity to steal the murals, they had the right to execute the culprit on the spot. Near one of the murals of the goddess, when the Linensec's guarding cultivator was distracted to look into the distance, a wisp of green smoke first climbed up the wall and slithered like a spirit snake. Then it instantly entered the mural. It used some unknown method to directly break through the celestial spell restriction of the mural itself. It flashed and disappeared like raindrops falling into a lake. The movement was subtle, but it still made the Linensec's earth immortal cultivator frown. He turned his head to look, but he did not find any clues. He was still worried. He excused himself from the mural goddess and flew into the air. He came to a place 10 feet away from the mural and used the Linensec's unique magic. A pair of pale golden eyes scanned the entire mural so as not to miss any clues. However, after checking it twice, he still did not find any abnormalities. The ancient mural in front of him was one of the 3 remaining blessings in the City of Murals. It was one of the most important mural of the 8 female officials of the Heavenly Court. In the secret archives of the Linensect, the goddess depicted in the mural was riding on a 7-colored deer. She carried a wooden sword with the seal script "Swift Wind" on the side of the sword. Her status was revered, and she was ranked 2nd. However, Her importance was above the goddess that was commonly known as the celestial staff, but was actually named Jean Can by the Linen sect. Therefore, the Linen sect sent an earth immortal of the Jindan realm who had the potential to enter the upper 5 states to supervise this place. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't find the answer, but he still didn't dare to let his guard down. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the shop beside the swift lightning goddess in the city of murals. He used the sound of ripples in his heart to tell the young man to immediately return to the ancestral mountain of the Linen sect and informed the ancestral hall that there was something strange about the deer-riding goddess. They must invite an old ancestor to personally inspect this place. Although the young man had previously gone down the mountain to help his childhood sweetheart do business and wasn't very enlightened, his state of mind was extremely stable when he encountered a major event. After bidding farewell to the young girl, he walked out of the shop. With a solemn expression, he formed a seal with 2 fingers and lightly stamped his feet. Immediately, a woman of the land under the jurisdiction of the Linen sect broke out of the ground. It was actually a beautiful young girl. She raised her arms high and held a sheathless ancient sword with awe-inspiring sword chi. However, from the moment she left the underground palace of the Linen sect to the moment she appeared with the sword in her hand and respectfully handed over the ancient sword that had to be sharpened underground all year round, this pretty landlady had used a camouflage technique. No one below the earth immortal could see her. The young man thanked her and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle touch, the ancient sword trembled and broke through the air. The young man stepped on the sword, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at the mural. The top of the city was almost in a straight line. The thick layer of soil supported by the mountain and river formation didn't hinder the young man's sword at all. 1 man and 1 sword rushed into the sky, breaking through the sea of clouds that was like a white jade belt of the ancestral mountain of the Linen sect in one go, and flew towards the ancestral hall. The middle-aged cultivator landed back on the ground and stroked his beard with a smile. Although this little martial nephew wasn't from the same branch as him in the ancestral hall, everyone in the sect thought highly of and liked him. The Linen sect had a lot of rigid rules. For example, except for a few people, the rest of the cultivators had to start climbing the mountain on foot at the sword pavilion halfway up the mountain. Even if the sky was about to collapse, they had to walk obediently. And this young man, who had been secretly recognized as the master of the half-immortal weapon since childhood, was one of the exceptions. It wasn't that the middle-aged cultivator couldn't send a flying sword message back to the ancestral hall, but there were many inside stories. Even the young man himself was unaware of it. This was also the mystery of cultivating on the mountain. What you know is what you don't know. If someone else pointed it out, it would seem that he knew, and the opportunity that could have been in his hands would run away. Therefore, it was best to let the young man report this matter, and let him bear more karma. Although he might not succeed, at least it wouldn't be a bad thing. Although the Linen sect was magnanimous and didn't mind outsiders taking away the fortune of the 8 goddess portraits, the young man was the most likely person to seize the opportunity of the great Tao in the mural city since the establishment of the sect. Back then, when the Linen sect was building the mountain and river formation, hundreds of mountain-splitting puppet soldiers were deployed. There were also dozens of mountain-moving apes and mountain dogs. They almost turned the mural city upside down. And so many great cultivators who left their names in the ancestral records of the Linen sect couldn't find the ancient sword left behind by the sect's founder. And this half-immortal weapon was said to be inextricably linked to the deer-riding goddess. Therefore, the Linen sect had to fight for the opportunity of the mural city. If they didn't take it, they would be punished. Above the sea of clouds, the young man rode his sword and went straight to the ancestral hall. Of the 3 ancestral masters of the Linen sect, one was in seclusion, while the other was stationed in the Ghost Valley, continuing to expand the territory. The only ancestral master who was in charge of guarding the mountain stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall and asked with a smile, "Lanshi, why are you in such a hurry? Is there a problem in the Mural City?" The young man with the sword repeated what the Golden Core senior brother said. The old ancestral master frowned. "Is it the deer-riding goddess portrait?" The young man nodded. The old ancestral master grabbed the young man's shoulder and instantly arrived at the Mural City. He first sent the young man to the shop and then came to the mural scroll alone. The old man's expression was solemn. The middle-aged Golden Core cultivator realized the seriousness of the situation. It was beyond his imagination. The old ancestral master sneered. "Good fellow, to be able to silently break the double restriction of the two sects and enter the secret realm." The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed slightly. The old man waved his hand. "Be careful, it's a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Go and protect Lanshi. Don't be too nervous. After all, it's our territory. I have to return to the ancestral hall. According to the rules, burn incense and knock on the door." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and went to the shop. At the shop, the young girl asked quietly, "What's going on?" The young man smiled. "I went to the ancestral hall." The middle-aged cultivator walked into the shop. The young man was puzzled. "Senior Brother Young, why are you here?" The middle-aged cultivator smiled, just looking around. The young man in front of him was only in the cave-dwelling realm, but he was his junior brother. His name was Pang Lanshi. The young man's grandfather was a guest elder of the hemp sect, and he was the chief writer of all the goddess portraits in the shop. The talented Pang Lanshi was a sword immortal that had never appeared in the hemp sect before. He was also one of the 3 ancestral masters of the hemp sect, and at the same time his last disciple. This ancestral master, who was known as one of the top 10 most lethal forces in the south of the North Continent, once swore in the ancestral hall that he would only take one disciple in his life. Therefore, when the ancestral master took the young Pang Lanshi as his disciple, it should have been a joyous occasion. However, the eccentric ancestral master did not want the hemp sect to announce it. He only said one sentence that was very suitable for the ancestral master's temperament. "Don't worry. Wait until my disciple enters the Golden Core realm. It won't take a few years anyway." The middle-aged cultivator looked at the carefree Pang Lanshi and smiled bitterly in his heart. "Junior brother, this is a crucial moment for your Tao." In a secret realm that looked like a celestial palace, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He staggered, shook his sleeves, and said with a smile, "Finally, I got what I wanted. I can come here and see the peerless beauty of the fairy sisters." He called softly, "Hey, is anyone here?" He strolled slowly and looked around, admiring the celestial scenery. Suddenly, he raised his hand and covered his eyes, muttering, "This is the boudoir of the fairy sisters. I don't want to see anything I shouldn't see." North of the Skeleton Beach, a young female Taoist priest left the mountain of a sect that was beginning to take shape. She was the youngest immortal sect leader in the history of the North Continent. She steered an immortal ferry given to her by her senior brother, the Lord of Heaven, and headed south at top speed. As an immortal supreme treasure, the drifting cloud boat was faster than a cross-continent ferry. It could travel between 2 clouds thousands of miles away from each other. It was like a cultivator performing a space-shrinking spell. It flashed past silently. As for the border of the Ghost Valley at the Skeleton Beach, a young swordsman wearing a bamboo hat bought a thick book that explained the things to look out for in the Ghost Valley. The book recorded in detail many taboos and dangerous places. He sat by the side, basking in the sun, and slowly flipped through the book. He was not in a hurry to pay the toll and enter the Ghost Valley to gain experience. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. The winter day was warm, and the young man looked up at the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. The weather was really good. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 488. Although the immortal mystic realm that Jiang Shangjin visited didn't have the name of a cave, it was better than one. Here, there were bejeweled buildings, exotic flowers, and strange grasses. The spirit chi was abundant like mist, and every step made people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Shangjin clicked his tongue in wonder. He believed that he had seen a lot of the world, and he owned the famous cloud cave blessed land. When he went to the lotus flower blessed land to waste his time, it was only to help his good friend solve the knot in his heart. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to relax. There weren't many cultivators like Jiang Shangjin who cultivated leisurely like clouds and wild cranes. Jiang Shangjin didn't think much of it, but out of curiosity, he still asked the old sect Master Sun Yuan about the secrets of the hemp sect and the city of murals after returning to the Jade Gui sect in the Tongya continent. In Jiang Shangjin's words, it was to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. Back then, Sun Yuan even made a special trip to the central divine continent's bamboo sea grotto heaven to see the celestial face of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. In the end, he lingered around the Green Immortal Mountain and was reluctant to leave. In the end, he didn't see the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain and almost missed the great event of inheriting the position of the sect master. It was said that when Sun Yuan returned to the back mountain of the sect, the old sect master, whose body and mind were already like rotten wood, was about to die. However, he still took a deep breath and scolded his disciple Sun Yuan. He was so angry that he even threw the sect master's token on the ground. Of course, these were all rumors. After all, other than the old sect master and Sun Yuan, there were only a few old Jade Gui sect ancestors who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs. The old cultivators of the Jade Gui sect all took it as a beautiful story for their disciples to hear. However, Jiang Shangjin felt that the rumor should be true based on the similar temperament of the master and disciple. Perhaps one of the reasons why the old sect master was so angry was that Sun Yuan didn't see the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. Jiang Shangjin put down his pretentious hands and walked with his back behind his back. He sighed when he thought of some secrets that would only be spread in a small circle on the mountain peak. Looking at the beautiful scenery here, he felt a little sorry for those fairy sisters. The sect master Sun Yuan once said that the hemp sect chose the Skeleton Beach as the place to open the mountain. The opportunity of the goddess of the 8 murals was the most important. Perhaps from the beginning, he had decided to establish the sect in the southernmost part of the continent. The so-called hostility with the native sword immortals of the North Continent was just a convenient way to deceive others and was forced to choose the southernmost location. In his life, Sun Yuan had read many secret files passed down from generation to generation by the top celestial families of the central region, especially the records of the ancient families of the Confucian school. Sun Yuan speculated that the 8 heavenly court female officials and goddesses were somewhat similar to the imperial censors and the 6 subjects in the officialdom of the human world. They patrolled the world and were specifically responsible for supervising the deities of the Thunder Department, the Count of Wind, and the Lord of Rain in the ancient heavenly court to prevent the deities of a certain department from abusing their authority. Therefore, the 8 heavenly court female officials and goddesses who were sealed in the murals by some ancient great cultivators were once low-ranking and powerful positions in the ancient heavenly court. The celestial court was shattered, and the divine path collapsed. The ancient saints of merit and virtue created a world with a different pattern. Those ancient gods who were lucky enough to survive were almost all exiled and confined in several unknown mountaintops. They atoned for their sins with their merits and helped the human world to adjust the weather and balance the fire and water. It was said that there was a hall in Jinwu Mountain in the ancestral court of the military school of the Aquarius continent, and the ancestral hall of the Wind Snow Temple. People could directly communicate with some ancient gods. Even the Confucian temple did not prohibit this. On the contrary, the divine grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent and the Yunlin Jiang family, who had several great Zhou ancestors, did not have this privilege. Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves. The Reiki here was so abundant that it was shocking. At this moment, he felt like he was walking on a mountain path after the rain. Jiang Shangzhen thought that cultivators below the ascendant realm, including himself, would benefit greatly as long as they could cultivate here. As for the cultivators of the ascendant realm, the thickness of the Reiki here was not the most important thing. Jiang Shangzhen raised his arm and sniffed his sleeves. It's so refreshing. It should be the fragrance of the fairy sisters. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and raised his head. In the distance, there was a mansion with a plaque with blurry golden words on it. The spiritual aura was particularly dense. Celestial mist lingered around the waist of a goddess standing at the gate, rising and falling. The flash of lightning hanging on the goddess' waist could be faintly seen. There was another fairy sitting on the ridge. Her fingers were twirling gently. An exquisite and lovely auspicious cloud hovered around like a snow-white sparrow. She looked down at Jiang Shangzhen with a faint smile. The fairy lady sneered. "How dare you travel here with only your own spirit with the cultivation of the jade primitive realm?" The fairy lady Xingyu sitting on the roof smiled. "No wonder you can hide from everyone and quietly break the Linen Sect's mountain formation and our immortal palace's restriction." Jiang Shangzhen bowed. "Sister Guanyin, Sister Xingyu, after so many years Jiang Shangzhen, am able to meet you again. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes." The fairy lady Guanyin had purple lightning lingering around her sleeves. It was obvious that this person was glib-tongued. Even if he was just moving his lips and his heart was as calm as water, it still made her unhappy. The fairy lady Xingyu asked, "Outside the Mural City, we have an agreement with the Linen Sect. It's not good to see too much. Did your real body go to find our sister?" As they were talking, there was a 7-colored elk jumping on the ridge of the houses in the distance. It was agile and mystical. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and focused his gaze on the 7-colored elk. He asked curiously, "I heard that the fairy He Xiaoyang from the Shun Yao sect in the Aquarius continent was the most blessed in the continent. Now, she has even established a sect in our Julu continent. She always has a fairy deer by her side. I wonder if that deer is related to this one." The fairy lady Guanyin was a little impatient. "You vulgar person, quickly leave the immortal palace." Jiang Shangzhen looked solemn and said seriously, "If the 2 sisters are tired of me, just beat me and scold me. I won't fight back. However, if the Linen Sect's cultivator comes to chase me away, Jiang Shangzhen, don't have much ability. I just have a bit of strength of character, so I won't leave." The fairy lady Guanyin's body suddenly burst with lightning. Her clothes fluttered as if she was wearing a purple fairy dress. It could be seen that she had already planned to do it herself without the Linen Sect's ancestor burning incense and knocking on the door to enter this place. According to the agreement, no one was allowed to disturb their cultivation. However, the fairy lady Xingyu with a slender figure and a cloud hairstyle slowly stood up and floated beside the fairy lady Guanyin. She had a graceful figure and said softly, "Wait for sister to come back." The fairy lady Guanyin was far less graceful than the fairy lady Xingyu. Although she was reluctant, she still wanted to teach this sweet-talking lecher a lesson. So what if he was a cultivator in the pure jade realm? His own spirit came alone, and he was in his own immortal palace. At most, his cultivation level was in the nascent soul realm. Not to mention that both of them were here. Even if she was alone, she could easily drive him out. However, the fairy lady Xingyu gently pulled the fairy lady Guanyin's sleeve. The latter restrained herself, and the purple lightning slowly flowed into the ancient traveling inkstone at her waist. Outside the mural, there were 3 knocks on the door. Inside the immortal palace's secret realm, it was as heavy as the sound of a deity beating a drum. The fairy Lady Xingyu looked up and said softly, "Celestial Master Guiqi, long time no see." Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and looked up. In the sea of clouds, a pair of huge embroidered shoes stepped through the sea of clouds. When the celestial master's real body landed on the ground, she had already returned to her normal height. She was an average-looking woman. She was not tall, but she had a domineering aura. There was a Dharma saber hanging on her waist. The handle of the saber was in the style of a black dragon holding a pearl. Even Jiang Shangzhen had a headache. This woman did not look good, and her temper was really bad. He had suffered in her hands before. At that time, both of them were earth immortals in the golden elixir realm. This female cultivator only believed a little rumor about him and crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to hunt him down for half a year. During that time, they had fought 3 times. Jiang Shangzhen could not really kill her. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, her identity was special. She was the only daughter of the draped sex leader. Jiang Shangzhen did not want to be blocked by a bunch of brainless people on his way back home. Therefore, it was rare for Jiang Shangzhen to suffer in the North Continent. Now, this celestial master Guiqi was the leader of the draped sect. She had stumbled and barely made it to the pure jade realm. Her future was not too bright. However, she had no choice. The draped sect had always chosen the leader without much emphasis on cultivation. Usually the most stubborn and daring person would be the leader. Therefore, the main reason why Jiang Shangzhen followed Qin Pingan to the Skeleton Beach and did not want to stay was because of this celestial master Guiqi, whom he had given the nickname Short Tigress in his early years. However, he was a little surprised. This female cultivator was supposed to be fighting in the Ghost Valley. If the pure jade realm cultivator from the Ancestral Hall was here, Jiang Shangzhen would not panic at all. In terms of catching and killing, Jiang Shangzhen did not think that he was outstanding in the whole world. Even in the Tongya continent, which was the same as the North Continent, there were sayings that a willow leaf can kill an earth immortal, and it is better to have a feud with the Jade Gui sect than to be remembered by Jiang Shangzhen. In fact, Jiang Shangzhen never took it seriously. However, when it came to escaping, Jiang Shangzhen was not boasting. He sincerely felt that he had some talent and ability. When he was in his Yunku blessed land, he set up a death trap for a certain ancestor of his sect and the rebels in the blessed land. But Jiang Shangzhen still managed to escape. After he left the Yunku blessed land, the Jade Gui sect and the blessed land quickly ushered in 2 bloody purges. The old man Sun Yuan was at his side. As for the blessed land controlled by the Jiang family, it was even more tragic. All the cultivators in the blessed land, who were already earth immortals and had the potential to become earth immortals, were directly opened by Jiang Shangzhen and his men. They killed their way through the blessed land. Even at the cost of the Jiang family's heavy losses, they still decisively wiped them all out. One had to know that Jiang Shangzhen had a catchphrase that was widely circulated in the Tongyi continent. Love between a man and a woman must last for a long time. But the hatred of the previous night was like the meal the previous night. If it didn't taste good, even if he had to eat sh** tea, he would eat a mouthful of it while it was still warm. Immortal Guiqi placed his hand on the hilt of his saber and stared at the distinguished guest who had come from afar. He said with a smile, "Since you've walked right into my trap, don't blame me for closing the door and beating the dog." Jiang Shangzhen blinked, as if he couldn't recognize immortal Guiqi after a while. He suddenly realized something and said, "Are you Quan-Er? How did you grow up to be so beautiful?" "Quan-Er, if you ascend to the immortal realm one day and you don't make any big changes, you only need to change your appearance slightly. Wouldn't that make my dog eyes pop out?" The woman narrowed her eyes and put one hand on the saber while the other hand reached out. She said with a fake smile, I'll allow you to say some last words." Jiang Shangjin looked at the female cultivator in a daze. Sure enough, Quan is different from those ordinary women who only have looks. To be honest, although Quan beauty isn't the most outstanding in the world, it was so in the past, and it's even more so now. As long as a man sees you, he will never forget you. The woman chuckled and said, these words sound familiar. Do you still remember Gao Lu from the Thunderpool sect? She was one of the most beautiful women in the central part of the North Continent. Until now, she still doesn't have a Taoist partner. She once mentioned you to me in private, especially the words you used. She engraved them in her heart. Many years have passed, but she still can't forget. Jiang Shangjin, after so many years, your realm has improved a lot. But why didn't your eloquence improve at all? You've disappointed me. Jiang Shangjin looked calm and said with a smile, "It's indeed my fault. All these years I've only focused on cultivation and neglected my basic skills. Quan, you're still the most sincere to me. I'll work harder for you in the future." The goddess of Guanyin sneered and said, "How did such a person live until today?" The goddess of rain said, "Later, you can help a mortal Guiqi. I won't stop you." Jiang Shangjin looked around and said, "This is really the scene under the peony flower." The goddess of rain's expression suddenly became serious. She held her breath and stared at a certain spot. The goddess of Guanyin looked like she was facing a great enemy. She signaled immortal Guiqi from the Drape sect to wait for a moment. In the Mural City, a young woman from the Lion Peak stood under a goddess painting. She reached out and said calmly with her mind, "Still not coming out?" Almost at the same time, the goddess of Guanyin was also shocked. She looked at another place. A man who was traveling far away in the North Continent was looking up at her. He looked tired, but he had a telepathic connection. He smiled at the goddess of the painting and said, "I've been missing you day and night. I can't see you every night. Finally, I've found you." And beside the swaying river temple, the deer-riding goddess and Jiang Shangjin's true body were walking side by side. Then, a drifting clouds boat rapidly descended, and a female sect leader walked out. After seeing her, the deer-riding goddess' state of mind seemed to have been brushed away. Although she still didn't understand the reason, she was incomparably certain that this young female sect leader with a grand aura before her eyes was the true master she should serve. Beside the swaying river, the beautiful young female sect leader looked at Jiang Shangjin and frowned. "Are you his protector?" This question was very abrupt, but Jiang Shangjin instantly understood. Some results were true, and the process was crooked. Although he wasn't clear about it, it didn't matter. Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, No, I wouldn't dare." The deer-riding goddess said something that was full of murderous intent. Just now, this person's words were vague. The general idea was still to persuade me to follow that young wanderer. He has ulterior motives and almost ruined my fate with Master. Jiang Shangjin rubbed his chin and said bitterly, "It seems that the North Continent doesn't welcome me. It's time to run." The deer-riding goddess suddenly looked gloomy and said softly, "Master, it seems that my two sisters' fate has come. I didn't expect that they would have to go their separate ways in just one day." The young female sect leader didn't care about this. She, who had rushed here covered in dust, frowned and hesitated for the first time. It was only at this moment that Jiang Shangjin started to feel surprised. This was because he had already guessed the identity of the female sect leader in front of him and wanted to kill her. Jiang Shangjin was most familiar with the love between men and women on the mountain. Beating was a form of intimacy and scolding was love. Those who were willing to kill her were those who were deeply in love with her and couldn't extricate themselves from it. The young female sect leader ignored Jiang Shangjin and said to the deer-riding goddess with a smile, "Let's go to the capital of White Bones in the Ghost Valley." The deer-riding goddess reminded her softly, "Master, you've just entered the pure jade state. Your state hasn't stabilized yet. It might be a little inappropriate. The young female sect leader shook her head and said, "It's okay. This is a small matter." She had something important to do. She set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 489. At the entrance of the Ghost Valley, there was a row of huge archways. The one at the front was an astonishing 5 rooms, 6 pillars, and 11 floors. The walls were inlaid with precious yellow and green glazed bricks. Every dragon pillar was engraved with the demon-subduing diagrams of the previous generations of the linen sect's ancestors. The inscribed board read, "Magnificent and wondrous." Cultivators and pure martial artists usually had excellent eyesight. However, when Chinpingan looked at the archway, he couldn't see the end of the road at all. Moreover, it didn't seem to be because of a trick. However, compared to the door that connected the inverted mountain and the great wall of sword chi, the mysteries of the archway didn't surprise Chinpingan. Chinpingan casually sat near the archway and flipped through the book for more than 2 hours. Because he read very carefully, he didn't want to miss any details. After reading less than half of the book, he planned to rest in the market not far away and make plans tomorrow. He wasn't in a hurry to visit the border scenery of the Ghost Valley or enter the Ghost Valley through the row of archways to gain experience in the depths of the Ghost Valley. Chinpingan put away the book and walked towards the prosperous market. This was rented by the linen sect to a cultivator from a small sect in the Skeleton Beach to manage. Many of the businesses were like this. The cultivators of the linen sect didn't personally participate in the management. After all, the linen sect had less than 200 people, and they had a large business. If they did everything by themselves, it would delay their cultivation. However, the Yuanian cultivator surnamed Su oversaw the cross-continent ferry, and the Jindan cultivator surnamed Yang was responsible for patrolling the Mural City. These 2 matters were related to the face and inner workings of the linen sect. The current Luopa Mountain already had the embryonic form of a mountain mansion. Xu Lian and Shiro were like internal and external stewards, respectively. One was in charge of general affairs on the mountain, and the other was in charge of business at the Riding Dragon Alley. It was only when he truly left Longquan County that Chinpingan would look back and think about it again, and again when he occasionally practiced his fist on the cross-continent ferry. Only then did he feel that this place was very interesting. Of the 2 people who seemed to be in charge, one was actually a martial artist at the remote travel realm, while the other was a female ghost dressed in the remains of an immortal. Who could have imagined this? Before Chinpingan left Luopa Mountain, he had already informed Zhu Lian that he would not easily send a flying sword message back to Oxhorn Mountain. Furthermore, the 2 flying swords hidden in the small sword tomb could not cross continents. Therefore, this trip to the North Continent was a true solo trip without any worries. After all, the current Luopa Mountain was very stable. The one who should be afraid was someone else. Chinpingan walked on the road. He adjusted his bamboo hat and smiled to himself. It was time for his bag shop to earn some money. The Skeleton Beach was a place where there was no need to talk about Confucian etiquette. The small bazaar did not have a name. It was commonly known as the Gate of Helplessness by the locals. After getting used to it, people would recognize it. Even though the sun was high up in the sky, the streets and alleys of the bazaar still appeared gloomy and cold, according to the book Rest Assured collection. This was because the gloomy aura in the Ghost Valley was leaking out. Therefore, people with weak bodies should not go near it. However, the gloomy aura that sounded very scary was clearly recorded in the book. It had already been refined by the mountain and rivers formation of the Drapo sect. It was relatively pure and uniform. To a certain extent, it was suitable for cultivators to absorb directly. Therefore, As long as Qi refinement warriors flew in the air and looked around, they would realize that not only around the bazaar, but also along the entire border of the Ghost Valley, there were many Qi refinement warriors building thatches and cultivating Dao. Elegant but not shabby thatches were scattered all over the place. These thatches were built by the Drapo sect cultivators who were good at feng shui. They specially hired people to build them at the spring where the gloomy aura was strong. Moreover, every thatch had a praying mat secretly made by the San Lang Temple. Cultivators could rent a thatch house for a short period of time. Those who were rich could also buy it all. The Rest Assured collection listed the detailed prices and clearly marked the prices. This was probably how the Drapo sect made money. He would have to learn from them when he went to Luopa Mountain in the future. After Chun Pingon entered the market, he wandered around and found that almost all the shops were selling white bones that were as translucent as jade. This was a type of acquired spirit treasure that was introduced in detail in the Rest Assured collection. It was quite rare. In the beginning, the Ghost Valley was a place where many ghosts that were born in the ruins of the ancient battlefield gathered. Half of them were driven here by the Drapo sect cultivators at great cost, lest they wreak havoc on the entire Skeleton Beach. Later on, some of these otherworldly items were like Qi refinement warriors. Under various coincidences, they evolved into heroic spirits that were like the gods of mountains and rivers. Most of them became violent ghosts that ran amok. As time went by, powerful ghosts that specialized in feeding on ghosts appeared. The two sides fought and killed each other. The souls of the defeated were scattered and turned into the Yin energy of the Ghost Valley. They had lost the chance to reincarnate. The piles of white bones of different grades were scattered everywhere. Usually they would be collected and stored by the victors as trophies. Inside the Ghost Valley, ever since Qi cultivators and pure martial artists entered the Ghost Mu Valley, these jade-white skeletons had become quite a good prize. Many of the merchants on the mountain came here to buy the white bones that were extremely pure after being refined by the Yin energy of the Ghost Valley. They were excellent materials for refining many kinds of Yin artifacts. Chun Pingon finally walked into the biggest shop in the market. There were many tourists, and it was crowded. They were all looking at the treasure of the shop that was sealed in a glass cabinet. It was the skeleton of the ghost of a destroyed city lord in the Ghost Valley. It was 10 feet tall, and in the glass cabinet, it was deliberately placed in a sitting position by the shop. Its hands were clenched into fists and placed on its knees. It was looking into the distance. Even if it was completely dead, it still had the arrogance of an overlord. This white skeleton was covered with natural silver lines that were intertwined and dense, and the brilliance was flowing. It was said that the owner of the skeleton was a heroic spirit that was equivalent to an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. He was arrogant and unruly. He led 8,000 ghosts under his command and declared himself king. He waged war everywhere and had many conflicts with the master of the Ghost Valley, who was at the Jade Realm. However, there was no record of the fall of this heroic spirit in the Rest Assured collection. According to the young shop assistant who was spitting saliva in the shop, his shopkeeper had met a northern sword immortal who was hiding his strength. He deliberately presented himself as a sword cultivator of the cave realm. The shopkeeper was congenial with him and treated him with respect. In the end, after the sword immortal went to the Ghost Valley, he brought out this priceless white bone and directly gave it to the shop. He said that it was the money for the drinks that he had previously bought on credit. He did not leave his real name and left. In other places, Chun Pingon would definitely not believe such a ridiculous story. However, in the North Continent, Chun Pingon was skeptical. This white skeleton of a heroic spirit that looked like the golden branches and jade leaves of an earth immortal was worthy of being called a top-grade magic weapon. The shop assistant said that under normal circumstances, it was not for sale. However, if one was sincere, they could negotiate. However, The shop assistant made it clear that if one did not have 40 to 50 grains of grain rain money in their pockets, they should not mention it, lest both parties waste their saliva. Even with such a sky-high price, Chin Pingon still found that there were a few groups of people in the shop who were eager to give it a try. Chin Pingon did not join in the fun. After leaving the shop, he found an inn. The room was not luxurious, but it was clean and refreshing. Similar to the tea stall at the swaying river, gold and silver were not accepted. A grain of snow cost money and could be stayed for 3 days without food and drinks. If it was a secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain, even if it was the capital of Dali, which was full of rich merchants, if an inn the size of a snail shell charged more than 300 taels of silver a day, one would probably drown in saliva. Chun Pingon took off his bamboo hat and the sword immortal behind him. He continued to read the Rest Assured collection that made him feel more and more uneasy. The Skeleton Beach was one of the top 10 ancient battlefields in the North Continent. The Ghost Valley was even more special. It was a place with a vortex of time, forming a small world like the underworld. Its territory was no smaller than the Skeleton Beach in the world of the living. Among them, there was a huge heroic spirit whose cultivation level was equivalent to that of the Jade Realm. It was the first to stand out, gathering tens of thousands of Een soldiers and Een generals, building the famous skeleton Jingwan city. It was like the capital of a dynasty. There were dozens of cities around it, big and small. Half of them were attached to the Jingwan city, while the other half were operated and created by some ghosts with high cultivation level. They were in confrontation with the Jingwan city. From afar, they were unwilling to live under someone else's roof and became vassals. In the past 1,000 years, the ghosts in the Ghost Valley became fewer and fewer, but they also became stronger. In history, the otherworldly items in the Ghost Valley had tried to break through the boundary twice. They wanted to go out and plunder the Skeleton Beach. It would be best if they could go up the swaying Hebei and devour 2 countries along the way in one go. Then they would kidnap living people and bring them back to the Ghost Valley. They would use sinister secret techniques to create new otherworldly items and strengthen their army. Fortunately, they were stopped by the cultivators of the Linen Sect. However, the Linen Sect's vitality was greatly damaged, and their reputation fell from the peak to the bottom. From the time the Linen Sect gained a firm foothold in the North Continent to the time they expanded their territory, it could be said that everything went wrong. However, the North Continent had a deep foundation. It could be seen that the Linen Sect alone had 3 ancestors of the Jade Realm in the Skeleton Beach, and the Ghost Valley also had one. On the other hand, in the Eastern Aquarius continent, if one did not mention the group of experts who secretly infiltrated the continent, the number of cultivators who were born and raised in the Aquarius continent could be counted on one's fingers. However, regarding this matter, Cui Dongshan had already reminded them that the Aquarius continent's territory was less than 30% of the North Continent's. The number of Jade Realm cultivators in the Aquarius continent was very few, and they could not be compared to the other continents. However, as long as the cultivators in the Aquarius continent were in the upper 5 realms, they were not easy to deal with. For example, the Lu Laocheng of the Calligraphy Lake and the Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple were all eccentric existences who had a share of the continent's fate. If they were to fight with cultivators of the same realm in the North Continent or the Tongya continent, especially those who lived like Princes Lu Laocheng and Wei Jin, had a high chance of winning. Once the Qi cultivators and martial artists chose to enter the valley to train, it was equivalent to signing a life and death contract with the Linen Sect. Whether they were rich or dead, it was all based on their ability and luck. If they earned a windfall, the Linen Sect would not be jealous or coveted and would not accept a single cent more. If they died in the Ghost Valley, they would not be able to transcend, and they would not be able to blame anyone else. This was an unwritten rule. In history, there were immortal mansions that were distressed over the premature death of their proud disciples. After the incident, they would call their friends and come to the skeleton beach to argue with the linen sect. They wanted to denounce them, and also wanted some compensation from the linen sect. The linen sect's cultivators never explained a word. When they came, they would set up a table at the entrance of the mountain, serve a cup of gloomy tea, and then start fighting. Either the other party would fight to the ancestral hall, or they would beat the other party until they handed over all their treasures and immortal money. Then they would throw them into the swaying river and swim back to their hometown in the north. Therefore, the swaying river had another name, the Dumpling River. It had been used to make dumplings several times. However, the hemp sect would not think that outsiders who came to cultivate here would die inside. The Rest Assured collection had clearly marked 3 routes to the north, recommending chi refinement warriors and martial artists to carefully weigh their own realms. In the beginning, they would first search for wandering souls and wild ghosts. Then, at most, they would have to deal with a few cities that were not very powerful. In the end, if they were bold and skilled, they would go to a few cities in the hinterland to try their luck. The book clearly recorded the realms of all the earth immortal spirit ghost kings in the Ghost Valley, the spells they were good at, the magic weapons they had, and their trump cards. Moreover, the linen sect cultivators had built 2 small towns in the Ghost Valley. The sect master, Immortal Master Guichi, personally guarded one of the towns, but ordinary people often did not see her. However, there were 2 groups of linen sect intersect cultivators who specialized in hunting in spirit ghost generals in the town. Outsiders could follow or invite them to tour the Ghost Valley. The linen sect cultivators would not take a single cent of the harvest. However, the book also stated that the linen sect cultivators would not serve as retainers for anyone. It was normal for them to leave someone in the lurch. However, if there were disciples of rich immortal families who felt that their families had too much money and came to the Ghost Valley for sightseeing, they could do so. As long as they followed the instructions of the linen sect cultivators, the linen sect could guarantee that they would be able to leave the Ghost Valley unscathed after seeing the scenery. As long as the sightseers followed the rules, the linen sect cultivators would not only compensate them with money, but also with their lives if there were any unexpected losses during the sightseeing. In the night, Chun Pingon closed the thick, Rest Assured collection, got up, and went to the window. He leaned against it and drank. At the end of the book, other than remembering the cumbersome taboos, he also saw the heroism of the linen sect cultivators in the book. Thinking back to the past, at that time, there was a youth in straw sandals in black Pearl Grotto heaven who raised his head high and saw an unforgettable scene. Countless sword cultivators traveled across continents on their swords to fight against the demons at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, seeking benefits and fame just to sharpen their swords. No wonder she said that this cold and bitter land had so many heroes since ancient times. Only such soil could produce the most sword immortals in the world. If you are willing to give me a few jugs of wine, I am willing to return you a set of heroic spirit bones that are worth dozens of grain rain coins. Is it reasonable? No. Is it unreasonable? It is very reasonable. Chun Pingon turned to look at the sword immortal on the table and said softly, "Don't worry, I will not embarrass you here." Chun Pingon's gaze shifted slightly and looked at the bamboo hat. He smiled and said, "Because my name is Chun Pingon. Pingon, as in Pingon, I am a swordsman." After a moment of silence, Chun Pingon rubbed his chin and muttered, "Wouldn't it be more imposing to omit Pingon?" Mural City had encountered a strange event that had not happened in 100 years. The linen sect cultivators began to seal the 3 walls that still had good fortune. Not only did they not allow any tourists to approach, but even the shopkeepers had to temporarily move away and wait for the linen sect's notice. Naturally, there was a lot of resentment and curses. One unlucky person was stomping his feet and cursing when a linen sect cultivator happened to pass by. The latter did not say anything and threw him to the ground. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Then, The poor guy's friend also did not say anything. He carried him and ran away. He did not apologize to the linen sect cultivators, nor did he say anything harsh. The North Continent was like this. If one had the guts to point at someone's nose and curse, it was one's business. But if one was beaten to the ground, it was one's own incompetence. One day, when one's fist was stronger than the others, he could get back at them. The golden core cultivator with the surname Yang had a headache. His junior brother Pang Lanchi was even more helpless. It turned out that under one of the murals, a young man in ragged clothes was kneeling and kowtowing. He was bleeding profusely and begging the rain goddess on the murals to give him an opportunity. He had a blood feud that he had to avenge. As long as the rain goddess was willing to give him a blessing, he was willing to be her slave for the rest of his life. Even if she wanted him to die immediately after taking revenge, he was willing to do so. Before the young man kowtowed, he took out an ancient jade token from somewhere and gently placed it on the ground. The middle-aged golden core cultivator waved his hand and signaled an outer sect cultivator to not chase the young man away. Pang Lanchi wanted to say something, but the middle-aged cultivator pressed his shoulder. The middle-aged cultivator's attention was more focused on the slender woman. When she appeared, the linen sect's mountain and river formation on the murals did not move. However, the natural restriction of the Immortal Palace arcane realm began to ripple. As for the goddess of Guanyin, she was not flustered at all. An outsider had gained her approval, and the linen sect did not stop them from leaving. The goddess of Guanyin returned the favor and took the initiative to climb the mountain with her master to the ancestral hall of the linen sect. Therefore, the painting of the goddess of Guanyin was the first to turn into a sketch. Then, a 7-colored deer leaped from the painting of a deer-riding goddess, and its figure instantly disappeared. Soon after, it became the second painting of the day. The young cultivator was shocked. After all, this painting of the Heavenly Court's female official was the only painting that the linen sect was determined to get. Everyone in the linen sect hoped that their junior brother Pang Lanchi would be able to take over this Tao opportunity. Therefore, he almost could not hold back and tried to stop the 7-colored deer from leaving. However, the sect master, Immortal Master Guichi, quickly walked out of the murals and asked him to leave and guard the last painting of the goddess. Then, Immortal Master Guichi returned to the Ghost Valley. She said that there was an important guest and she had to receive them personally. As for the visit of the goddess of Guanyin and her new master, she could only leave it to the martial uncle in the ancestral hall. The middle-aged cultivator was confused. Could it be a sect master? Who could make the sect master come out to receive a guest? The goddess of rain finally showed up. Her face was pale. After walking out of the painting, she looked at the woman with the cold eyes and the ancient jade tablet with the characters of floating clouds and flowing water on the ground. This goddess, who was most proficient in the art of deduction, seemed to be in a dilemma. The middle-aged cultivator saw through some clues. This was a huge problem that the other 7 goddesses of the Mural City had never encountered. If he did not pay attention to the gentle and weak woman's eyes, even a golden core cultivator like him would not pay attention to her if she was not standing under the mural. It was unimaginable that a goddess could have such a pitiful and helpless side. The goddess of rain was the one who had the most dealings with the hemp sect. It was said that she was the most resourceful goddess of the Immortal Palace's secret realm. She was especially good at playing chess. The ancestor once joked that if someone was lucky enough to gain the favor of the goddess of rain, they might not be too good at fighting and killing. However, an immortal mansion needed the help of this goddess the most. The woman glanced at the young man, who was constantly kowtowing to the point where the bones on his forehead could be seen. Then she looked at the goddess of rain and said, "Go and help him get through this difficult situation. After 60 years, come and ask for forgiveness." The goddess of rain's mind was wavering. so much so that the entire mural city seemed to be filled with mist. The goddess only felt that after seeing this woman whose cultivation was not too high, she was like an official at the foot of the mountain who saw a heavenly official of the Ministry of Appointments. The goddess of rain said with a trembling voice, "How do I find the master after this?" The woman said indifferently, "Lion Peak." The middle-aged cultivator of the hemp sect frowned. The Lion Peak did have a powerful nascent soul cultivator who could not be underestimated. However, he was a male cultivator who was not young anymore. However, even if this nascent soul cultivator was here personally, how could the goddess of rain be so afraid? The woman smiled at the middle-aged golden core cultivator and introduced herself, "Lion Peak, Lilu." The middle-aged cultivator still had not heard of this name, but he still said, "Hemp sect, Yong Lin." The young woman named Lilu left the mural city just like that. It seemed that she did not even bother to look at the goddess of rain. The young man Pang Lanchi, who was standing at the side, blankly wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with emotion, "Senior Brother Yang, this Senior Lilu is so scary." The middle-aged cultivator said with a smile, "It's okay to say this in front of me, but if your master heard it, he would scold you for not cultivating enough." The young man had a pure heart. He only thought that Senior Brother Yang had a calm temperament and would definitely be one of the pillars of the hemp sect in the future. However, he did not notice the complicated look in the eyes of this golden core cultivator. This was because Pang Lanchi did not know that he had lost the blessing of the painting of the deer-riding goddess. Inside the Ghost Valley, the group did not go through the entrance archway. Instead, one of them used his natal item to break open a gate, and then a drifting cloud boat rushed in. On the bow of the boat stood a young female sect master in a Taoist robe and a lotus crown on her head. Beside her was a goddess with a 7-colored deer, and Jiang Shangjin, who had changed his mind and wanted to tour the Ghost Valley. Although the drifting cloud boat given to him by Heavenly Lord Xieshur was an immortal supreme treasure, its speed was still much slower in the thick fog of the Ghost Valley. The drifting cloud boat was like a comet that streaked across the sky of the Ghost Valley. It was extremely eye-catching. The boat rubbed against the Een miasma, emitting colorful lights. At the same time, the sound of the boat breaking through the air was like thunder. Many otherworldly items on the ground ran away in all directions, and many cities along the way were quickly put on alert. Jiang Shangjin put his palm on his forehead and looked into the distance. He said with a smile, "Sect Master, we are almost at the White Bone capital. This drifting cloud boat is really a treasure. Do you want to sell it?" The young female sect master turned a deaf ear. The deer-riding goddess was the same as her master. She did not want to talk to this blabbermouth guy. Jiang Shangjin suddenly turned his head and asked, "Sect Master if you insist on killing him, I will have to stop you, since there is such a huge gap between your realms. Of course, before that, if the White Bone capital wants to bully the two of you, he will have to ask for my Lu Ye's permission." The female sect master still did not speak. Jiang Shangjin sighed. Men and women in the world, it was easy to owe money, but difficult to repay the debt of love. How did this Chen Pingon provoke her? He was so young, but he was so capable. If Chen Pingon was here, Jiang Shangjin would give him a thumbs up and praise him as a role model. 490. At dawn, Chen Pingon left the inn and told the waiter, who was dozing off at the counter, to check out. The young waiter did not mind and nodded. Although the young ranger with the bamboo hat had checked out 2 days in advance, the young waiter didn't have the money in his pocket. Therefore, the young waiter was a little dispirited and asked the inn's handywoman to clean the room. He would talk about it later. The young waiter turned his head and looked at the deserted street outside the inn. The figure of the young wanderer had already disappeared. When he thought of the news that came from the Mural City, he became a little unhappy. The opportunity to obtain the 3 portraits of the female officials of the celestial heavens had been snatched away by an outsider. To think that he would go there whenever he had nothing to do. He thought to himself that the 3 goddesses didn't have much celestial aura and were definitely after the man's appearance and family background. When the young shop assistant thought of this, he became more and more discouraged. Rats were born to dig holes in the ground. It was infuriating. Chun Pingon left the market and went to the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley. He paid 5 snow coins to the gatekeeper of the hemp sect and received a 9-fold seal jade token. If he could leave the Ghost Valley alive, he could ask for 2 snow coins back with the token. The toll was not expensive. It was only a dozen bowls of swaying river gloomy tea. Moreover, this amount of celestial money could be bought on credit with the hemp sect. Therefore, many desperate people in the northern countries of the Skeleton Beach would do 3 things when they entered the Skeleton Beach. They would spend a few coins at the Swaying River Temple, burn 3 incense sticks, pray to the river god, then go to the Mural City to try their luck with the portraits of the goddesses. Finally, they would go to the market to buy a Rest Assured collection. After passing the archway, they could leave their lives to the heavens. After paying the money, they would receive the seal inscription, impressive heavenly might, kill thousands of ghosts. Most of the powerful lean spirits in the cities near the south of the Ghost Valley would not take the initiative to provoke the guy with the jade token. After all, the leader of the hemp sect, Guichi Immortal, was stationed in the Ghost Valley all year round, and often led the cultivators of the 2 towns to hunt for otherworldly items. However, the city lords would not deliberately restrain the evil ghosts under their command. In the early days, many southern city lords did not believe in evil and liked to wait for the opportunity to kill the person with the jade token. As a result, Guichi Immortal Zhu Quan led a few direct disciples of the Ancestral Hall into the hinterland without caring about the cost. She risked her Tao foundation to behead the culprits in public. The reason why Guichi Immortal Zhu Quan was so slow to reach the unpolished jade realm was closely related to her killing enemies. She stayed in the nascent soul realm for too long. In the most dangerous situation, Guichi Immortal Zhu Quan was the only one who returned with serious injuries, and 3 heads of the city lord's Een spirits hung on her waist. After that, she was detained in the prison at the back of the mountain by the old leader, and was not allowed to leave the mountain until she reached the upper 5 realms. When she was finally able to leave the mountain, the first thing she did was to return to the Ghost Dawn Valley. Had it not been for the founding ancestor's decree before his death, forbidding the successive sect masters from activating the immortal weapon bestowed by the great sects of the Central Plains, and mobilizing the 100,000 nether soldiers to attack the Ghost Dawn Valley, given immortal Guichi's temper, he would have long led his army to the White Bone capital, even if it meant that his sect would suffer a great loss again. At this time, in addition to Chun Pingon, who was alone, there were 3 groups of people waiting there. Some were friends who were visiting the Ghost Valley with them, and some were retinues who followed them closely, waiting for the dawn. When entering the Ghost Valley to gain experience, as long as it was not a gamble with one's life, one would pay attention to the auspicious time. Some seniors of the clans and sects all warned the young juniors to be more careful in the Ghost Valley. Many of the warnings were actually old tunes that could be found in the Rest Assured collection. Chun Pingon hung the jade token on his waist and stood a little far away, warming his hands alone. When the dawn arrived, the old cultivator of the linen sect, standing in the middle of the first 2-colored glazed archway, made way and said a few auspicious words. "I wish you all a smooth journey and a safe journey." Chun Pingon smiled knowingly. He really had a good name. Chun Pingon walked at the back of the group. The archways were of different shapes and the contents of different plaques, which were eye-opening. For this trip to the Ghost Valley, Chun Pingon wore a green robe called Green Grass, which was given to him by the female flood dragon of the Xiang Mansion Wu Yi. He took out the walnut bracelet given to him by Lu Jimao of the Qingxia Island from his Fengsuan item, and hid it in his left sleeve with a stack of yellow paper talisman that he had drawn last night. Most of the talisman were the entry-level light-lifting talisman and barrier-breaking talisman from the true alchemy works. Of course, there were 3 feng-shui talismans, one of which was drawn on a rare golden talisman paper. Last night, Qin Pingon had consumed a lot of energy and spirit. It could be used to escape or to fight. This golden feng-shui talisman was the best combination with the deity drumming style. The group walked on this path for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. They passed by 12 archways. On the left and right sides of the archways, there were armored generals that were more than 20 feet tall. They were the 2 parties that built the ancient battlefield site of the Skeleton Beach. The 2 dynasties and the 16 vassal states were involved in the war. The 2 armies faced each other and fought for a full 10 years. In the end, both sides were blinded by bloodlust and no longer cared about the country. It was said that there were more than 10,000 Qi refinement warriors that came from the north to watch the war. Qin Pingon looked back and saw that the figure of the linen sect cultivator that was guarding the door was already blurred and could not be seen. The group stopped one after another. The sky was wide, and the ground was wide, but the clouds were gloomy and gloomy. The Yin energy in this small world was so dense that the seawater instantly poured into the major acupoints and Qi residents. It made it difficult to breathe and made one feel even more dignified. In the chapter of the Rest Assured collection, there was a detailed description of the corresponding method. The 3 groups of Qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists had already followed the prescribed order and resisted the attack of the Yin energy. One of the young Qi refinement warriors, who was wearing a long mud gold robe, underestimated the aggressive Yin energy in the Ghost Valley and was caught off guard. In an instant, his face turned red. A woman carrying a saber and a bow beside him quickly handed him a celadone bottle. The young man drank a mouthful of the Sanlang Temple sweet rain that was brewed in his mountain, and his face turned rosy. The young man was a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at the woman, who looked like a retainer. The woman smiled and began to look around. She exchanged glances with a black-robed old man who was standing behind the young man. The old man signaled her not to worry. The Ghost Valley was not only a good place to gain experience, but also a good opportunity for the enemy to send men of sacrifice to assassinate. The woman and the old man were both retainers. The woman, who was about 30 years old, was a pure martial artist who had just reached Realm 6. It was extremely rare. Although the North Continent had a huge pugilistic scene, there were not many female martial artists who were praised as master. To be able to reach Realm 6 at such a young age was even rarer. Usually, only immortal clans and imperial clans were able to nurture such outstanding children who were loyal and devoted. As for the black-robed old man, he was even more unfathomable. One could not even tell if he was a pure martial artist or a Qi refinement warrior. In the other group of Qi refinement warriors, a muscular man held an armor pill in his hand and wore a snow-white military do armor. It glowed, and the surrounding Yin Qi could not get close to him. An old cultivator took off the chest on his back, and the sound of porcelain clanking could be heard. Finally, the old man took out a jade pot spring bottle that had the shape of a woman's body. It was clearly a high-grade spirit tool. After the old cultivator held it in his hand, strands of pure Yin Qi began to gather into the bottle from all directions. However, the Yin Qi of heaven and earth came and went quickly. After a short moment, only a small bead of water the size of a grain of rice was condensed at the mouth of the pot. It gently floated in the air and didn't fall into the pot. A middle-aged cultivator shook his sleeve, and a small, green, banana leaf banner appeared in his hand. He gripped the rosewood handle of the banner with 2 fingers, and with a shake, it turned into a banner the length of an arm. There was a long, golden tassel attached to the wooden handle. The banana leaf banner hung on the middle-aged cultivator's wrist. The man silently recited the incantation. Chi immediately washed the banana leaf banner like a stream of water. It was like a person washing his face with water. This was the simplest tempering method. It was easy to say that it was nothing more than taking out the spirit weapon. However, in the land of a continent, how many treasured lands were there? Could the Chi be rich and pure? Even if there were, it would have been taken over by the major sections. It would be tightly sealed and outsiders would not be allowed to touch it. It would not be like the sackcloth sect, where outsiders could freely absorb it. Two cultivators who were traveling in the Ghost Valley looked at each other and smiled. The purity of the Chi in the Ghost Valley was indeed different. It was most suitable for Chi refinement warriors who were proficient in the Ghost Tao. They had really entered a mountain of gold and silver. Next, they would have to see how much they could take away. As for the military sect cultivator who had an armor pill, he was a guard they hired together. Compared to the Chi in the border area between the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley that had been filtered by the Sackcloth sect's mountain water formation, the Ghost Valley's innate Chi was not only more abundant, but also stronger. The closer to the hinterland, the more valuable and dangerous it would be. They might have to fight with the Chi along the way. If they succeeded, they would get a few sets of bones and make a profit. If not, everything would be over, and their fate would be extremely miserable. Chi refinement warriors knew more about the pity of being an otherworldly item in the Ghost Valley than ordinary people. Chun Pingon glanced at them and stopped looking. Entering the Ghost Valley to absorb the Chi was a big taboo. The Sackcloth sect had clearly warned in the Rest Assured collection that this would easily provoke the hatred of the local Chi in the Ghost Valley. After all, who would be willing to have a thief in their home? However, everyone had their own fate. If one was capable and bold enough, the Sackcloth sect would not stop them. The last two people looked like a pair of young Taoist couples. They each carried a huge wooden box and seemed to have come to the Ghost Valley to pick up the leftovers, other than the Chi and bones. The most precious things in the Ghost Valley were many strange flowers and herbs, as well as spiritual birds and beasts that grew in this small world. The Rest Assured collection had many records. However, the Sackcloth sect had been open for thousands of years. Countless people came here to try their luck. The Sackcloth sect also had people who specialized in searching for all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, in the past 100 years, there were very few people who were lucky enough to find any treasures. Chun Pingon squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He held it in his palm and gently twisted it. It was indeed very cool, similar to the 1,000-year-old soil in the graveyard. Chun Pingon threw away the soil and picked up a stone that could be seen everywhere. He gently pinched it with 2 fingers and frowned. The stone was similar to mud and was quite soft, as expected of the Ghost Valley, such a strange water and soil. The hemp sect had built 2 towns in the Ghost Valley. One town was called Orchidere, and the other was called Green Cottage. The former was located in the southernmost part of the Ghost Valley, and the latter was located in the westernmost part of the Ghost Valley. It was half of the cultivation grounds of the female sect leader, Zhu Quan. This immortal Guachi stayed here all year round. In the past 300 years, the city lord of Jingguan City had visited Green Cottage Town twice. He went there alone and fought with the earth immortal cultivators of the hemp sect led by Zhu Quan. The battle was earth-shattering. Immortal Guichi, whose natal item was a Dharma blade, had shaved off countless mountains nearby. The 2 northbound roads in the Ghost Valley were created because of this. It was the safest and shortest route to Lon Musk Town. It was almost a straight line, less than 80 miles away. Although the journey was short, there were a few places around Lon Musk Town that one had to visit. There were scenic spots for people to visit. For example, there was an ancient underground palace that had been abandoned for a long time a rugged mountain peak that was as white as snow, and a city that chose to attach itself to the hemp sect. The city lord was a spirit of the state preceptor who was proficient in Taoist talismans. He would often barter with foreign cultivators. The road to Qinglu town was actually more than 800 miles long due to the winding mountains and rivers. As for riding the wind and flying swords or riding a magic weapon, it was stated in the Rest Assured collection that even if you were an earth immortal of the Jindan stage, you would still be courting death. As for the great cultivators of the nascent soul stage, unless they were ghost cultivators, there was no point in coming to the ghost valley that was filled with yin qi and evil qi. It would even weaken their cultivation. Moreover, the nascent soul stage cultivators were always unwilling to step into the mortal world and rarely left their own blessed land. Not to mention that it would waste time. It was also necessary. For example, the sackcloth sect's nascent soul stage cultivator was in charge of a cross-continent ferry. It was really a helpless move because there was no hope for him to break through the realm. It was no wonder that this old nascent soul stage cultivator was a little depressed. Therefore, the nascent soul stage cultivators and the ascendant stage cultivators were jokingly called the 1,000-year tortoise and the 10,000-year tortoise, respectively. Chun Pingan chose to go directly to Qinglu town. Moreover, he might not take the official road that the sackcloth sect had painstakingly opened up. The young man, who was obviously a disciple of the Big Mountain, along with the ghost cultivator and the military rogue cultivator, chose to go to Lanlu town. As for whether they would take the risk and go to Qinglu town again, it was hard to guess. What made Chun Pingan somewhat surprised was that the pair of Taoist companions did not seem to have a high cultivation level, but they also took the dangerous road of Qinglu town. The pair of Taoist companions, who were very likely to be rogue cultivators, spoke softly and held hands as they headed north. They cheered each other on. Although there was some longing, there was a trace of determination in their expressions. They were really making money by tying their heads to their belts. Chun Pingan quickened his pace and took the lead to open up a large distance between them. It was better for him to walk in front than to follow behind them, so as to avoid being suspected by the other party. The other party also slowed down their pace intentionally or unintentionally. Moreover, they often stopped or played with mud or pulled out grass. They even dug up soil and stones to pick and choose. The distance between the two parties was getting bigger and bigger. When the pair of rogue cultivators raised their heads again, the young ranger's figure had already disappeared. The sky in the Ghost Valley was dark, just like the rainy weather, which more or less blocked one's vision. Chun Pingan walked faster and faster. The narrow and winding path to Qinglu town avoided the large and small cities in the southern part of the Ghost Valley as much as possible. However, in the world of the living, walking in the Ghost Valley, where the resentment of the dead was condensed, was like a firefly in the night sky. It was very eye-catching. Many malicious spirits that had completely lost their intelligence had an extremely keen sense of yang energy. If they were careless and moved slightly too much, they would attract wave after wave of malicious spirits. To the powerful yin spirits that oversaw a region, these malicious spirits with extraordinary combat strength were like chicken ribs. They were trying to recruit subordinates. Since they refused to be controlled and did not listen to orders, they might end up killing each other and damaging their own forces. Therefore, if they were allowed to wander in the wilderness, they would also be used as practice targets to train their troops. In the dense forest by the side of the road where a group of crows quietly perched, Chun Pingan stopped and turned his head to look. In the depths of the forest, there were shadows, white clothes swaying, suddenly appearing and then disappearing. Chun Pingan simply left the path and walked into the dense forest. The crows flapped their wings and flew. The withered branches trembled, like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, when Chun Pingan stepped into the forest, except for some rotten armors and rusty weapons that peeked out from the mud. There was nothing unusual. Chun Pingon tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped onto a tall branch of a withered tree. After looking around, he still didn't find anything strange. However, when Chin Pingon suddenly shifted his gaze and looked over, he finally saw half of a pale face behind a tree. Her lips were scarlet, and she looked like a woman. In this lifeless forest, she was the only one looking at Chin Pingon. Her eyes moved very stiffly, as if she was sizing up Chin Pingon. Chun Pingon adjusted his bamboo hat, intending to ignore the sneaky, otherworldly creature. When he was about to jump down from the tall branch, he found that the branch under his feet had snapped without any warning. Chun Pingon took a step back and looked down. Blood slowly oozed out from the broken branch and dripped into the soil under the tree. Then, the rusty armors buried deep in the soil seemed to be put on by someone. The weapons were also pulled out from the ground. In the end, more than 10 armored soldiers stood up and surrounded the tall, withered tree that Chin Pingon was standing on. Chun Pingon jumped down and stood on the shoulder of an armored soldier. He didn't expect that the armor would turn into ashes and scatter on the ground. Chun Pingon casually waved his sleeve, and a strong wind blew over. All the armored soldiers were turned into ashes one after another. Chun Pingon turned his head and looked behind him. The woman in white, who only showed half of her face, was hiding behind a tree. She was covering her mouth and giggling, but she didn't make a sound. Chun Pingon was confused. He smiled and asked, "Is there any malicious spirit around here?" The woman's movements were stiff. She slowly raised an arm and pointed at herself. Chun Pingon smiled and shook his head. "I mean the kind that can't be killed with one punch." The woman in white was stunned. Her face suddenly became ferocious. Under her pale skin, there seemed to be earthworms crawling. She used one hand like a knife to cut tofu, chopping down a big tree that was as thick as the mouth of a well. Then she slammed her palm heavily toward Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon thrust his hand forward. His strong wind formed a wall in front of him. After the broken tree hit it, it turned into powder. For a moment, the broken pieces covered the sky. 2 snow-white sleeves wrapped around Chun Pingon's feet. Then, a woman's head popped out of the mud. No wonder she had to show half of her face to others. It turned out that although half of her face was deathly pale, she still had the appearance of a woman. The remaining half of her face was only covered by a thin layer of skin and bones. At first glance, she looked like an ugly woman with only half a face. Half of her face was like a pitiful woman on the verge of tears. She said in a trembling voice, "General, if you hate me for betraying you, you can just kill me. Don't cut my face with a knife. I can't take the pain." Chun Pingon allowed her sleeves to wrap around his feet. He lowered his head and looked. "You're one of the 4 trusted ghost generals of the nearby Greasy City's city lord, right? Why are you so close to the road? I have the jade token of the draped hemp sect. You shouldn't have come here to look for food. Aren't you afraid that the draped hemp sect's cultivators will cause trouble for you?" The female ghost in white didn't listen. She stretched out 2 fingers and tore off half of her face. The white bones inside were still covered with cuts made by sharp weapons. It was obvious that she had suffered an unusual pain before she died. She cried silently and pointed at the exposed white bones on half of her face. "General, it hurts, it hurts." Chun Pingon squatted down and looked at her with his hands in his sleeves. "All right, your mental manipulation is useless against me. I heard that Greasy Skin City has always been on good terms with the hemp sect. However, you have a group of archenemies. The leader is an Earth Immortal Nether Spirit who is good at close combat. He has few soldiers and horses under his command, only a dozen or so malicious ghosts. However, he often roams around and commits crimes. For example, the elite scouts over there come and go. That gold core, Nether Spirit loves to eat people alive, especially chi cultivators. If you fall into their hands, you will suffer a fate worse than death. You are like pigs and dogs. Today you can cut off a leg. Tomorrow you can cut off a piece of meat. They don't dare to offend the ghosts in the big cities, so they pick on the weak ones. They target Greasy City and secretly kidnap 1 or 2 female otherworldly items every now and then. Your situation is even worse. Ooh. The female ghost in white turned a deaf ear to his words and muttered, "It really hurts. It really hurts. I know I'm wrong. General, please be gentler." At this moment, Chun Pingon was surrounded by white fog, as if he was wrapped in an invisible cocoon. Chun Pingon's shoulders moved slightly. His gang chi shook, and the white fog shattered. The female ghost knew that she was in trouble. Just as she was about to dig into the ground to escape, Chun Pingon quickly punched her forehead. The yin chi around her body froze. Then Chun Pingon reached out and grabbed her neck, pulling her out of the ground. He shook his wrist and threw her heavily to the ground. The female ghost in white curled up like a snow-white mountain snake that had been beaten to a pulp. She collapsed on the ground. Chun Pingon sighed. "If you continue to dawdle like this, I'll really hit you hard." The female ghost in white chuckled and floated up. She turned into an otherworldly item that was 30 feet tall. Her snow-white clothes also grew bigger. There were a few concise sentences in the Rest Assured collection to introduce this otherworldly item of Greasy City. The female ghost called herself Half-Face Makeup. When she was alive, she was the concubine of a meritorious general. After she died, she turned into a vengeful spirit because she owned a robe of unknown origin. She was good at transforming into beautiful women. She used the fog to deceive cultivators' minds, allowing them to be slaughtered. She broke their bones and sucked their marrow. She was extremely difficult to kill. Once, she was hit by an Earth Immortal Sword cultivator who was traveling in the Ghost Valley, but she still survived. The gigantic, white-clothed ghost sleeves fluttered like ripples on a river. She reached out a hand that was as big as a praying mat and wiped her face. She and Chun Pingon stared at each other, and her remaining eye glowed with 7 different colors. Then, in a flash, she created a face out of thin air. Chun Pingon squinted his eyes. "You're courting death." The female ghost began to circle Chun Pingon. Her lips did not move, but her voice lingered around Chun Pingon. It was extremely seductive and bewitching. "You're willing to kill me? Can you kill me? Why don't you make love to me? You'll only have to consume some yang chi and spiritual chi. You can get what you want. I won't lose anything from you. Why not?" If it was in the past, no matter if it was when he traveled around the Aquarius continent or Tongi continent, or when he accidentally entered the Lotus Blossom-blessed land, Chun Pingon would carefully hide his trump card and use his strength and methods according to the strength of his opponent. It could be said that he was cautious and advanced step by step. If it was in the past when he met this white-clothed otherworldly creature, he would definitely fight with his fist first. Then he would use some talisman methods. Then he would use the Flying Sword 15 in the blade-strengthening gourd. Finally, he would unsheath the sword Saint on his back. But today, Chun Pingon directly unsheathed the sword and chopped off the head of the otherworldly creature with the sword Saint in his hand. After the head was separated, the head that returned to its original appearance stagnated in the air for a moment. Then it fell straight to the ground. Suddenly, the half-open female face on the head burst out a loud cry. Just as it was about to move, it was nailed to the ground by Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon casually grabbed the snow-white robe in the palm of his hand. It shrunk to the size of a silk handkerchief. It was as light as a feather and was full of spiritual chi. It was slightly cold to the touch, but it did not have any yin chi. It was a good robe. It might not be inferior to the grass robe he was wearing. This female ghost did not have any combat power. As Chun Pingon said, It was not difficult to beat her half to death with one punch. However, her real body was not here. No matter how hard he beat her, he could not hurt her. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, in this place full of Yin-Chi, the female ghost without a real body might be able to use her secret skills to kill Chinpingon countless times. She would not stop until the Yin-Chi in the skin, which was similar to the traveling Yin spirit, was exhausted and broke off from the real body. The Flying Sword 15 was the same. After all, they could not be like the natal flying sword of the legendary land Sword Immortal, which could penetrate time and water and ignore thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. As long as they followed the slightest trace, they could kill the enemy without leaving a trace. Only the sword Saint on his back was different. The inexplicable appearance and inexplicable disappearance of the female ghost from Greasy City not only dissipated her physical body in the blink of an eye, but she must have also injured some part of her original true body. The Sword Immortal returned to his scabbard on his own and remained silent. Chinpingon had just put the exquisite robe into his sleeve when he saw a stooped old woman not far away. She seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact, she had shrunk the ground into an inch. She stood 10 steps away from Chinpingon. The old woman's face was gloomy. It was just a harmless test. Why do you have to kill me? Do you really think that the Greasy City is a soft persimmon? The city lord is already here. Just wait for your death. Chinpingon looked up. There was a huge carriage floating in the air. It was surrounded by a large number of female officials. Some were holding a treasure cover to block the sun, some were holding a jade tablet to open the way, and some were holding a huge feather fan to block the wind and dust. It made the carriage look like an emperor on a tour. It seemed that the city lord of the Greasy City had come in person. In the Ghost Valley, whether it was the heroic spirit who seeded the land to become the king or the powerful Yin spirit who occupied the mountains and rivers, they were all more lawless than the island lords of the Book Lake. This group of female ghosts of the Greasy City was just not powerful enough. The bad things that they could do were not that big. Compared to other cities, their reputation was slightly better. Chinpingon held his bamboo hat and retracted his gaze. He looked at the old woman with a gloomy expression. "I'm not scared. First set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house." For 91, the old woman sneered. "You hurt the foundation of my sister's cultivation. This debt will be settled. So, what if you're an earth immortal sword cultivator with a divine weapon? You still can't escape." Chinpingon remained silent. Seeing that the city lord's carriage was about to arrive, the old woman began to chant and cast spells. The withered trees began to move as if they were human feet, plowing the soil, and soon a large open space was cleared. As the carriage slowly descended, 2 female ghosts in green holding ivory jade tablets were the first to land. They threw the tablets in their hands, and a burst of white light like spring water flowed to the ground. The dense forest turned into a white jade square, abnormally flat and spotless. Chinpingon did not want to touch the water when it passed by his feet. He gently jumped up and waved his hand to control a withered branch that was half a man's height. With a shake of his wrist, he nailed it to the ground. Chinpingon stood on the withered branch when he followed Mao Xiaodong to fight the enemy in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Mao Xiaodong specifically explained the power of a tactical array master. The 2 ghosts in green looked at each other and smiled. They did not expect that the foreign expert who made concubine by suffer so much was as timid as a mouse. The old woman sneered. "This young master is really courageous." Chinpingon replied, "Old mama has good eyesight." The 2 beautiful ghosts in green found it interesting and covered their mouths to laugh. In the Ghost Valley, where ghosts and monsters roamed everywhere, it was rare to see a living person, let alone an interesting man from the Yang realm. A huge carriage that looked like a woman's boudoir slowly landed on the ground. Immediately, two female ghosts dressed in luxurious clothing opened the curtains with gentle movements. One of them bowed and said softly, "City Lord, we've arrived." Chun Pingon raised his head and looked over. In the middle of the chariot sat a little girl wearing a phoenix coronet. The rouge on her face was a little too thick. Her eyes were blank, as if she was a soulless puppet. Her skirt spread out like a huge lotus leaf, occupying most of the chariot. It made the little girl look like a small lotus with its sharp horns. It was very comical. The city lord of Greasy Skin City was named Fan Yunluo. After her death, she took over the city and specialized in recruiting female ghosts. Ghosts had their own duties in Greasy Skin City, and she hated men. She gave herself the title of Marquise Rouge Powder because she was born with such an exquisite body. Although she was extremely short, it was said that her bones and flesh were well proportioned. She was also good at poetry and singing, and there were countless men who bowed down to her. When she was alive, she was a princess who was extremely doted on by the emperor. Her body was as light as a swallow, and in history there was a story of a palm dance that was passed down. The other female ghost in the palace dress felt helpless and had no choice but to remind him again, "City Lord, wake up, we're here." The little girl quivered and shook her head. She was still a little confused, but her eyes gradually regained clarity. She yawned and stretched out her hand to cover her eyes. There was a silk glove on her hand, and it was flowing with a precious light, revealing a fine jade-like wrist. Fan Yunluo looked down at the bamboo hat man standing on the withered branch. "Is it you, an unromantic guy, who caused my beloved Bai to be seriously injured and have to sleep in the soul-cleansing pool? Do you know that she has received my order to come here and discuss a business deal with you that will bring in a lot of money every day? Good intentions will be met with retribution." Fan Yunluo saw that the young man did not show any signs of speaking, but she was not angry. She continued, "That's right. Where did you hide the snowflake robe? It's not like my beloved Bai gave you a token of love, so why are you hiding it? Take it out. It's her beloved object, and she treasures it as much as her life. Without it, she will die of sadness. Our Greasy Skin City was kind enough to cooperate with you, but you returned the favor with evil intentions. Let's not talk about this first. In the Ghost Valley, we still have to rely on our fists to do the talking. You got the snowflake robe, so you have the ability. Now name a price and I'll buy it back." Chun Pingon asked with a smile, in City Lord Fan's eyes. "How much is this robe worth?" Fan Yunluo said seriously, "It should be worth at least 3 to 5 pieces of grain rain money. It's also my beloved Bai's favorite, so I redeemed it for her. Since I opened my mouth, I should at least double it. Then I'll take it as 8 pieces of grain rain money." Chun Pingon asked, "Next, City Lord Fan, are you going to ask me how much your little life is worth?" Then, after deducting 8 pieces of grain rain money and returning the Greasy Skin City's robe, you'll hand over a large sum of money as an apology? Fan Yunluo's eyes lit up and she leaned forward. Her young face was full of curiosity. "How can you be so clever? Don't tell me you can read my mind? How can you know what I'm thinking?" She shook her big sleeves. "Very well. After you pay and apologize, I'll give you a great fortune. I guarantee you'll make a lot of money, so don't worry." Chun Pingon asked, "What kind of business?" She stretched out her 2 hands and smiled. "Hand over the snowflake robe and the grain rain money. And then we'll talk about this business that will let your children and grandchildren enjoy wealth." Chun Pingon asked, "Why didn't City Lord Fan look for the sackcloth sect cultivators or other traveling experts to do this business?" She narrowed her eyes. "That bunch of old fogies who only want to slay demons are never greedy for money, but they look down on this business. Ordinary chi refinement warriors. If their realm is too low, they can't support it, wasting my Greasy Skin City's energy. If their realm is too high, it won't be easy to talk about splitting the profits. Who knows, we might even have to resort to underhanded means. These are all troublesome matters that disturb my dreams. After saying these words, Fan Yunluo still stretched out her hands and did not retract them. There was a hint of anger on her face. Don't you know that it's very tiring for you to let me freeze like this? Chun Pingon was lost in thought. Many big and small cities in the southern part of the Ghost Valley, including Greasy Skin City, generally maintained a subtle state of harmony with the sackcloth sect cultivators. However, it was extremely difficult to communicate with the Skeleton Beach cultivators. Therefore, many city lords would rely on their own resources and foresight to find one or several cultivators to help them build bridges so that they could do business with the outside world. Otherwise, the otherworldly items in the Ghost Valley could not escape the awkward situation of sitting on mountains and eating empty land. No matter how much Chi there was in the Ghost Valley, it was still a quantitative one. As long as the realm of the otherworldly items in the Ghost Valley was high enough and their vision was broad enough, they could more or less see the traces of the flow of Chi in the Ghost Valley. Therefore, the growth of each strong heroic spirit meant the loss of the rest of the otherworldly items. This was a game of chess. The fight for territory had always been about you having more than me. There was no possibility of both sides making money peacefully. More than half of the northern territory of the Ghost Valley was occupied by Jing City of Bones. Jing City of Bones also frequently sent troops to the south to invade and return. Therefore, the matter of opening source became the top priority of the southern city lords. On the surface, the sackcloth sect guarded the exits of the memorial archway. It looked like they were besieging the city, but in fact, they did not prevent the southern city lords from cultivating puppets to trade with the outside world. It was not that they did not have their own plans. They did not want the southern city to be too weak. They did not want Jing City to succeed in unifying the Ghost Valley. The old woman sternly said, "How dare you? The city lord is asking you a question, and you still dare to be in a daze." She was no different from Concubine Bai, who was wearing half of her face makeup. She was also one of the 4 trusted ghost generals of Greasy City of Fan Yunluo. When she was alive, she was a teaching nanny in the Imperial Palace. At the same time, she was also a consecrator of the Imperial Palace. Although she was a Chi cultivator, she was also good at close combat. Therefore, when Concubine Bai was severely injured, the Greasy City still dared to let her come and greet Chun Pingon. Otherwise, if they lost 2 ghost generals at once, the small Greasy City would be in danger. The surrounding cities were not easy to deal with. Fan Yunluo suddenly raised a hand, indicating that the old woman should not rush him. She showed a hint of vigilance. The young paladin slowly raised his head and took off his bamboo hat. The bamboo hat disappeared into thin air. This made the old woman and the 2 youths in the carriage slightly nervous. Sure enough, he was a guy who had immortal treasures such as the Fengcun tomb and the small arsenal. Chun Pingon casually put the bamboo hat into an item close to him. The bamboo hat was a common item. It was a suggestion from Wei Pai and Zhu Lian to remind Chun Pingon that when he was in the Jianghu, when he wore the bamboo hat, he should pay more attention to his aura and not leak too much, so as not to be too conspicuous and alert the enemy, especially in the deep mountains of the Great Swamp where ghosts ran rampant. Chun Pingon had to be more careful. Otherwise, it would be like wandering between tombs in the wilderness at night with a lantern, playing gongs and drums, imitating Pei Qian, and pasting a talisman on their foreheads. It was no wonder that the little ghosts were frightened and cowered, but the big ghosts would come to the door angrily. Chun Pingon had actually already discovered this when he was in the mountains of Hunan. At that time, Chun Pingon was puzzled. The golden gall bladder had been shattered. Logically speaking, the awe-inspiring image of, with morality, all evil will be repelled, should have collapsed and disappeared along with it. Ma Di and Gu Ken at that time were even more confused, not knowing the reason. Returning to his hometown, arriving at Luo Pa Mountain Bamboo House, following the rise of Chun Pingan's realm, as a martial artist of the sixth realm, he could actually already skillfully restrain his aura. But to be careful, Chun Pingan still wore the bamboo hat when he traveled to the central part of the Aquarius continent, as a form of self-reflection. After Chun Pingan took off his bamboo hat, he still deliberately suppressed his aura. He smiled and said, "In the past, I was forced by circumstances and had no choice but to do business with people who clearly had a death grudge against me. Now that I have skin and skin with you, it can't be said that there isn't much of a grudge between us. No matter how you look at it, we should discuss it properly. At the very least, we can still try and see if business can be done regardless of benevolence and righteousness. However, I've thought it through just now. Of course, we can do business." Chun Pingan once again took out the snow-white silk scarf-like snowflake robe. "This robe can be returned to Greasy Skin. In exchange, you tell me the whereabouts of the Earth Immortal Ghost. I'll do this business. As for the rest, forget about it." Fan Yunluo slowly stood up. Even though she was standing in the carriage, she was still no taller than the two young female ghosts dressed in palace attire below the steps outside the carriage. Fan Yunluo said with a straight face, "You've been nagging for so long. At first glance, you don't look like someone who has the guts to destroy jade and common stone. I hate bargaining the most in my life. Since you don't appreciate it, I'll peel off a part of your soul and leave it in Greasy Skin to light a lantern. Then we'll do business. You asked for it. You didn't want to earn a lot of money and can only earn a small profit to survive." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "I've learned my lesson. Therefore, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." In the North Continent, talking nonsense was the worst way. Didn't the saint of the academy personally come out and beat the three great cultivators into admitting their mistakes? Chun Pingan glanced at the canopy in the sky. He originally wanted to do it step by step, starting with the relatively weak Orus Core ghost. Now it seemed that he had to change his strategy. Single-handedly fighting the entire Greasy Skin City was also a rare opportunity to gain experience. And because Greasy Skin City was located in the southernmost part of the Ghost Valley, not far from Lanmas Town, Chun Pingan could either fight or retreat. But Chun Pingan had already made up his mind. Since he had started fighting, he would not leave any future troubles. Even if every time he retreated, it would be for the next battle with the ghost in Greasy Skin City. Otherwise, if he went north alone, he would have to constantly worry about sneak attacks from behind. That would be the real sloppiness. And in this way, he might even be able to save a golden contraction talisman. Previously, when Chun Pingan was traveling north, he always felt that the yin-yang barrier of the Ghost Valley was an yin-yang barrier. After careful consideration, if he used all his strength to attack with the sword deity, he might be able to temporarily split open a gap. But if he split open a path, he would be exhausted. Once he was too far away from the small door, it would still be difficult to leave. So Chun Pingan planned to write another golden contraction talisman. With two in hand, he would be far away from the heaven and earth barrier. Even if there were strong enemies waiting to intercept him halfway, he would still have a chance to escape from the Ghost Valley and reach the Skeleton Beach. But this matter could not be rushed. He had to draw the talisman in a secluded place. Otherwise, once his identity was exposed, not to mention 2 golden contraction talismans, even 20 of them would be useless. There were many immortal masters in the Ghost Ridge Valley, not to mention the Jingguan City Lord, who was in the pure jade realm. It should not be difficult for him to leave the Ghost Ridge Valley, but he was afraid that the hemp sect cultivators would occupy the Skeleton Beach and wait for him. But the hemp sect might instead hope that this pure jade realm ghost could leave the Ghost Valley. Without a leader, the Ghost Valley had always been fighting and scheming against each other. For thousands of years, there had been fierce killing and grudges between each other. Once there was no leader, it would be like a plate of loose sand. Fan Yunluo warned her subordinates telepathically, "Be careful of the sword on his back. It is very likely that it is a magic weapon that only an Earth immortal sword cultivator can possess." Fan Yunluo's eyes were burning. She rubbed her palms, and her gloves shone brightly. This was one of the reasons why she, the Marquis of Rouge, could build a city in the south of the Ghost Valley and stand tall. Fan Yunluo twitched the corner of her mouth. As long as she could capture this young man, it would be an extremely considerable unexpected windfall. The green robe on his body was not bad, and the wine pot on his waist might have been cast by a master to make it look even better, together with the sword. Not only would the tribute to the White Cage City this year be settled, she could choose between the green robe and the red wine pot. Greasy City would also have a large surplus. As long as she could expand her army by more than 1,000, she might not have to rely on others and struggle at death's door. After all, when she sent Concubine by, who did not have high combat power but was good at hallucination, to test the waters, she was prepared for both sides. If the bone was hard to chew, then she would take a step back and do business for a long time. But if this person had a precious treasure but was not capable, then it was no wonder that Greasy City would be able to take advantage of the situation. In the Ghost Valley, not to mention eating people, even ghosts would be eaten. Chun Pingon stretched out his hand and put it over his shoulder. "Go and play with it yourself. Remember to kill with one blow, and don't damage the opponent's skeleton. I want to keep the skeletons of these female ghosts as my capital. If they're broken, they won't sell for a good price." Then Chun Pingon patted the blade-strengthening gourd. Same principle. A long golden line swept out from behind Chun Pingon. The blade-strengthening gourd on his waist also flew out 2 snow-white and ghostly green fireflies. On the white jade square, dozens of female otherworldly items from Greasy City had formed a circle. They only felt a beam of golden light pass by them. Their eyes burned as if they were looking at the scorching sun. In the next moment, they were all gone. A bit of light even pierced through their eyebrows. Chun Pingon was not in a hurry. He rolled up the sleeves of his green robe, jumped down from the deadwood under his feet, and walked straight to the carriage. Protective feelings for the fairer sex? In the dilapidated ancient temple of the Combe Country, the straw sandals youth once punched a female ghost's head like rain, and directly smashed the charming ghost who was showing off her charm. In the city god pavilion of the beautiful clothes country, he once fought with Shiro, who was still a withered bones beautiful ghost at that time. In the earliest days, Kai Chinchien in the Yunxia mountain was suddenly hit by a piece of porcelain in his neck in a shabby alley. The old woman was trembling with fear, as if she was hesitating whether to protect the city lord and block this person's path with her life. Fan Yunluo's face was as cold as ice, but in the next moment, it suddenly bloomed like a spring flower. She smiled charmingly and said, "Sword Immortal, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? The price is negotiable. After all, Sir Sword Immortal has the final say." Chun Pingon suddenly exerted force under his feet, and a spider web appeared. The white jade square, which was made by the 2 jade tablets of the female ghost who had opened the way, was suddenly smashed like porcelain, and the fragments sputtered in all directions. Chun Pingon was in a straight line and rushed towards the carriage. The 2 female ghosts tried to stop him, but they were directly sent flying by Chun Pingon's majestic fist aura from both sides. Fan Yunluo's expression changed slightly. She waved her sleeves, and the lotus leaf-like skirt that occupied a large part of the carriage fluttered. She giggled, but the hatred in her eyes was clearly visible. She said in a coquettish voice, "I'm afraid of you. See you later. If you have the ability, come to the City of Skin and whisper sweet words with me." The carriage swayed, and the 2 maids in palace attire were directly shaken off the carriage, and they fell to the ground. Chun Pingon leaped high and stretched out his hand. The Sword Immortal, who had telepathy swept over and was held in Chen Pingan's hand. He slashed down with his sword. The huge carriage nimbly rolled and barely dodged the sword. Then it instantly sank into the ground of the dense forest, and there was a dull sound as it escaped through the ground. Chen Pingan tapped the tip of his foot and stepped on the flying sword Chu-Yi that had rushed over. His figure rose more than 100 feet, and following the sounds and movements underground, he finally focused his attention on one direction. The sword immortal in his hand swept out, and like an arqueballista arrow, it shot out. The carriage hurriedly changed its trajectory and dodged the sword immortal's thrust. With this slight obstruction, Fan Yunluo's escaping speed inevitably slowed down. Chen Pingan stepped on Chu-Yi and Chu-Yi, and time after time, he lightly touched the surface of the water. He raised his arm high and punched the ground. Under the ground, there was a rumbling sound, like spring thunder in the netherworld. Waves of treasure light swayed under the ground. And there was a series of curses from the city lord of Greasy City. Finally, his voice became softer and softer, and it seemed that the carriage had escaped into the depths of the forest. Chen Pingan knew that this was the secret art of the carriage's underground escape, and there must be some restrictions. The more it floated on the surface, the faster the carriage would be, and the deeper it burrowed into the ground, the more obstructions there would be under the strange soil of the Ghost Valley. At first, Fan Yunluo thought that she was lucky, but now that she suffered a great loss, she could only choose the lesser of two evils. She would rather return to Greasy City slowly and avoid his fist aura that shook the earth and the Sword Immortal's assassination. The Sword Immortal and Chen Pingan's minds were connected, and he stepped on it. He did not rise too high and kept it as close to the ground as possible. Then he rode the sword to Greasy City. As for the flying swords Chu-Yi and Chu-Yi, they followed the carriage underground. No matter what, he could not let Fan Yunluo hide in Greasy City too easily. Moreover, Chen Pingan wanted to try and see if the Greasy Skin City's city protecting Great Array could withstand his sword. On top of a small mountain, Chen Pingan stopped the Sword Immortal. There stood a white-bone ghost wearing a scholar's robe, without any flesh and blood, with a sword at his waist. He smiled and said, "Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Why did you have to kill Fan Yunluo? She has always bullied the weak and feared the strong, and she is the best at judging the situation. You don't have to worry about her pestering you. She has been smart for so many years, and more than once, she has to suffer in silence. She has long been used to it. Since she is scared out of her wits, she will only lower her head and apologize. Moreover, if you really kill Fan Yunluo, you will break a rule set by Zhu Quan and the city lord of Jingguan City. You will be killed by a group of city lords, and you will have to leave the Ghost Valley. Let me kindly remind you, if you go further north, even if you ride the sword close to the ground, you will be discovered by the nearby city lords." Chen Pingan asked, "You are?" The skeleton swordsman in scholar's robe smiled and said, "Fan Yunluo coincidentally helped to block the disaster. She is a Jindan ghost and name in my city, but that is all. I advise you to quickly return to the Crow Ridge, or else you will have worked for nothing, and the Jindan ghost will take away all the spoils of war. Let's say in advance the Ghost Valley's monarch and minister, master and servant, is a joke. No one takes it seriously. Even the Heavenly King will not recognize it. Believe it or not, it is your business." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "So it is the city lord of White Cage City, the skeleton with the scholar's robe, and the sword hanging from its waist looked ridiculous, but it did not give people a sense of absurdity. It nodded and smiled. Nice to meet you." Chen Pingan thought for a while. Chen Pingan smiled and patted the blade-strengthening gourd. The flying swords number 1 and number 15 flew back into the gourd. Chun Pingan's hands were in his sleeves. His left hand was holding a golden material withdrawal talisman. His right hand was holding the walnut bracelet. City Lord, do you have any other suggestions? The strongest Een spirit in the south of the Ghost Valley shook its head. No. Chun Pingan rode the sword immortal, drawing an arc and flying away. The City Lord of White Cage City lightly stomped his feet. Come out. A carriage rolled out from the foot of the hill. This treasure of greasy Skin City was severely damaged, showing the power of the sword and fist. Fan Yunluo sat in the carriage, covering her face with her hands, crying. At this moment, she really looked like an innocent girl. The skeleton in green robe and sword laughed. When will you not do a business that does not lose money? Why don't you think about it, a young man who is cautious everywhere, but dares to go directly to Qinglu town? Is he here to die? Fan Yunluo was like a pear blossom in the rain, lying in the carriage, wailing and complaining. Returning to the Crow Ridge, Chun Pingan sighed in relief. Except for the old woman who was gone, the rest of the dead female ghosts, otherworldly items and bones were still there. $4.92. Compared to when he was chasing after Fan Yunluo, Chun Pingan purposely flew higher into the sky. The gold core ghost in the White Cage City, indeed, quickly led the way and left. It was not that Chun Pingan did not want to pay a price and try to wipe them out in one go. At the very least, he should have fought them for a while. Originally, Chun Pingan's first choice for this trip to Qinglu town was this group of wandering ghosts in the southern part of the Ghost Valley. However, the appearance of the Lord of the White Cage City, Pu Meng, made Chun Pingan change his mind. The words of this heroic spirit recorded in the Rest Assured collection were almost cumbersome. They were not stingy at all. When Chun Pingan first read this book, he almost thought that the head cultivator who wrote the Rest Assured collection was an admirer of this Pu Meng. The bloody words of praise in the book did not affect Chun Pingan's decision. What really made Chun Pingan keep the peace were the words, "Peak, nascent soul." Since the other party finally appeared in person but did not choose to make a move, Chun Pingan was willing to take a step back. Chun Pingan looked at the sparkling and translucent white bones on the ground. There were no less than 20 of them. After being killed by the sword immortal Chui Wu and Chui Wu, the ghosts and souls of these greasy women had long dissipated and became the essence of this small world. Just as Chun Pingan was about to collect the white bones, he suddenly frowned. He steered his sword immortal and was about to leave the place. However, after some thought, he paused for a moment and kept most of the white bones, leaving only 6 or 7 glistening white bones in the forest. Only then did he leave Crow Ridge on his sword at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the 2 figures on the winding path from afar, Chun Pingan was relieved. However, he was still not at ease. He sheathed his sword, put on his bamboo hat, and landed on the ground in a secluded place. He walked to the road and stood there, quietly waiting for the couple to come closer. The couple also saw Chun Pingan. Just like before, they planned to take a detour and pretend to look for some herbs and stones that could be exchanged for money. However, they found that the young ranger only took off his bamboo hat and did not move. The couple looked at each other and felt somewhat helpless. They could only bite the bullet and walk back to the road. The man in front and the woman behind, they walked towards Chun Pingan together. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. They silently prayed for the protection of the 3 pure ones. When the couple came closer, Chun Pingan held his bamboo hat with one hand and pointed to the dense forest behind him with the other. He said, "Just now at the Crow Ridge, I fought a fierce battle with a group of malicious ghosts. Although I won by a narrow margin, there were many ghosts that escaped. It is inevitable that there will be a fight later. If you are not afraid of being implicated by me, you must be more careful if you want to continue north. The couple looked at each other in dismay, their expressions miserable. The toll fee paid by the memorial archway was 5 snowflakes per person. However, for a rootless cultivator of the 5 states like the husband and wife, they were not chi cultivators who were proficient in ghost Dao spells. Once they entered the Ghost Valley, they would be consuming their aura all the time. Not to mention that it was unbearable for both their body and mind. For this reason, they had specially bought a bottle of expensive elixir so that they could travel as far as possible in the Ghost Valley. They could rely on unexpected gains to make up for it. Otherwise, if it was only for stability, they should have chosen the road that had been worn out by their predecessors in Lawn Musk Town. As long as one could become a cultivator and set foot on the road of immortality, no one would be stupid. Especially when it came to making money, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was exhausting and scheming. The couple's faces were pale. The young woman tugged at the man's sleeve. "Forget it. This is our fate. It is better to cultivate slowly than to die." The man shook his head and held the woman's hand. He said softly, "You can't wait any longer. When the water is full, the moon is full. If you drag it on, it will only harm you. A good thing will become a disaster." The man let go of her hand and faced Chin Pingan. His eyes were firm. He clasped his fists and thanked him. On the road of cultivation, there are many unexpected situations. Since our realms are low, we can only resign ourselves to fate. We can't blame young master, my wife, and I still have to thank young master for his kind reminder. Chun Pingan asked, "Madam, are you about to enter the cave-dwelling realm? But your foundation is not stable, and you need to rely on immortal coins and artifacts to increase the possibility of breaking through." The woman sighed softly. The man nodded. "Young master, you have sharp eyes. That is indeed the case." Chun Pingan asked, "May I ask, how big is the gap?" The man said helplessly, "For us, the amount is huge. Otherwise, we would not have come to the Ghost Valley. We are really forcing ourselves to break through the gates of hell." Chun Pingan tentatively asked, "How much immortal coins are you short of?" The man hesitated for a moment and said bitterly, "To tell you the truth, a few years ago, my wife and I traveled to more than a dozen countries and finally found an immortal shop on the west side of the Skeleton Beach. We chose a natal item that was most suitable for my wife to refine. It was already the most fair price, but we still needed 800 snowflakes. The shopkeeper was kind enough to keep the spiritual weapon that we didn't need to worry about the sales. As long as we collected enough immortal money within 5 years, we could buy it at any time. We are both rogue cultivators of the lower 5 realms. We have traveled the markets of various countries and are willing to earn any money, but unfortunately, we are not capable enough and still lack 500 snowflakes." The woman's heart was filled with sorrow. In fact, her husband still had some things that he did not say, but it was really difficult to say. This time, in order to enter the Ghost Valley to earn 500 immortal coins, the bottle of elixir used to replenish chi had cost more than 100 immortal coins. Just now, the money that they earned along the way was converted to immortal coins. 1 immortal coin was not even enough to buy 1 immortal coin. Money in the Ghost Valley was not so easy to earn. They saw that the young ranger with a sword on his back seemed to be hesitating. He reached out and pressed the vermilion wine pot on his waist. He should be thinking about something. The husband and wife did not say anything else, so as not to be suspected of complaining. On the road of cultivation, if a rogue cultivator met an immortal of a higher realm, it was already a great blessing for both sides to be able to live in peace. They did not dare to expect more. After many years of wandering the Jianghu, this pair of Tao companions were used to the scene of rogue cultivators dying. They had seen so many that even the sadness of the death of a rabbit was gone. When the young ranger raised his head, the husband and wife's hearts tightened. Chun Pingon asked. I entered the Ghost Valley this time to gain experience. At first, I did not have the intention to seek wealth, so I did not bring anything to store things. I did not expect that previously in the Crow Ridge, I was inexplicably besieged by fierce ghosts. Although the consequences are endless, but it can be considered a small harvest. You see, you husband and wife just happen to have a big box. Even if you help me take away those bones, I estimate that you can sell them for a few immortal coins. At the Naya market, you can sell the bones first, then wait for me for a month. If you wait for me, you can get a 20% share of the profits. If I don't appear, then you don't have to wait for me. No matter how much immortal coins you sell, it will be the private property of you husband and wife. The woman was stunned. Just as she was about to speak, the man grabbed her hand and tightly gripped it, cutting her off. Young master, have you ever thought that if we sold white bone, obtained snow and money, and then left, wouldn't young master be worried? Chun Pingon laughed. Since I dare to do this kind of business, do you think I won't be able to find you 2 wild cultivators afterwards? The man asked again, why doesn't young master simply leave the Ghost Valley with us? We husband and wife can be young master's porters and earn some hard-earned money. As long as we don't lose, young master can sell the bones himself. Chun Pingon frowned. I said, this trip to the Ghost Valley is to sharpen my cultivation, not to seek wealth. If you are worried about a trap, then forget it. The man glanced at the dense forest in the distance and laughed. Then I will follow young master to the Crow Ridge. Windfall from the sky, such a wonderful thing. If we miss it, we will suffer the wrath of heaven. Young master can rest assured, we husband and wife will definitely wait for a month in the Naya market. The man did not allow his wife to refuse. He let her take down the big box, one in each hand, and followed Chun Pingon to the Crow Ridge. When he saw the 5 skeletons that were in excellent condition, he was dumbfounded. He carefully put them into the wooden box, and the young man with the bamboo hat squatted not far away, looking at some rusty armors and weapons. Finally, when the pair of Tao companions each carried the heavy box, walking on the path back, they felt like it was a lifetime ago. They could not believe it. The man was silent for a long time, then grinned. It's like a dream. The woman whispered, is there really such a good thing in the world? The man looked back, but that person's figure was long gone. He turned back and comforted. Master's actions are unexpected. Just treat it as if we met a sword immortal. The man gradually came back to his senses and whispered, think about it. How many wild cultivators dare to say, no matter what, they can sell it for some money? Such a tone. Can we say it out loud? Even if we bite the bullet and pretend, can we say it so naturally to this young master? I guess this person must be a direct disciple of one of those immortal mansions with the word sect. Definitely not a wild cultivator like we guessed at the beginning. That's why he can be so generous and act so heroic. And that sentence threatening us, listen to it. It can be guaranteed that his family background is shocking. For 93, the man who had been sleeping soundly in the depression of the mountain cliff shook his sleeves. The mountain stream water was like snow-white pearls falling into the water. He smiled and asked, young master, now that things have come to this, what do you say? Chun Pingon said, I don't have much money, so I won't fight with you. The man was overjoyed and nodded, then I'll owe you a favor. The old fox of West Mountain was not happy. He used his wooden staff to hit the ground heavily and then stretched out 2 fingers, pointing at Chun Pingon and the ragged man. This old man said, whoever has money will be my son-in-law. There is no need to talk about feelings. You're a young man wearing a bamboo hat, yet you're so generous. I've purposely tested your character time and time again, but I've always let you pass. Now that things have come to this, all that's left is for the rice to be cooked. If my daughter follows you, She won't have to worry about food and clothes for the rest of her life, wearing gold and silver. Maybe she will be more like a rich young lady than those female officials under Fan Yunluo in Greasy City. As for that beggar, he has been drinking the northwest wind here for several months. What kind of bird is he? This old man's heart is like a mirror. No matter how big the world is, it's not as big as his words. No, no. My daughter was born to enjoy life. She can't bear hardships. This old man will definitely not watch my precious daughter jump into the fire pit. Chun Pingan's horizons were broadened. In these years of traveling, he had seen mountain gods get married. He had seen fox demons seduce scholars. He had seen city god take concubines. But he had never seen someone casually marry off their daughter. The ragged man helplessly said, "Father-in-law, I don't have any money on me. Not even a single piece of snow. This son-in-law can't cheat you. But before I came to this ghost valley, I did a big business deal. I had no choice but to sell an armory close to me, along with the immortal money and many magic tools at a low price. But I'm actually not poor." The old fox was furious. He used his wooden staff to hit the ground several times and hissed, "You're cheating me again. Get lost. This old man's dog eyes only recognize money." Chun Pingan took out a handful of snow and spent it. "I only have this much immortal money on me." Old Fox Shishan said with a sickly voice, "Child, you always beat around the bush when you speak. I can't tell if it's true or false, but it doesn't matter. It's better than that beggar. You are my son-in-law. In the future, the expansion of our West Mountain Fox clan will depend on you, son-in-law. While you are still young and strong, you should put in more effort. By the way, my daughter is called Wei Taijin, her maiden name. She also has a younger brother, Wei Gaowu, who is a good-for-nothing. Once you enter a family, you are a family. In the future, remember to take care of this brother-in-law of yours. In the future, when you leave the Ghost Valley with him, if you have the opportunity, help him marry 17 or 18 immortal girls." Ooh, but Chun Pingan reached out to the man. The man smiled knowingly and said, "You can lend me this immortal money. It's even better to give it to me. This way I'll have money." Old Fox Shishan's eyes spun. Could it be that the beggar had invited helpers to join forces to kidnap his daughter? The young girl hiding behind the small dark green umbrella timidly asked, "Young master, I only want to ask one thing. Did you see a golden hairpin at the bottom of the water?" Chun Pingan shook his head and said, "Honestly, I didn't see it." The young girl faintly sighed and slowly got up. Her figure was graceful, but she was still hidden deep inside the dark green umbrella. She was just like the owner of the umbrella. There was a hole the size of a stone, which somewhat ruined the scenery. The young girl's voice was actually cold and clear, but it had a natural foxy charm. This was probably the innate ability of foxy charms in the world. "Young master, don't blame my father. Just treat it as a joke." The young girl pulled old Fox Shishan's sleeve and said softly, "Father, let's go." The old man fiercely glared at the young man wearing the bamboo hat. The more he looked like a swindler. He coldly snorted, "The matter of marriage is not a game. We'll talk about it later." Old Fox Shishan and the young girl holding the umbrella hurriedly left. Because of their messy footsteps, the dark green gourd hanging on the wooden staff swayed incessantly. Once the two foxy charms left, the mountain stream quickly regained its silence. The birds were gone. The mountains and rivers were tranquil. There was actually a deathly stillness in the tranquility. Chun Pingan put away the handful of snow and put it into his sleeve. The man laughed. "Count it as me, Yong Chong Xian, owing you half a favor." Chun Pingan shook his head. "No need to be so polite. I was just thinking that it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." The man did not say anything else. He was probably so hungry that he had no strength left. He found a slightly flat cliff and lay down in a daze. Chun Pingan took off his bamboo hat and stared at the mountain stream that was like the specks of fireflies in the summer night. Since he came to Treasure Mirror Mountain, he naturally came for opportunities and artifacts. Although there was not much hope, everything depended on effort. There were indeed opportunities in the world that came by lying down, but in the end, they were few and far between. More of them were the methods that wild cultivators used to earn money. Swallows held mud in their mouths and ants moved. Once they were lucky enough to encounter a true cultivation opportunity, danger and fortune coexisted. They had to be extremely careful. They might even have to risk their lives. Just like that pair of Tao companions of the lower 5 realms who should already be in Limbo Pass Bazaar. Until they reached Crow Ridge, they had searched and picked up many things. In fact, they did not even earn a single drop of snow. If they continued to head north to Qinglu Town, they might both die. They were worthy of being Tao companions. They would really become a pair of dying mandarin ducks. As for the name Yang Chongxian, Chen Pingan ran through it in his mind. He did not have the slightest recollection. There was no record of it in the Rest Assured collection. He should not be the godlike city lord of heroic spirit in Ghost Valley, or some powerful lean spirit that did not listen to orders in White Cage City. He should be a strange person who came here to gain experience. As for his cultivation, he should not be underestimated. This was because Chun Pingan was completely unable to see through his roots and depth, just like the black-robed elder who walked through the memorial arch with him. His divine aura was restrained, and his true spirit was hidden deep. Chun Pingan still guessed that he was at least an earth immortal sword cultivator of the Golden Core realm. Of course, there was a greater possibility that Yang Chongxian was simply an alias. Chun Pingan's fear towards Pu Chung of White Cage City was more, because the other party's cultivation was too high. But for some reason, this Yang Chongxian gave Chun Pingan a sense of danger, more than Pu Chung. This was definitely not because Yang Chongshuan's cultivation was higher than Pu Cheng's peak nascent soul realm. Even if Chun Pingan could not see through this person's depth, he could vaguely feel that compared to Pu Chung, who seemed to be one with the heavens and earth, Yang Chongxian was still a little lacking. On the path of cultivation, this was often a natural mode. The man who called himself Yang Chongxian lay on the other side of the river, crossed his legs, and smiled. If you came for the biggest opportunity in Treasure Mirror Mountain, I advise you to forget about it. I also advise you to stop looking at the water to look for treasures. If you look at it for too long, your soul will suddenly tremble at some point. You will lose control of your body, and your mind will be unstable. Your soul will leave your body and flow into the mountain stream like water, and it will be difficult to retrieve it. During this process, those below the earth immortal realm will be unaware. If I tell you about the secret of Treasure Mirror Mountain quietly eating people's souls, I will repay the half a favor I owed you before. This mountain stream was created when the mirror fell to the ground. This was what the Hemp Sex Relax collection purposely said to scare people. It was not that those old antiques who dealt with dead people and underworld artifacts in the past were worried that outsiders would steal their opportunity. It was just that this item was difficult to find. If normal cultivators entered the mountain to look for treasures, they would easily end up like the birds and skeletons at the bottom of the water, becoming the essence of the mountains and rivers. Not only that, half of the souls of earth immortals would be imprisoned in the water and could not escape. The remaining half would enter the cycle of reincarnation. Even if they could be reincarnated and continue to be human, for Qi cultivators, having an incomplete soul was a great taboo. As for why I can cultivate here, naturally, I came prepared. Yang Chongxian spoke halfway. If he spoke too much, the other party might become suspicious. Languid, he swung one of his legs and said, "My temperament is unstable. I like to learn a bit of everything, but I am not proficient in it." After hearing this, Chen Pingan retracted his gaze and put on his bamboo hat again. He planned to leave the Mirror Treasure Mountain. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the strange flowers and herbs of the celestial mountain's secret realm, had to be obtained in the right way, and obtained in the right way. Both were indispensable. They were extremely particular about the right time, right place, and right people, who was where, what time and what day, what method was used, and what secret treasures were used to carry it. Everything was interlinked. A high realm was far from enough to decide everything. There was a clear record in the relaxed collection that the city lord of Celestial Ancestral City was determined to obtain the opportunity of the Mirror Treasure Mountain. However, after 100 years of hard work, he still could not solve it. Since he had already started, he went all out. Other than the ghosts in his own city, he also borrowed more than 1,000 otherworldly items from the surrounding 3 cities that were on good terms with him. He also borrowed a group of talisman warriors from Bailong City, who specialized in moving mountains. He tried to directly move the Mirror Treasure Mountain and move the entire mountain to Celestial Ancestral City. However, after spending a lot of manpower and resources, in the end, it was still futile. It could be seen that the opportunity of the Mirror Treasure Mountain was hard to grasp. If he wanted to obtain the painting of the heavenly official and goddess of the Mural City, he could only rely on his own life. And if he wanted to take the mirror, he did not even know what he had to rely on. The Hemp sect did not know, nor did the Ghost Valley. However, Chun Pingon quickly changed his mind. In any case, he should at least give it a try. He had to change some of his deep-rooted, old-fashioned ideas. He could not always think that he could not grasp an additional opportunity. The old fox of West Mountain walked down the Mirror Treasure Mountain. He held his staff in one hand and twirled his beard in the other. He sighed along the way. The young girl was a little absent-minded. The old man suddenly asked, "Taishan, why don't you marry the ghost commander of 3 Fighters City? That otherworldly item is one of the best generals under the command of the city master of 3 Fights City. It's not an ordinary otherworldly item. Compared to those creatures with big bloody mouths or skeletons that don't even have half a piece of flesh, it's still pretty neat. In our place, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a handsome young man." The young girl frowned. The old man helplessly said, "Yes, in the past, that Taoist Yun you said that your ideal husband must be someone who can see the deep stream and the golden hairpin. But how many years have passed? 200 years? 300 years? In the marketplace outside the Ghost Valley, at your age, the grandson of the grandson of the grandson should have already married and had children." The young girl was bored to death. She gently twisted the small green umbrella with a hole in it and turned her head to look at the mountainside of the Mirror Treasure Mountain. She muttered, "Father, don't rush your daughter. Let's wait a little longer. At most, 100 years. If you still can't wait, then I will marry." The old man lamented, "Then you must marry into a rich family. It is best not to be too crafty. You must be filial and know how to treat your father-in-law well. Apart from a generous betrothal gift, you must also show your filial piety to your father-in-law from time to time. And you, after you get married, don't become a spilled water. For the rest of your father's life, whether or not I can live a comfortable life depends on you and my future son-in-law." Ooh. The young girl hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Father, is it really like what the ghost commander of 3 Fighter City said? If I marry him, the city lord of 3 Fighter City will help you build an ancestral temple on the Mirror Treasure Mountain and become a water god that eats incense." The old man sneered. "Human words cannot be trusted, let alone this kind of nonsense. Don't you know how precious the water god of the Ghost Valley is? There are so many city lords in the north and south. How many are there? Although with our background, we don't dare to dream of forming a golden body or becoming a mountain deity. Who would dare to go against the rules of the scholarly saints? However, it's still a water god, so it's still possible. Unfortunately, Father knows his own weight and doesn't have that fate. The water immortal technique that Father cultivates in the Remnant's secret manual. Secretly drinking a bit of Mirror Treasure Mountain's water luck, relying on a stupid method to increase my cultivation bit by bit, is already the limit. The young girl smiled sweetly. Father, you are afraid that becoming a god will have to suffer the pain of being skinned to the bone and frying the soul in oil, right? The old man was also a thick-skinned person. That is natural. In this world, whether it is the living or the dead, or us mountain spirits and swamp spirits, when we walk this path, we are all rushing to enjoy happiness. Why is it relatively easy for the dynasty's heroic spirits to become gods? That is because they have the protection of the country's fate and merit. Why is it so dangerous for spirits and swamp spirits to become gods? Isn't it because they are too far away from the secular world? They can't save up merit and have to take credit from the heavens. Father has been in this ghost valley. How many living people have I seen in my life? What kind of merit is there? Moreover, every time I see one, I will trap them to death. I tricked so many chi cultivators to go to the mountain stream to watch the water, causing them to lose their souls. For these hundreds of years, every time it is the Qingming festival, I will go around Mirror Treasure Mountain and burn incense. Do you think it is fun? This is because I feel guilty in my heart. The old man stomped his feet for no reason and said angrily, Daughter, you are so beautiful. Why do those city lords look down on you? Otherwise, don't even talk about a sparrow turning into a phoenix. Even if you become a favored concubine of a certain city lord, your father and that useless younger brother of yours will also have a meteoric rise in their lives. Why would we need to stay in this godforsaken Mirror Treasure Mountain and stare at each other, eating and waiting for death? Just look at that big pervert in Powderlang City. He was saying that he wanted to marry you in a palanquin. Why is it that after all these years, he no longer has any desires? Ooh, the young girl looked a little innocent. Whether someone likes you or not, can you force it? She had a pair of beautiful eyes. The old fox sighed. The West Mountain Fox clan was withering day by day. There were not many left. He heard that there was a place in Treasure Vase Continent where the Fox clan flourished, but the old fox firmly believed that his daughter, even if she went there, she would still be a stunning beauty. At the White Jade Plaza in front of the Greasy City's city lord's residence, it was sparkling like a mirror. A young girl clenched her fists and placed them in front of her chest. She frowned and pouted, looking at the broken carriage. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. She had suffered a great loss. After escaping twice, the Greasy City Lord did not rejoice at all. She only felt pain. The first time, she admitted defeat. Her skills were not as good as others. It was a common thing in Guiming Valley. Many of the glorious city lords in history were not as good as her. They worked like cows for Bailong City and Xiangzhou City. They were worse than chickens and dogs. Chickens and dogs still dared to bark and bark at passers-by. Would those great ghosts who were once city lords dare to do so now? But the second time, it seemed to be a light breeze. There was no blood stench at all. Instead, it was what made Fan Yunluo worried. The favor owed to the famous white-bone sword immortal in Guiming Valley had always been repaid. There was no exception. Fan Yunluo sniffled and wiped her face. She walked around the precious carriage and touched it here and there. Her heart ached. If she wanted to repair it, she would need to spend a lot of money. In Guiming Valley, if she did not use her family's wealth, how hard would it be to earn some money? All of a sudden, Fan Yunluo banged her forehead against the carriage, causing a loud bang. She howled with all her might. Seeing this, the old woman who was lucky enough to return to the city alive became more and more guilty. Back then, at Crow Ridge, she and the other female ghosts in palace attire fled in all directions. Some of them were unlucky, and when it rains, it pours. It would have been better for them to die under the sword of that young sword immortal and be captured by that golden core ghost. She escaped quickly, and after that, she even gathered a few female officials from the city to make up for her mistakes. But now, looking at the city lord's appearance, the old woman's heart was pounding. Looking at the city lord's attitude, could it be that he wanted her to take out her private savings to repair this treasure carriage? For a moment, the old woman had the idea of going to another city. In Guaming Valley, the big fish ate the small fish ate the shrimps. The shrimps at the bottom could only eat mud. Once there was a loss of soldiers, the consequences were unimaginable. It was easy to attract the covetous eyes of the surrounding forces. Once several forces secretly formed an alliance and swarmed together, Guaming Valley was destined to be torn apart. Here, as long as there was a fight, the biggest taboo was to be in a stalemate, or to kill 1,000 of the enemy and lose 800 of your own men. This was because bigger forces would often take advantage of the situation. Two sides who fought to the death. If they worked hard for others, why bother? But once a city in Guaming Valley decided to make a move, most of the time, after weighing the pros and cons, decided to eat the prey. Therefore, it was usually a sure thing to kill in one blow. Although Fan Yunluo had a cultivation base of gold core, Guaming Valley still appeared to be weak. Therefore, Fan Yunluo liked to deliberately mystify things. For example, she revealed to the outside world that her relationship with the Linen sect was quite good. She recognized a direct disciple of the Linen sect's ancestral hall, who was stationed in Qinglu Town, as her sworn brother. But the old woman knew everything, and was just making up nonsense. If the other party was willing to nod his head, not to mention a sworn brother of the same generation, Fan Yunluo was willing to recognize him as her godfather, or even the old ancestor. Fortunately, that cultivator was devoted to Tao and did not care about worldly affairs. In the Linen sect, he was the same as Yang Lin of Wall Painting City. He was a proud son of heaven with a bright future. He was too lazy to care about the dirty thoughts of Guaming Valley. Guaming Valley was originally the lowest power among the southern cities of Guaming Valley. The group of female ghosts that she brought to Crow Ridge were all Fan Yunluo's confidants who could fight. This trip really hurt the foundation of Guaming Valley. Concubine Bai was already seriously injured, at least 60 years old, at most 100 years old. She could only lie half dead in that pool. Losing a bit of combat strength was nothing. Concubine Bai was not known for her combat strength, but she was secretly the mistress of Fenling City's city lord. This was a fact that everyone in the southern part of Ghost Dawn Valley knew, and was not considered a secret. And the city lord's wife was not only the city lord's Tao companion, she was also the true manager. Because of Concubine Bai, Fenling City had always been extremely displeased with Greasy Skin City. The old woman slightly lowered her head. Her face was gloomy and uncertain. She thought to go all the way. Why not steal the central magical instrument of Guaming Valley's great city defense array and submit to the Lady of Fenling City? As long as Fenling City took over Guaming Valley, the next city lord of Guaming Valley might be the next city lord of Guaming Valley. There was hope that the position would belong to her. Guaming Valley, the northern and southern cities, a total of 36. The city lord had always been flowing water. The city was made of iron. When the city lord changed, it was just a change of name. This was an unwritten rule in Guaming Valley. It was said that it was passed down from Guaming Valley. When attacking a city, there was strife. It did not matter if you eliminated the root of the problem. No matter how you devoured or killed ghosts, it did not matter. The only thing that was not allowed was wantonly destruction, to the extent of destroying the city into ruins. Unless you had the foundation and capital, within 10 years you could rebuild a city on the ruins. Otherwise, once the 10 years were up, the Guaming Valley's great earth immortal ghost commanders would lead their troops to the south. That would really be a massacre. The old woman was hesitant. Although she was more inclined to betray Gui Ming Valley and the incompetent Fan Yunluo, she was still in a dilemma. This kind of filthy act of betraying one's master for glory was not very popular in Gui Ming Valley. Even if she changed masters, she would still be ostracized by the meritorious elders who would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Her only hope was that the Madam of Gui Ming Valley, because she was also a woman, she would not care about these loyal and disloyal people. Fan Yunluo suddenly stopped her crazy actions and turned to the old woman. She said pitifully, "That Pooh from Gui Ming Valley, after saving me, said that there would be another tribute this year, and he wanted double. Chong Momo, what do you think we should do? Our Gui Ming Valley only has a few remaining soldiers and defeated generals. Where can we find a good magic tool to enter Gui Ming Valley's eyes?" The old woman's heart trembled. She smiled and said, "City Lord, this is a blessing in disguise. It's a good thing. Since City Lord Pooh has spoken, our Gui Ming Valley will not have to worry about any thieves for at least 100 years. Fan Yunluo's young face was still clouded with worry, but Gui Ming Valley's income cannot make ends meet. Every time we have to empty our pockets to hold on for 100 years, we will still die later. The old woman could only squeeze out a smile and comforted him. "City Lord, you don't have to be discouraged. 100 years is neither long nor short. As long as luck changes once or twice, our greasy skin city may change into a first-class city in the south. At that time, not to mention Xiangzhou City and Gui Ming Valley, City Lord might even have to rely on City Lord Pooh." Fan Yunluo nodded. She stretched out her finger and rubbed her face like a kitten. She scratched the corner of her eyes and said doubtfully, "I am so heartbroken. Why don't I have a few tears? This is ridiculous." The old woman was speechless. Fan Yunluo waved her hand and kept the carriage in her sleeve. She walked to the gate of the mansion and shouted, "I will make a scarecrow and stab that bastard with the bamboo hat to death." The old woman followed behind, her mind turning rapidly. Was the city lord's words trying to beat her? Or was it unintentional? Fan Yunluo did not stop walking. She suddenly turned her head and asked, "Oh, right? What is that person's name?" The old woman said awkwardly, "He didn't say his name." Fan Yunluo stopped and was dumbfounded. She suddenly waved her sleeves and stomped her feet. She said bitterly, "I can't make a scarecrow that I am best at." The old woman was helpless. How many scarecrows had been piled up in the boudoir of the city lord's mansion? When did it work? Fan Yunluo was short, and her dress was big. Walking in the mansion, she looked like a walking carrot. At the deep stream of Mirror Treasure Mountain, Chinpingon, who had made up his mind, used many methods. For example, he took out a fishing rod from the purple bamboo island in the Book Slip Lake. After aiming at an object at the bottom of the water, he did not dare to look too deep into the water. He quickly held his breath and threw the hook into the water. He tried to hook a few sets of sparkling white bones from the bottom of the water, or a few broken artifacts that emitted a faint golden light, and then dragged them out of the stream. However, Chinpingon tried a few times and was surprised to find that the scene at the bottom of the lake was like a mirage. It was just an illusion. Chinpingon did not believe it. He tried a few more methods, but he still could not take anything out from the bottom of the water. He thought that this deep stream might have nurtured the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which formed a barrier similar to a mountain and river formation. In the end, he took out a yellow talisman paper and used it to open a path. He quickly threw it into the water and followed the path to the bottom of the water. However, the talisman burned very quickly in the gloomy water, so he still could not get anything out. Chinpingon squatted by the water. He felt a little sorry for the talisman. Yang Chongshen lay on the snow-white cliff on the opposite bank and laughed. "Let's not talk about your fancy trick. In history, many Earth immortal cultivators used all their magical weapons. There was even a cultivator who borrowed a priceless drinking water bottle and used their spiritual chi to operate their supernatural power to draw water from this stream. The water in the drinking water bottle was enough to drown a big city of a dynasty. However, they still could not take anything out from this stream. It was a terrible loss. Do you know the reason? Chun Pingon laughed. I hope Taoist Yang can enlighten me. When traveling outside, it was best to call out to fellow Taoists. Yang Chongxian folded his hands as a pillow and basked in the sun. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. He slowly said, "Many mountains like to let the beautiful female cultivators use the mirror flower water moon spell as a means to make money. When the male cultivators in the world look at the bowl of water, the beautiful fairies in the water screen are close to them. They seem to be within reach, but how far are they? How long can your fishing line be? Can it be as long as 108,000 miles? Chun Pingon suddenly understood. I see. It seems that I thought too much. Yang Chongxian said, in the world, unless it's the kind that just appeared, those who can see it will have a share. As for this mirror treasure mountain, it's been explored by countless cultivators for thousands of years. Without some luck, how can it be so easy to get it? I've been here for so many years, and I've also waited bitterly, so you don't have to feel embarrassed. That year, I used even more ridiculous methods. I directly jumped into the stream and wanted to explore the bottom. In the end, it was easy to go down, but hard to return. I swam for a whole month and almost drowned in it. Chun Pingon sincerely praised. Taoist Yang has a high cultivation base. Yang Chongxian sighed. It's passable. It's said that the Jingguan city's mayor went into the water to explore for a year, but he still couldn't find the golden hairpin that opens the door. Although the mayor is a dead thing and has a great advantage. Even if I die and become a ghost, I believe that I can't last a year. Ooh, Chun Pingon asked curiously. This mountain stream water, after all, is full of yin qi. Once you get out of the ghost valley and find a suitable buyer, maybe a few pounds of water can be sold for money. That cultivator who borrowed the water bottle stored so much mountain stream water in the bottle. Why did he not make a big profit, but suffered a great loss? Yang Chongxian laughed. When the water leaves the boundary of the mirror treasure mountain, the yin qi disperses very quickly. Unless it is hidden in a square-inch object, once it steals too much water of the mountain stream outside, it will burst like a flood. That year, the cultivator of the upper 5 states was careless. When he arrived at the skeleton beach, he took out the water bottle of the magic treasure grade from the square-inch object. The water bottle with too much water couldn't withstand the impact of the yin qi and exploded on the spot. Fortunately, it was at the skeleton beach, not far from the swaying river. If it was somewhere else, this guy might be punished by the academy. Yang Chongxian laughed. It's not difficult to sell 10 pounds of unrefined mountain stream water for a snow at the skeleton beach. The precondition is that you have to have a square-inch object and a square-inch object. Also, you have to have 1 or 2 magic treasures similar to the water bottle. If the quality is too high, it will ruin things. If the quality is too low, it will take up too much space. Those below the earth, immortal realm don't dare to come here to take water. As an earth immortal, why would he want to spend money on a few snow? Chun Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and put it into the mountain stream to fill it with water. After all, he was a half-baked chi cultivator who opened up the water mansion. When he paid to drink the gloomy tea from the tea stall by the swaying river, he also considered to make up for the water chi. If he could fill the gourd with mountain stream water, his trip to the mirror treasure mountain would not be in vain. However, before leaving the ghost valley, he could indeed go to the mirror treasure mountain again. There was no need to hope for the legendary water bottle. he could prepare more bottles and jars to store a few thousand pounds of mountain stream water. When he returned to the Skeleton Beach, he could see if he could do business with the tea stall owner. It would also be a good income. Yang Chongxian just glanced at the red wine bottle in Qin Pingan's hand and was slightly surprised. However, he didn't care too much about it. "Thank you for your words." Chun Pingan stood up and clasped his hands. "Since the Mirror Treasure Mountain is not destined to be with me, Yang Chongxian, goodbye." Yang Chongxian sat up and seemed surprised. "You're leaving?" Chun Pingan nodded and put on his bamboo hat. Yang Chongxian lay back on the stone cliff and began to close his eyes to rest. After a while, he opened his eyes. "You're really leaving? Should I say that you're decisive, or do you have no patience at all?" Previously, when the person put away the bamboo pole, he obviously used a fengsuan item and didn't deliberately hide it, just like how he generously put his feet into the water. It was actually a small gesture of goodwill. In this North Continent, if one wanted to fight less, one had to learn to show off one's family background. Otherwise, there were many insignificant ants who were not very capable, but had a big temper. Even when you used your feet to crush them to death, they would still curse and spit at you until they died. Unrepentant. Killing people could not be eaten. After encountering such situations many times, Yang Chongxian felt more and more sick and tired of it. It was really too boring. Gradually, his personality changed, and he became more and more kind to others. For example, that old fox of the West Mountain had such a foul mouth. If it were him in the past, the old fox would have died at least 80 times, if not 100 times. After the young ranger left the Mirror Treasure Mountain, Yang Chongshuan's mood became slightly better. The other party's words had struck a chord with him. It was better to have less trouble. Moreover, this was a crucial period for Yang Chongxian to obtain fortuitous opportunities. He sat up and narrowed his eyes, staring at the deep stream that seemed like it could be seen through with one glance. The conjecture in the Rest Assured collection was wrong about this mirror. It was not a bright mirror at all, and it was definitely not a demon-revealing mirror that targeted demons and spirits. It was a long-lost 3 Mountains 9 Marques's realm. It was also a half-immortal weapon. Chun Pingan was already far away from the Mirror Treasure Mountain. For this trip to the Mirror Treasure Mountain, Chun Pingan had already deviated from the Qinglu town route by a lot. It seemed like things like relying on luck were not suitable for him. If it was Lu Tai or that Li Huai, it would be hard to say. After leaving the Mirror Treasure Mountain, Chun Pingan still chose the lofty mountains and steep ridges, gradually moving closer to the Qinglu town side. That Jindanine spirit and its subordinates did not show up for a long time. This was also reasonable. After all, when he was at the Crow Ridge, he had pursued too much and did not deliberately hide his strength. The Greasy Skin City side, led by Fan Yun Luo, a Jindan, was simply defeated like a landslide. He believed that those horse bandits that were able to roam the Ghost Valley for many years would not come of their own accord. On the road to the north, the mountains and rivers were unobstructed. Many demons and spirits that could cause the premature death of a middle 5 realm cultivator were mostly cautious. They only glanced at Chun Pingan from afar, and then retreated back to their nest in the forest. For example, the giant python and spider spirit on the Iron Chain Bridge. For that pair of Tao companions, perhaps they only needed to face them. They did not even need to take the risk to cross the bridge, and it would be a fatal disaster. On this evening, Chun Pingan was resting in a peach forest. Naturally, there was something strange in the peach forest. How could the peach blossoms still bloom in the middle of winter? However, Chun Pingan's trip to the Ghost Valley with his sword was not that there were many strange things, but that there were no strange things. Previously, outside the peach forest, there were 2 stone tablets of different heights erected. They looked like a pair of neighbors who were competing with each other. They were respectively engraved with the words Great Moon Round Temple and Small Schwandu Temple. If it was not for the word small before Schwandu Temple, Chunpingan would not have walked into the peach forest even if he was beaten to death, because the real Schwandu Temple was the only immortal sect under the Qing Ming heaven that dared to defy the control of the three sect masters. It was rumored that after Taoist Lao Er became the sect master of a sect, the only time he used the immortal sword in his own world was in Schwandu Temple. Although he was sure that the small Schwandu Temple written on the stone tablet was not the Taoist holy land that was well known in the world before Chunpingan entered the forest, he stepped on the flying sword Chu E15 and ascended to the sky to look down. He discovered that this vast peach forest that covered an area of more than 1,000 acres did not have any temples or Taoist temples. This peach forest was not recorded in the Rest Assured collection of the hemp sect. Presumably, there were no evil ghosts or big demons. Chunpingan discovered that there was not even half a peach tree branch around. There was only an exaggerated shade above his head. The fragrance of peach blossoms was not just pleasant. After smelling it for a long time, it was almost to the point of closeness. Chunpingan took off his bamboo hat and sat cross-legged. He took out a Yangqi lantern lighting talisman from his sleeves and gently rubbed it. The talisman slowly burned at the same speed as the road in the Ghost Valley. It seemed that the Yin Qi here was indeed ordinary. It was just that the fragrance of the peach forest was a bit excessive. Chunpingan released his fingers and bent down to place the talisman in front of him. He then began to practice the sword furnace stance. He circulated the pure, essential qi, like a fire dragon roaming around the qi residence. It was just enough to prevent the fragrance from invading his body. He did not want to fail miserably. Under the ground, there was a burst of bell-like female laughter. Chunpingan turned a deaf ear. The laughter gradually stopped and changed into a charming voice. This handsome little Langjun has entered my pink tent and smelled the fragrance of my hair. Your luck with women is not shallow. If I were you, I would never leave again. I would stay here forever. Chunpingan opened his eyes and looked at the ground. There was a layer of mist on the ground, but it did not rise. It only swayed about a foot above the ground. Chunpingan was a bit surprised. Why did the hemp sect intentionally ignore the existence of a peach demon like you? The entire peach blossom forest began to sway slowly, as if beauties in pink were dancing there. It was as if the thousands of peach trees in the forest were really just her hair. Chunpingan found that the scene in his field of vision began to sway slightly. He did not know where she was hiding underground. She laughed, and her seductive voice came from the ground. Of course, it's because the hemp sect cultivators are afraid of me. What else can they do? You're so handsome, but you're a little stupid. Otherwise, you'd be a perfect match. After a while, she suddenly stopped laughing and asked, how can you not move your body and heart? Is it a monk who has not shaved his head? A stinky cow nose without a Taoist robe? Chunpingan laughed. If you continue to act mysterious, I'll cut down all the peach trees and let you become a nun. Instead of being angry, she laughed and said excitedly, Okay, I'll be waiting for your immortal swordsmanship. Chunpingan looked up. A little Taoist child holding a horsetail whisk rushed over. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His genuine qi was dripping, and he could not hide his overflowing spirituality. He was a master who was about to become an earth immortal of the Golden Core realm. The Taoist child's eyes were cold as he glanced at Chunpingan. This is the neighboring cultivation place of master and fellow Taoist. After 1,000 years, it's already recognized as a paradise in the Ghost Valley. They don't like to be disturbed by outsiders. Even Pu Chong of Bailong City would not easily enter the forest if it's not important. You're a cultivator. Why are you arguing with this little peach demon? Leave quickly. Tao Mei was clearly very respectful of the little Taoist child. She only muttered with a slightly resentful tone, "What paradise?" He just used an immortal's divine ability to forcefully detain me here to protect the remnant spirit chi of the Taoist temple from leaking out. How dare you? The little Taoist child's face was fierce. He waved his horsetail whisk, and a thunderbolt as thick as an arm instantly blasted into the ground. The peach demon groaned in the depths of the ground, and the peach flowers on the ground rustled and fell. Chun Pingon understood. In the Ghost Valley, there must be some masters who were not afraid of the baleful Yin Chi and had taken root here. In turn, they had to rely on the abundant Yin Chi that filled the heaven and earth, which was a good way to hone their skills. The little Taoist child was still angry. He twirled his horsetail whisk again, and thunder and lightning intertwined to form an immortal fishing net. It sank into the ground, and suddenly there was a rumbling sound from the ground. "If you don't punish me for 3 days, you'll become a troublemaker. If not for my master's mercy, how could a little peach demon like you, who only knows some tricks, establish yourself in the Ghost Valley? You even eavesdropped on my master and fellow Taoist discussion of Tao, and relied on this opportunity to slowly cultivate to the Dragon Gate realm. You ungrateful spirit." The peach demon begged endlessly, begging the little Taoist child to be merciful. The more the little Taoist child spoke, the angrier he became. He waved his horsetail whisk again, and caused a strange phenomenon in the sea of clouds. A hidden heavenly thunder of the sect was about to descend to teach the peach demon a lesson. Chun Pingon could only say, "Little Taoist master, please calm down. I'll leave the peach forest now." A dark cloud left the sea of clouds and slowly sank alone. Thunder and lightning shuttled back and forth in an imposing manner. The little Taoist boy sneered, "If we weren't cultivating in this peach forest, you would have been sucked dry of your yang chi essence by this peach demon, who is adept at the art of seduction. You're such an ungrateful thing. You're so pitiful. Master is right. You're just a mortal teacher who spends your days in the secular world." Chun Pingon took a step back and swiftly punched towards the sky above the sea of clouds, and with the clouds steaming swamp style, he dispersed the thunderclouds that were accumulating strength and waiting to strike, causing their vital energy to disperse in all directions. It was like a mountain gale was surging, and it brought calamity to the peach forest on the ground, causing the bright red peach blossoms to fall down like rain. The little Taoist child frowned and did not speak. He was not afraid, but he was a little surprised. Such a young master of martial Tao. Looking at the scene of the punch just now, it was condensed and grand. Although he had not reached the golden body realm, he was not far away. However, the little Taoist child had forgotten that he was also a Dragon Gate cultivator at such a young age. Although he had reached the cave abode realm too early, when his master taught him at that time, his master explained the many mysteries on the path of cultivation and asked him if he wanted to take this opportunity to maintain his appearance. At that time, he was young and ignorant and felt that his body was just a stinky bag. Since it would not hinder his cultivation in the future, it would not be bad if he did not grow. Since then, his appearance was fixed. In the following 60 years, the little Taoist boy was almost green with regret. No matter what, he should have let his body grow until he was a man before stopping. Therefore, every time he sneaked out to relax, he would be very annoyed when he met Fan Yunluo, who looked like a little girl. The old monk would add fuel to the fire and tease him that he and Fan Yunluo were a golden couple. After Chun Pingon retracted his fist, he smiled. "What you said is right. However, when it comes to reasoning, if you really want the other party to listen, and not just for your own peace of mind, then the attitude and tone are also very important. It's not a bad thing to be calm and kind." The peach demon, who was almost scared out of its wits, hurriedly agreed. "That's reasonable. We should listen to what you said." The little Taoist child held the snow-white long tail, with the bone of a hero's spirit in his arm, and hesitated. Fighting over a disagreement was not something that the Taoists of Shaoxian Temple should do. However, since the other party was a martial artist who came to the Ghost Valley to train, it was not wrong for them to exchange pointers, right? Master would not blame him, right? At this moment, a golden-armored strong man strode over and looked at the back of the little Taoist child. He said in a low voice, "Su Ming, Immortal invites this young master to the temple." The little Taoist child said angrily, "How can this guy enter our Shaoxian temple?" The golden-armored strongman ignored the little Taoist child's anger and turned to Qin Pingan, who had just put on his bamboo hat. "Young master, our Immortal invites you. If you are not in a hurry, you can come to our Shaoxian temple for a cup of 1,000-year-old peach tea." Qin Pingan cupped his fists and declined. "I have mistakenly entered the peach forest and disturbed your Immortal's cultivation. I really do not dare to disturb your temple. I will take my leave now." The golden-armored strongman nodded. "In that case, I will not ask you to stay. If you want to drink tea in the temple in the future, just come here and ask the peach demon to lead the way." Chun Pingan turned and left the peach forest. The little Taoist child, named Su Ming, snorted. "It's better that he left. We can save a cup of peach tea that Bones Pooh only drank 3 times. Tao Mei said flatteringly from underground. "That's right, that's right. This person is so blind that he missed out on such a great fortune. The next time he comes to the peach forest, I will hide and never see him again." Su Ming said angrily, "How dare you play with Master's decree?" The peach demon immediately begged for mercy. "I dare not, I dare not, I dare not." In a quaint Taoist temple filled with peach trees, an old Taoist with white hair and a ruddy complexion was sitting opposite a skinny old monk. The old monk was as thin as a match, but he wore an unusually large kasaya. The old Taoist smiled. "How is this punch?" The old monk slowly said, "It's easy to break. If it's too hard." The old Taoist glanced at the cup of tea on the table and asked again, "Do you think we should keep this cup of peach tea? Do you think that young man will return to the peach forest and drink it in one gulp in this temple?" The old monk's expression was wooden. "The more you speak, the more mistakes you will make." The old Taoist did not wear a Taoist crown, only a carefree scarf. The Taoist robe he wore was old and ordinary, without the slightest bit of the elegance of an immortal. He sighed softly. The 3 goddesses of the mural city have already walked out of the painting and followed their masters. There are also cultivators of the upper 5 realms from other continents, and that he's Xiaoliang, who broke into the Ghost Valley and went to Jingguan City. Yang Chongxian is still showing signs of seizing his opportunity. If that Pu Chong causes any more trouble and provokes Zhu Quan to personally take action, this Ghost Dawn Valley will become a complete mess. Perhaps our only remaining paradise will no longer have a chance to be peaceful. Ooh, the withered old monk nodded. Immortal is far-sighted. When he heard the 2 words Pu Sheng, the old monk silently chanted in his heart. The old Taoist had already sensed the other party's abnormal state of mind, but both parties knew each other well, so there was no need to say more. The old Taoist looked up. "You said that for us cultivators, even the boundary between life and death is blurred. Then where in the world is not a cage? The more you don't know, the easier it is to be at ease. If you know, how can you be truly at ease?" The old monk pondered for a moment, lowered his head, and put his palms together, revealing a pair of withered but golden palms. "This poor monk's dharma cannot support this kasaya. How can I meet Buddha? How can I ask this eternal question?" The old monk slowly stood up, put his palms together, and bowed. The old Taoist did not care about formalities with this old friend of his, and just nodded. The old monk took a step forward and disappeared, returning to the De Yuanyu temple. It was the same as the Shao Xiandu Temple. They were both celestial mansions in the peach forest. Unless one was a nascent soul cultivator, one could walk around the peach forest for 1,000 years without being able to see or enter. Inside the temple, the sound of Sanskrit lingered. An old monk sat on a praying mat. A monk walked slowly in the corridor with his head lowered, and a young monk diligently swept the ground under a tree. Everyone was busy, and there was no exchange of words between them. The withered old monk stood in the same place. In his vision, the monks were actually just skeletons. Bypassing the great strength hall that was shrouded in clouds, the old monk put his palms together and walked forward with a pious expression. Next to the old monk, who was almost at the peak of the golden Arhot realm, there were monks who looked similar to him, but were of a different age. They wore different kasayas and appeared out of thin air. There were a total of 4 of them, and each of them asked questions. However, the old monk turned a blind eye to them and continued to move forward. A young monk looked regretful. "Why don't you drink that cup of peach tea? You can save years of cultivation if you drink it. You'll be one step closer to the Western Pure Land of Buddhism. Even half a step would be good." A middle-aged monk was angry and shouted at the old monk, "What kind of Buddhism are you cultivating? There are so many demons and monsters in the Ghost Valley. Why don't you go and expiate them?" A monk in a gorgeous kasaya looked at the old monk with an arrogant expression and snorted, "This kind of bitter cultivation is not the right way." An old monk whose age and appearance were closest to the old monk asked softly, "Are you me? I'm you?" The last young monk with a slender figure had his back facing the old monk who was walking slowly with firm steps. The young monk looked at a bamboo fence filled with peach blossoms and murmured. The peach blossoms smiled beautifully out of the fence, seeming to be in bloom but not in full bloom. The most affectionate. The old monk's figure paused for a moment, but he quickly strode forward. After a moment, he resumed his normal pace. If one did not look up, the ordinary people who entered this temple would only feel that the sun was shining on them. In fact, when one looked up, one would see a crescent moon hanging in the sky. In the small Xuandu temple, the old Taoist came to a tall peach tree and squatted down. He pinched some soil with his fingers and rubbed it gently. The soil at the old Taoist fingertips was the 10,000-year-old soil that the cultivators on the mountain dreamed of. It was as heavy as metal. The old Taoist was silent. Soil was also divided into birth, old age, sickness, and death. People said that it was unmoving like a mountain, but that was not entirely true. In the end, it was because the ordinary people had a limited lifespan and limited time. Their vision was blurry, neither clear nor far. Therefore, there was a saying in Buddhism that a bowl of water could contain 48,000 insects. The old monk of the Great Round Moon Temple used this as a meditation method, but he looked at it more broadly, admiring the moon. As for the old Taoist, he looked at it more calmly, observing the changes of the soil and dead things. The temple and the Taoist temple were neighbors, and the old monk had been talking about their own methods for 1,000 years, but they still could not compete. Now it was up to him to become a heavenly lord first, or the old monk to become a bodhisattva first. The little Taoist boy, Su Cook, came to his master's side, trembling with fear. Seeing that his master was deep in thought, Su Cook kept quiet. The old Taoist did not turn his head, but asked with a smile, "Outside the temple, not only did you not show off, you even taught a young martial artist a lesson. Do you think what he said was reasonable?" The little Taoist boy held the horsetail whisk in his hand and said unhappily, "What does it have to do with me?" The old Taoist nodded, threw away the soil, and smoothed it gently with his jade-white palm. After standing up, he said, "All sentient beings and sentient beings will gradually understand the mercilessness of the great Tao as you climb higher. If you can learn from the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain and do good deeds every day to accumulate merit, It's not a bad thing. You can learn from me the art of mercilessness and seek the truth. That's even better. The old Taoist smiled. The art of mercilessness is not to teach you how to be violent and kill the innocent, but to learn more about the 4 seasons of maturity and the constant nature of heaven and earth. The little Taoist boy solemnly bowed to his master. The old Taoist turned to look in the direction of the great round moon temple and said softly, "Greed, anger, stupidity, and doubt. If you don't get rid of the 5 poisons and only cultivate diligently, it's not the right way of meditation, but the evil way of meditation." The old Taoist looked to the north beyond the peach forest. "Su Ku, if you can't understand the great Tao for now, why don't you give it a try and choose to be a good person in the eyes of the world? Just remember, doing good deeds in the world has little to do with whether the world gives you good or bad things. Different paths lead to the same destination. This is also one of the arts of mercilessness. Tao follows nature." The little Taoist boy shook his head. "I can't be that kind of good person." The old Taoist did not comment. The little Taoist boy asked carefully, "Master, is the real Xiandu temple also like this, where the peach blossoms bloom all year round?" The old Taoist smiled. "Then you shouldn't stay in this vast world. Go to the Qingming world where Taoism rules." You'll know if it's real or not. If you really have such intentions, I'll let this peach demon carry the mountain away. After leaving the Ghost Valley, you can go to the young master he to cultivate. Then you can find a chance to go to the Qingming world and visit the Xiandu temple. Naturally, you'll have a higher chance. The little Taoist boy shook his head vigorously. "No, no, I'll cultivate wherever master cultivates." "Ooh." The old Taoist patted the little Taoist boy's head. The little Taoist boy smiled and squinted his eyes. The old Taoist suddenly sighed. "I just remembered that I haven't drunk a bowl of gloomy tea from the swaying river for a long time. After 1,000 years, the taste will only be more mellow." Dusk was gloomy. They were not too far away from Qinglu town. It was only a distance of 200 miles. Chun Pingon passed by a dark green lake. Chun Pingon saw a bonfire from a faraway mountain. He hurried over. If he encountered a night-wandering Een spirit, he could kill it and sell it for money. This trip to the Ghost Valley was not much. He only had a fight at the Crow Ridge and a punch at the Peach Forest. However, the money he earned was not little, not to mention the snow-flower robe of the Greasy City's goddess Bai. There were also a dozen valuable glowing white bones. As for the price of the latter, it was hard to say. As for the water of the Mirror Mountain, although it was not valuable, it saved Chin Pingon some trouble. Previously, he drank 2 caddies of water in one go. Then he breathed in and out, immersed his mind. Using the inner vision technique, his mind entered the water dwelling. The green-clothed boys in the water dwelling were very happy. What he saw by the lake was a little surprising. It was the handsome young man in mud-gold clothes. He brought 2 retainers with him. He should be planning to rest by the lake for the night. Chun Pingon calculated the speed and route. The other party should have finished sightseeing after visiting Lawn Musk Town. Then he followed the official road and went straight to Qinglu Town. That was why he met up with him. Then, this inconspicuous lake should be the Tonglu Lake in the Rest Assured collection. This place and the nearby Tongguan Mountain were like a pair of mountains and rivers. There were 2 kinds of fish in the Tonglu Lake. They were very famous. However, fishing was not easy, and there were many rules. Chun Pingon had to give up after reading those cumbersome rules in the book. In the lake, there was a kind of catfish with golden scales. It had a pair of wings and sounded like a mandarin duck. It was extremely precious and rare, rarely seen even in 100 years. It was said that catfish appeared in pairs. As long as one of them was caught and brought to shore, the other catfish would come to shore on its own and enter the fish cage. A pair of fish the size of a palm was full of treasures. It could be sold for 2 grains of rice rain money. It was said that eating it could prevent one from being entangled by any nightmare in the world. Other than that, there was the silver carp. This kind of silver carp was huge. It was said to be 1 caddy a year. After 100 years, this fish had great strength in the water. Unlike the fish, the silver carp was not unique to this lake. It was called the Little Lake Flood Dragon by cultivators. There was nothing special about its flesh and scales. There was only one thing special about it. The silver carp belonged to the side branch of the flood dragon. After living for 100 years, it would grow 2 flood dragon whiskers. Then, every 300 years, the whiskers would grow by 1 inch. If it could grow into a foot-long flood dragon whisker, it would be a true heavenly treasure. Adding this item to the refining of the demon binding rope and the horsetail whisk was the icing on the cake. It had endless, wonderful uses. However, Chunpingan had passed through the Flood Dragon Ravine and went to the Inverted Mountain. He knew that there were still Taoists in the world who used real Flood Dragon whiskers to forge a complete, half-immortal weapon horsetail whisk. Therefore, Chunpingan did not covet the luo fish and silver carp that were extremely rare in the verdant copper lake. This was because it took too much time. All the capture records in the Rest Assured collection took cultivators a long time. It could easily take a few months or even half a year. During this time, they also had to fight with the 2 types of immortal fish. Moreover, they often missed the opportunity. Compared to the Tonglu Lake, Chunpingan still had more hope for the Tongguan Mountain. On that mountain, there were mountain-moving apes and Sun mountain dogs with impure bloodlines. After Chunpingan appeared, the young man looked at ease. The 6th realm female martial artist with a bow and saber moved her position and stood between her master and the uninvited guest. The black-robed old man was expressionless. He held an apricot yellow porcelain wine pot in one hand and a large piece of soy sauce meat in the other. He chewed slowly. Chunpingan picked up withered branches in the distance and also lit a bonfire. The master and his servants obviously came for the Tonglu Lake. After the black-robed old man ate the wine and meat, he took out pieces of sparkling green bamboo from his fangsuan object and pieced them together into an extremely long fishing rod. The fishing line was as thin as a hair, but the golden hook was as big as a palm. The young man did not idle. He rolled up his sleeves and squatted by the water, preparing the bait for the nest. He rubbed the bait vigorously in a wooden basin and added a spoonful of lake water from time to time. He also took out a porcelain bottle and poured a few drops of scarlet water with a strong fishy smell. Chunpingan liked fishing, so he could not help but take a few more glances. The woman whispered to the young man beside him. The young man raised his arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said a few words. The woman then stood up and walked towards Chunpingan. Chunpingan stood up and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to spy." The woman's expression was cold, but her words were still gentle. "It's okay to watch. However, my young master said that when fishing for silver carps, it's taboo to make a sound on the shore. If there's even the slightest movement, the silver carps will hear it and run away. So, an hour after the nest is made, when we cast the rod, both of us may have to extinguish the bonfire and not move around. If young master feels restrained, you can rest far away from the shore." Chunpingan nodded and extinguished the bonfire. He simply went far away and sat on a big tree with his hands in his sleeves, watching the 3 people fishing at night. During this time, the young man saw that Chunpingan had actually extinguished the bonfire and turned his head to smile apologetically. Chunpingan also smiled and nodded in greeting. The woman returned to the young man's side and sighed softly. The young man smiled and said, "Sister Fan, if I make the nest with basins, the water level of the Tonglu Lake will really rise by a foot." The woman smiled helplessly. Fishing for the exotic fish in the huge lake of the Great Swamp and the Tonglu Lake required a lot of money. The rarer the fish, the more the fisherman needed to spend a lot of money. Her young master was never stingy, so the people on the mountain passed it by word of mouth, and the young master had the nickname of Yuan Ichi. Although Chun Pingon was far away, he could tell that the young man with a rich aura had spent a lot of money just to build the nest. It was not a matter of spending money on a few snowflakes. Perhaps 1 or 2 snowflakes would be enough. After making the nest, the 3 people began to wait quietly. Chun Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd, drank a mouthful of mountain stream water, and began to close his eyes to rest. When the black-robed elder began to cast the rod, Chun Pingon opened his eyes. The wind whistled. The fishing line was cast in a huge arc and fell far into the center of the Tonglu Lake. The night was long. Fishing for big fish at night, other than skill, relied on patience. The young man sat on a rosewood stool, holding his cheeks with his hands and yawning constantly. The woman was still standing behind the young man, guarding against the young ranger in the distance. Traveling down the mountain, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be vigilant against others. 2 hours later, the young man had begun to doze off. The black-robed elder gently lifted the rod several times to scatter the bait and then continued to cast the rod. He was very patient. The female warrior did not move at all. Chun Pingon leaned against the tree trunk and looked up at the night sky. The bright moon rose from the mountains in the vast sea of clouds. There were thousands of mountains and rivers in the vast world, but there was only one moon. Chun Pingon was in a daze. He heard that there were many paintings of immortals on the mountain. On one of the paintings, there would be the sun rising and the moon setting, the 4 seasons alternating, flowers blooming and withering. How could the world be so big? And how could people be so small? Why would a person feel lonely when he grew up? Chun Pingon gently lowered the bamboo hat to cover his face. Miss Ning, I'm fine. How are you? First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. For 94. At daybreak, the black-robed elder had already put away the fishing rod. The silver carp loved the moonlight and feared the sun. It would only leave the bottom of the water during the night to look for food. If it were to bite the hook during the day, even if it was dragged ashore, the intelligent silver carp would choose to burn both jade and common stone, causing the spiritual aura of the 2 dragons' whiskers to dissipate. Although it would not completely become an ordinary item, its quality would inevitably deteriorate. However, the 3 of them were not discouraged because of this. When fishing for big fish in the lake, not to mention spiritual fish like the silver carp, even if it was the green and big grass fish that ordinary mountain fishermen yearned for, it was common for them to wait a whole night without any results. After the elder put away the fishing rod, he began to change the fishing line and the fishing hook, especially the fishing hook. It became unusually exquisite and delicate, only the size of a thumb. The young man also began to adjust the fishing materials, which cost more money. He was probably going to fish for the rarer golden yuan. The young man remembered something and turned to look at the big tree. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist, if you want to fish for the yuan, it's purely based on luck. There are no restrictions. Do you want to fish in the center of the lake together? I have a bamboo raft. We can fish together." The female retainer wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The young man took out a thick copper coin that was as big as a child's palm. He rubbed it gently in his palms, and a finger-sized bamboo raft appeared out of thin air. The young man exhaled softly and then threw it into the lake. The bamboo raft suddenly expanded, and ripples appeared on the lake. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. He jumped down from the branch and walked towards the shore. The woman used the technique of condensing sound to remind the black-robed elder that the young man was also a martial artist. Moreover, his realm was higher than hers. Last night, this person was sleeping on the tree. His breathing was long like the gurgling of water. His fist intent was pure and condensed. He was a true master of martial arts. The deep sleep of a martial artist could only be achieved after reaching the third level of spirit refinement. The fist intent flowed throughout the body as if there was a god protecting it. Therefore, this young wanderer was most likely a disciple of a rich family. The black-robed elder told the woman through the ripples in his heart, "I'm only worried about those immortal wild cultivators. If it's a young martial artist with high attainment, I don't have to worry too much. Our Sanling Temple is least afraid of those mountain tops that do not have feet. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him while he's fishing." Young Master is also wearing a Taoist robe and an armor pill at the same time. He'll be able to withstand 2 full-strength attacks from a golden core sword cultivator. There won't be any mistakes. Chun Pingon stepped onto the bamboo raft. The woman adeptly propped the raft up, and the raft slowly rowed towards the center of the lake. He sat on the stool that the young man offered to him. Chun Pingon expressed his thanks and took out his fishing rod from the pile of items nearby. Naturally, he could only borrow the special bait from the young master. A strange look appeared in the woman's eyes. It was not common for a martial artist to carry a fengsuan item with him. As expected, he was Gongsun from a prestigious clan. The old man, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. With a calm expression, he even chatted with the young wanderer, who had taken off his bamboo hat with his young master. Both of them had a tacit understanding and didn't mention their family names or backgrounds. A martial artist who wore a Taoist robe and traveled everywhere. This meant that this person really hadn't reached the third level of the martial path yet. The young man of noble birth clearly hadn't traveled much in the Jianghu. After casting the rod with Chun Pingon, he said straightforwardly, "Young master, I feel that there are very few bad people among those of us who genuinely like fishing. What do you think? Grandpa Lu and Sister Fan are always on guard against you. I don't think it's too good." The black-robed old man leisurely picked up some bait from the wooden basin and casually tossed it into the lake. However, the retainer of the woman surnamed Fan was a bit embarrassed. Chun Pingon didn't know how to answer. He could only think for a moment and say a compromise. There may be bad people, but there are definitely fewer. Going down the mountain to gain experience, no matter how cautious you are, it's not excessive. The young man shook his head and sighed. "I know you're saying this out of kindness. However, every time I leave home, from my great-grandfather to my grandfather to my father and mother, their tone is always like this. I'm really a bit annoyed." Chun Pingon didn't say anything. "It's just a chance meeting. It's not appropriate to say anything about other people's family matters. However, isn't this young man a bit too casual? What kind of family background does he have to be so carefree?" Chun Pingon's thoughts moved slightly, but he purposely didn't notice and continued to stare at the lake. The black-robed old man turned his head and looked into the distance, smiling. "Young master, Du Wensi of the Hemp Sect is about to arrive. We stayed too long at Lon Musk Town before. It's most likely because the schedule didn't match, and he's afraid that something might happen to us. That's why this young Jindan can't sit still." The young man was a bit aggrieved. He hated these social interactions the most. It was fine if it was with his peers, but if it was with his ancestors, he really wasn't good at making connections. The female martial artist said softly, "Young master, I heard that Du Wensi has a gentle temperament and stands aloof from worldly affairs. Back then, when he left the Skeleton Beach to travel the north, he passed by our house and hit it off with the great-grandfather. They became friends despite the difference in age. I'm sure he'll have a good chat with you." The young man nodded and made a face at the woman, smiling. "Sister Fan, I still know the etiquette of going out." The woman's gaze was gentle, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Chun Pingon took a glance and retracted his gaze. "All right, This silly kid beside him probably wouldn't be able to understand the silent words in Sister Fan's eyes for a while. A chi cultivator wearing a snow-white hemp robe flew over with the wind. Thunder rumbled in the distant horizon, like the rumbling of winter thunder. As he neared the lake, the earth immortal of the hemp sect slowed down his flying speed. His speed was actually not slow, but his movements were almost silent. He didn't directly land on the bamboo raft. Instead, he chose to stand by the shore and wait quietly. He didn't speak, probably because he was afraid of disturbing the fish in the lake. One look, and one could tell that he was a good-tempered person. Chun Pingon was about to put away the fishing rod. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and said, "If you still want to fish, then continue fishing. I'll leave the bamboo raft for you. I might have to make a trip to Qinglu town first, then return to the lake to fish for the silver carp. Since you have the core item, I can teach you a chant to put away the bamboo raft. It's very simple. You can bring it back to Qinglu town and hand it over to any hemp sect cultivator." Chun Pingon shook his head. "No need. I have to hurry on my way. I boarded the raft to fish to relieve my boredom." The young man wouldn't go so far as to force others to accept his good intentions. They returned to the shore together. The young man put away the bamboo raft and bowed to the young golden core cultivator of the hemp sect. He smiled brightly and said, "Yuan Xian of the Temple of San Lang greets Uncle Du." Wensi smiled and nodded. "I guessed that you'd be fishing at the lake, so I planned to look for you later. But sect masters, you urged me, so I didn't dare to not come. How's your great-grandfather's health now?" Yuan Xian smiled and said, "He's very healthy." Du Wensi smiled. Chun Pingon cupped his fists and bid farewell. When Chun Pingon and Du Wensi's eyes met, both of them nodded at almost the same time. Chun Pingon had only taken a few steps when Yuan Xian caught up with him and said softly, "If you're going to Qinglu town, it's best to take that official road. It's a detour, but it's safe. If you want to go faster, you'll have to go through the barbarian miasma land, where great demons run rampant. Each of them split the land and declared themselves kings. They're so bold that they're called the Six Sages. They band together to fight against the city lords in the central part of the Ghost Valley. They're very fierce. The city's ghosts and these demons often come and kill each other. It's like a battle on the battlefield. It's said that there's even a great demon who specializes in collecting military books and studying the art of war all day long. It's quite funny." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "I'll be more careful. I wish you success in fishing and a great harvest. You'll be able to take the luo fish and the silver carp into your bag." Yuan Xian nodded with all his might. He had a slip of the tongue, so he simply introduced himself. "I'm Yuan Xian, a disciple of San Lang Temple." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment, then laughed. "I'm Chun Pingon from the Aquarius continent." Yuan Xian laughed. "Actually, from your accent, I can tell that you're from another continent." Chun Pingon laughed. "I'm experienced." Yuan Xian was startled. "Truth?" Chun Pingon said, "You're being polite." Yuan Xian laughed out loud. He was extremely happy. Like I said, fishing friends are a family. There's no bad guy. He had been fond of fishing since he was a child. Naturally, he had been taught by his great-grandfather, who was proficient in fishing. His great-grandfather had said long ago that the wise loved water, and fishing was even more precious. This was because it was difficult for a wise and astute person to settle down, and fishing was the most important thing. Both parties bid farewell. San Lang Temple. Yuan Xian and his group followed Du Wensi along the official road to Qinglu town. Chun Pingon went to Mount Tongguan. He wanted to meet the mountain-moving apes and MT Mao dogs, especially the former. He wanted to experience their copper skin and iron bones. As for the San Lang Temple that Yuan Xian was in, Chun Pingon already knew about it when he was studying the customs of the North Continent in Longquan Prefecture. San Lang Temple was the largest weapon shop in the North Continent. It had a good reputation and had friends all over the world. Of course, the cultivators of San Lang Temple were most famous for being able to fight. No wonder. The young Yuan Xian was so pure and kind. He was similar to the old Long Cheng's fan heir. He was also similar to Liu Yuzhou of the Bai Yao continent, who had a Yuan Sua prefecture in the Inverted Mountain, a disciple of San Lang Temple that could make the sect leader of the hemp sect. Zhu Quan and Du Wenxi personally welcome him. And the monsters of Gui Ming Valley in his eyes, were they worthy of being called great beasts and fierce? In the end, it was a kind reminder to Qin Pingan. If all the children of rich families were like this, the world would be much more peaceful. It was a pity that Huang He of Calligraphy Lake, the prince he met at the border in of the Great Spring Dynasty in the Tongyi continent, and the prince who failed to kill Qin Pingan in the snowy night and was killed instead. There were many such children of rich and powerful families. Even if he met them, he could kill them all, but it seemed that he could never kill all of them. These people who followed their own connections to reach high positions would only spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain and would grow again when the spring wind blew. It would never be just the green grass that was Yi. Were there too few people like Mr. Qi in the world, or did people like Cui Dong have to exist? Chun Pingan walked on the desolate mountain path, took off the blade's strengthening gourd, and took a sip, but found that it was the mountain stream water, and not wine. Chun Pingan looked back at his back under the sun. Chun Pingan tiptoed, flew on the withered yellow grass, and went straight to Mount Tongguan. The mountain-moving sage, one of the 6 sages of the Ghost Valley, came from Mount Tongguan. The mountain-moving ape had a strong body and used a pair of meteor hammers. On the other side, Yuan Xian parted ways with Qin Pingan. When the young man found that Du Wenxi was a kind elder of few words, he became more talkative and told Du Wenxi all the interesting things he saw and heard along the way. During this time, Du Wenxi turned her head and looked at the back of the young ranger. This young Jindan stage cultivator was as famous as Yang Lin in the Mural City in the hemp sect and was deep in thought. There was a situation in the greasy Skin City. It was said that a young sword immortal at the Crow Ridge seriously injured Fan Yunluo, and she almost died under his sword. It was only because Pu Chong of the White Cage City came out to stop him that a bigger storm was not caused. She did not know how Yuan Xian knew this person. That person did not look like an impatient cultivator. So why did he show off so much? It should not have been long since he arrived at the Ghost Valley, but he directly alarmed Pu Chong. If Pu Chong insisted on killing, no one in the Ghost Valley could stop him. The sect master could not, and the pure jade realm spirit of the Capital View City might not be able to stop him. Pu Chong was especially ruthless when killing sword cultivators and never showed mercy. Du Wenxi thought of the trouble in recent years and the undercurrents between the major cities, and was a little worried. Unknowingly, a storm was coming. Du Wenxi was already considered as a Qi refinement warrior in the hemp sect who did not care about worldly affairs outside of cultivation. Moreover, from the sect master to his fellow disciples, they had the intention to let him stay out of it and only focus on breaking through the bottleneck. But now, even he could sense those who were ready to cause trouble. As for Greasy Skin City's fan, Yunluo claiming to be her sworn brother, Du Wenxi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He admired her for being able to come up with such an idea, and let her be. The foundation of a cultivator's great Tao was like a mountain, and all the worldly affairs were ephemeral. The vegetation on the mountain withered, and the mountain streams flowed. There was no need to keep them, so there was no need to care about them. Chun Pingan walked slowly. His thoughts drifted away, and he could not calm down. This world might not be as good as we imagined, but it might also not be as bad as we imagined. But every possibility meant accidents and what-ifs. Everyone you meet on the road of life could be the person in someone else's dreams that they are worried about. Chun Pingon understood more, and more the thoughts of those evil people. But he still did not understand why such people could live so well, even better than good people. Unknowingly, Chun Pingon's eyes were deep and dark. The haze in Chun Pingon's heart dissipated quickly. In fact, he only felt a little depressed. When he arrived at Mount Tongguan, not to mention the mountain-moving ape, he did not even see a MT hound. It was probably because Du Wenxi's previous riding wind travel was too loud, and it frightened the demons and ghosts here. This made Chun Pingon somewhat helpless. Normally, as long as the violent mountain-moving ape smelled the slightest trace of a human, it would easily show itself. Chun Pingon deliberately lingered, but after half a day, with the cultivation of an ordinary fifth-realm martial artist, he still did not see a fish take the bait. Chun Pingon could only rest in a place with a wide view. He planned to spend the night here. If there was no reaction at night, he would give up and continue on his way. He did not believe that he would not encounter any of the 6 saint monsters. When night fell, Chun Pingon lit a bonfire and sat for a night to practice the sword furnace stance. He had to leave Mount Tongguan. On Mount Tongguan, in a secret cave with an incomparably foul stench, a silverback mountain-moving ape looked out through a hidden window the size of a palm. Although it did not choose to transform into a human, its face, body shape, and the fine fur on its body were still very eye-catching. It waved its hand, and a shifty-eyed short man quickly came up behind it. The mountain-moving ape said in a hoarse voice, "Quickly report to the mountain-moving sage and the group of guests that this guy is really here. It's confirmed that it's the guy who made Greasy Skin City suffer a great loss." The short man was about to leave along an underground passage. The mountain-moving ape reminded him, "Remember to be smart and choose a hidden route. You'd rather take a long detour than run into the tip of that person's sword and seek death. It's okay if you die, but if you delay my mountain-moving sage's business, I'll stew you and your rats together." The man flattered, "I won't delay your business." The man followed the passage and walked out of a crack in the stone wall far away from the cave. He pounced forward and transformed into his true form, a huge black rat as big as a dog. Then he began to run wildly. Birds had their own paths, and rats had their own paths. This rat spirit looked fat, but in fact, it was very vigorous. It ran through the mountains as fast as lightning, not daring to stay any longer. After leaving the boundary of Mount Tongguan, the rat spirit suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared. About half an hour later, it broke out of the ground at the roots of a tree a mile away. It stuck its head out and looked around. After making sure that no one was following it, it continued to rush forward. However, the rat spirit did not expect that a stranger was following behind it. After that person took off his bamboo hat, sword fairy, and blade cultivating gourd, he covered his face with the skin of a young man. The rat spirit was careful enough, but the other party's cultivation seemed to be higher. At noon, the rat spirit carefully passed through the border of the 2 big demons' territories and finally arrived at the top of the mountain-moving sage. After transforming back into its human form, it was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Although the 6 great sages were of the same breath and branch, fighting against the enemy together, husband and wife and brothers still had to quarrel from time to time. A little conflict and friction was nothing out of the ordinary. It was just that the small fries with low cultivation like them often ended up on the plate of some great sage grandpa for no reason. After all, eating them to their heart's content could increase one's cultivation, especially those half-baked demons who could not even maintain their human forms for long. Their lives were cheap. The mountain path was wide and open. Rat Spirit was full of courage when he arrived at his territory. Just as he was about to swing his sleeves and climb the mountain, he saw a familiar figure coming from another path. The figure was hunchbacked and swaying, like an old farmer who could not even walk steadily. Rat Spirit was overjoyed. He ran over and shouted, "Greetings, ancestor." The old man's waist was wrapped with a thick hemp rope, and he wore straw sandals. He looked ordinary and squinted his eyes. It seemed that his eyesight was not good and his ears were not good. He tilted his head and asked loudly, "Who are you? What do you want to say?" The rat spirit reached out and grabbed the old man's arm. "It's me. I'm from Mount Tongwan. I'm related to you, ancestor." The old man nodded and didn't refuse the rat spirit's help. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and sniffed. His eyes widened and shone brightly. He didn't look like an old man at all. He looked around and said sternly, "Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There's a human scent. It's definitely a human scent. Good fellow, you're really sneaky. You hid so well that even I was almost fooled." The rat spirit's legs trembled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Could it be that there was a legendary young sword immortal following him all the way here? The old man was surprised. He ran away. The old man shouted angrily at his disciple, "You piece of trash! You don't even know that you're being watched. If the spies sent by those filthy things destroy our great formation of mountains and rivers, you won't be able to pay for it even if you have 100 lives." The rat spirit's legs turned to jelly, and he sat on the ground. His face was pale. Fortunately, he did not forget about the important matter and told the old man about what happened at Mount Tongguan. The old man's expression kept changing. The half-dead old man in front of him had an extraordinary identity. He was one of the 6 sages and called himself the Demon Hunter Immortal. As a demon, he had a demon-binding rope around his waist. In the demon-binding rope, there were 2 flood dragon whiskers of the 1,000-year-old silver carps in the Green Lake. It was easy for him to capture ordinary demons and ghosts. Once the enemy was bound, their skin would be smashed and their bones would be crushed. The old man said that only such meat was chewy, and the blood that oozed out would have the taste of wine. The old man suddenly took off the demon-binding rope and threw it out. It slithered away like a snake. A moment later, it returned to the old man and was held in his hand. He really ran away. The old man rode on a cloud and no longer strolled on foot. He quickly went to the cave that the mountain-moving ape had opened up. Dozens of miles away, Chun Pingon, who was disguised as a teenager, was moving quickly in the forest. It was not that he had retreated in the face of difficulties, but that he had changed his mind at the last minute. Previously, he had followed the rat spirit to the mountain where the mountain-moving sage was. He saw a group of demons from afar. They had tied up a living person. It was a thin and gentle young master in a green robe. His hands and feet were tied to a bamboo pole. 2 underlings who had transformed into human figures carried the bamboo pole on their shoulders and walked unsteadily. The poor scholar was swaying until he was on the verge of death. The leader was a demon. He looked like a human and was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He looked elegant and held a white bone fan with a peach blossom painted on it in front of his chest. He slowly fanned it. Beside him was an old man with a goatee. They chatted along the way. They had specially gone to welcome him. This gentleman with a peach fan was the most trusted and capable person of the goddess of the summer. He could often kidnap living people from stinky Copper City to improve the goddess of the summer's meals. The old man chuckled and said, "Gentlemen, scholars are really rare. They must taste very good. How did you catch them? Tell me." The demon with the fan was quite proud and slowly said, "I spent a lot of effort. This hothead was sightseeing near stinky Copper City. I went up and talked to him about poems and songs. We had a lot of fun and tricked him into leaving the stinky Copper City. He would not cause any trouble for our goddess. Even if the stinky Copper City found out later, I would not be in the wrong." The weak scholar said with a trembling voice, "I am the new Genshur appointed by the stinky Copper City. You can't eat me. You can't eat me." If the goddess of the summer really wants to eat people, I can help. I can help you trick a few more people back. The woodcutter in the mountains, or those girls who admire my talent. The demon with the fan sneered and said, "How can you believe the words of us scholars? Look, didn't you just believe me? What happened in the end?" The scholar silently shed tears. Near Qinglu town, there was a very strange, stinky copper city where the good and the bad were mixed together. Living humans and ghosts lived together in harmony. Compared to the other cities in the Ghost Valley, Stinky Copper City was the most stable one. In the surrounding area of Stinky Copper City, there were rarely any malicious ghosts. The city also had strict rules that forbade killing. This was related to the proximity to Qinglu town. To be precise, it was related to the immortal master Guiqi Zhu Quan. Moreover, there were more than 20,000 living people in the world of the living. In the early years, there was a group of exiled cultivators who fled here after their sects were destroyed. They paid a large sum of immortal money to Stinky Copper City and were able to reproduce. After a few hundred years, many of their descendants settled inside and outside the city with peace of mind. Later on, there was an endless stream of rogue cultivators who gathered in Stinky Copper City. They were similar to the common people near the Immortal Mountain. However, most of the living people near the Stinky Copper City did not have a long lifespan. They were usually around 100 years old, which was considered old. As for the secular women in the Stinky Copper City, even if they did not have any cultivation talent, they were still beautiful and charming. However, their beauty faded very quickly. Usually after 25 years old, they would show signs of aging. It was a pity. Every year, the Stinky Copper City would select a group of beautiful young girls to be carefully trained by the instructors. They would then be sent to other cities to be the concubines or maids in the otherworldly mansions. It was a method to rope them in. The Stinky Copper City's mayor had a sister who was not any less famous than him. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, she would play with money on the city wall. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 small coins mixed in. The Stinky Copper City also had a throne room and a small imperial court. The mayor appointed more than 100 civil and military officials in one go. The 6 departments were complete. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. Every 10 days, there would be an imperial court meeting. It was very formal. There was also the imperial examination. However, there was no such thing as a provincial examination. There were only a few people in the Stinky Copper City. There were very few people who had a basic knowledge of literature. The mayor's sister gave herself the title of Prime Minister of Imperial Examinations. She was personally responsible for setting the questions and marking the examination papers. The fan-holding spirit who called himself Gentleman chatted with the old man with the goatee about the lively events in the north of the Ghost Valley. This fan-holding spirit, who had gone on a long trip, heard some rumors in the Stinky Copper City. The content was very exaggerated, but the rumors were very accurate. He had originally planned to show off a little when he met the goddess of the summer, but the mountain road was long and too boring. So he continued. It said that there were 2 extremely beautiful female cultivators from other places. One of them is very likely to be a deer-riding goddess from the Mural City. The 2 of them took the same ferry and didn't know what was good for them. They dared to go straight to the capital. Their momentum was so strong that no city lord dared to stop them on the way. It was only when they got close to Jingguan City that a mayor took the initiative to use the city defense weapon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At least 180 flying swords shot out. The old man with the goatee was shocked. Good heavens! If it was us, we would have been turned into a sieve. Do you know how much divine money they spend every time they use the sword bed to shoot? If it was our goddess, she would be treated like that. Ooh. The fan-holding spirit laughed. Back to the main topic. At the critical moment, We didn't expect an ugly flower protector who called himself Zhou Fei. Like his name, he was quite ugly, but he was very capable. He directly cast a large net. Rumor has it that he personally said that the net was refined from thousands of snowflakes. In short, he took away all those flying swords. They buzzed like a sack of mosquitoes and flies. The city wasn't satisfied, so they sent out another batch of flying swords. Guess what happened? A lackey said carelessly. They ran away. What else could they do? The fan-holding spirit kicked him, sending him flying several feet away. Then he said to himself that ugly man shook out another net. It was exactly the same. It was still a transcendent artifact made from divine money. He even said that he didn't have any other abilities. He was afraid of the ability to make money while lying down. It's a good thing that this kind of man is a bit ugly. Otherwise, I would want to piss on his head. The demons were in an uproar. They only felt that they were listening to a heavenly book. The old man with the goatee asked softly, "What happened after that? Did the battle at Jingwan City get even fiercer?" Both sides fought to the death and perished together. That's the best outcome. Old Yang, you look like that Zhou Fei, but you're still dreaming. This isn't good. You have to change. After the fan-holding spirit ridiculed him, he said regretfully, "There's nothing after that." Many of the vassal cities of Jingwan City in the north began to be under martial law. No more news leaked to the south. That's all there is to the news of Stinky Copper City. Sigh. Those two girls are most likely sheep in a tiger's den. No matter how powerful that ugly man's transcendent artifact is, can it be higher than the cultivation of Jingwan City's city lord? Chun Pingan followed from afar. He was a little confused. Why did Jiang Shangjin return to the North Continent? And why did he want to join hands with the deer-riding goddess who walked out of the picture scroll to barge into Jingwan City in Ghost Valley? Could it be that the deer-riding goddess turned around and chose Jiang Shangjin to be her master after she ran into a wall at the Swaying River? As for the other female cultivator, who was she? Let's not care about this for now. Besides, he couldn't care about it even if he wanted to. If Jiang Shangjin really did make a move and tangled with Jingwan City, then it would be a real fight between immortals. Let's meet this goddess of the summer first. In a deep stream halfway up Mirror Treasure Mountain, Yang Chongxian sat by the water. He was bored to death and rubbed his cheeks. He had been waiting here for so many years that he was really bored. After he obtained the opportunity, he had to go to the north. It would be best if he could fight a few battles with people on Julie Mountain. After not showing up for so long, the power of his other alias had been suppressed by many rising stars. Yang Chongxian scratched his head again. He had gotten used to being bald in the past few years and was really not used to it. Was that prophecy accurate or not? Although staying here was also considered cultivation, and he would go to the water to bathe whenever he had nothing to do, it could still strengthen his soul. However, compared to using the magma of the volcano to temper his body, it was still a lot worse. Besides, with his personality, he was never willing to be restrained. If it wasn't for the strict order from his family, his mother would have used filial piety to suppress him. Otherwise, Yang Chongxian really wouldn't be willing to make this trip. Wouldn't it be better to hand it over to his stable, reliable, and famous younger brother? Moreover, even if he obtained the Three Mountains Mirror, wouldn't the family still have to hand it over to his younger brother to refine as his life-bound item? It wasn't that he held a grudge against his younger brother and couldn't bear to see his younger brother get better. It was just that staying in this godforsaken Treasure Mirror Mountain was too boring. This was also one of the reasons why the West Mountain Old Fox could be so lively. He treated it as a source of entertainment to relieve his boredom. Yang Chongxian reached out casually and casually grabbed a handful of rocks from the snow-white cliff. With a clench of his hand, it shattered into many pebbles and was gently tossed into the water. He and that outstanding younger brother of his were just brothers who didn't see eye to eye, but they were far from turning into enemies. As the older brother, he couldn't stand his younger brother acting like an old man and a bookworm since he was young. As the younger brother, he didn't like his older brother causing trouble everywhere since he was young. If their roles were switched, there might be a lot fewer things to worry about. If he had known earlier, he would have been the first to come out of his mother's womb. As long as he could do it, he would have crawled back as quickly as he could. Yang Chongxian sighed and raised his head to look towards the north. He loudly complained, "My dear mother, when will these bitter days end?" On the other side of the river, a tall and sturdy young man ran out from the woods. His buttocks jolted as he held a large pile of wild fruits that he had picked from other mountains. He shouted, "Brother Yang, do you also miss Nyangqin?" Yang Chongxian propped his chin up and didn't feel like talking. His heart was very tired every day. That person leaped over the deep stream and landed next to Yang Chongxian. He handed over a wild fruit. "Big brother Yang, this thing is crunchy and very delicious." Yang Chongxian took the wild fruit that looked like a white pear and gnawed on it. He vaguely said, "Wei Gaowu, does your sister have a secret lover or not?" As it turned out, this tall and sturdy man who was holding the fruit and flattering him was the youngest son of the old fox of West Mountain, the younger brother of the parasol-holding fox demon Wei Taizhen, Wei Gaowu. As for the two names, naturally they weren't the siblings' original names. Wei Gaowu shook his head and said, "Of course not. My sister's standards are high. Look, she didn't even take a fancy to you, big brother Yang. I reckon that my sister is destined to be an old lady who can't get married for the rest of her life." Yang Chongxian didn't ask anymore. This seemingly simple-minded big blockhead was used to being bullied by the mountain spirits in the Treasure Mirror Mountain area. Even a ghost carrying a flag and patrolling the mountain could shout at him. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't handsome, he would probably have to wash his butt every day. But Wei Gao was actually not stupid. It could even be said that he was the smartest among the family of three. He was smart enough to guess his sister's final fate. It might not be good. What he could do, Wei Gao had done. What he shouldn't have done, he didn't do a single thing, but he still couldn't change his sister's ending. Yang Chongxian was very curious. When that day came, Wei Gao could not continue to play dumb. Was he going to risk his life? Or was he going to endure humiliation and struggle at death's door in the Ghost Valley, hoping that he could take revenge on him in the future? This was also young Chengshuan's way of relieving his boredom, thinking about these small things and other people's great tragedies. It was quite interesting. Yang Chongxian took another wild fruit and wiped it with his tattered sleeve. He casually asked, "What did Fanling City say?" Wei Gao laughed and said, "Last time, after the city lord and big brother Yang had a heart-to-heart talk, I met him at the ruined temple. He even praised me for my good fortune to be able to meet a hero like big brother Yang. He even invited me to Fanling City as a guest." Yang Chongxian laughed and said, "This shows that the city lord of Fanling City is easy to talk to." Wei Gao grinned. "I know. In fact, it's because of big brother Yang. Otherwise, if the city lord accidentally glanced at me, it would dirty his eyes." Yang Chongxian asked, "Are there any interesting things happening in other places recently?" Wei Gao was just an errand boy. This fox spirit's courage seemed to be smaller than a needle's eye. Perhaps he had never been angry in his life, but in fact, he was not small. He dared to go to the nearby mountains, Fanling City, and even Lonmusk Town. But, of course, Wei Gao would only come into contact with the lowest level of ghosts, monsters, and wild cultivators in the Ghost Valley. Yang Chongxian could completely imagine Wei Gao's lowly appearance, bowing and smiling to everyone. Wei Gao nodded and said, "Yes, I just went to Lonmusk Town. I heard that there was a fierce fight at Shuli Mountain recently. That big brother Yang is especially annoyed by his Lu Jinglong. He fought with a beautiful foreign Taoist nun at Shuli Mountain. Yang Chongxian said Lu Jinglong was actually willing to fight, and he even chose Shuli Mountain, the most public place. How many moves did Lu Jinglong use to kill his opponent? Wei Gaowu said softly. Both of them were severely injured. They fell into a pool of blood and could not get up for a long time. In the end, Lu Jinglong won by a narrow margin because he stood up first. The Taoist nun was slower. Yang Chongxian frowned. That Lu Jinglong was more famous than his younger brother. Everyone in the North Continent was competitive. Whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, everyone liked to rank. Because of this, the fight was even more intense. The Taoist heavenly lord, Xie Shi, was outside the top 10. Lu Jinglong was also among the 10 young talents. Yang Chongshuan's younger brother was ranked 9th. Lu Jinglong was ranked 3rd. He was also known as the Land Dragon of the North Continent. He was destined to be one of the top 10 in the continent in the future. Yang Chongxian was annoyed by him because he could not break his opponent's simple array formation in a private spar when he was young. After all, Lu Jinglong was a sword cultivator, not an array master. Moreover, this fellow was even more annoying than his younger brother in that Lu Jinglong loved to reason. He did not talk about those profound principles that were high up in the air, but the most basic and superficial ones. Therefore, Yang Chongxian felt even more stifled. Yang Chongxian smiled. After this fight, Zhonglin's sect earned a lot of money again. Wei Gaowu asked curiously, "Brother Yang, what kind of sect is Zhonglin's sect?" Yang Chongxian said, "Your stinking Ghost Valley can be considered a moneymaker. If you see Zhonglin's sect, you'll have to kowtow and acknowledge your ancestors." Wei Gaowu was a little absent-minded. He obediently held the wild fruits and squatted beside Yang Chongxian, looking into the distance. Yang Chongxian said, "There's always someone better than you, but your fist is not hard. No matter where you go, Wei Gaowu, you're just Ghost Valley's Wei Gaowu. Besides being a little taller and having the word Gaob in your name, you're nothing else. There's nothing to look forward to outside. You might as well stay in Ghost Valley." Wei Gaowu called softly, "Brother Yang." Yang Chongxian patted the big guy on the shoulder. "Get lost." Wei Gaowu sighed heavily. He gently placed the wild fruits aside, leaped over the mountain stream, and left. When he reached the edge of the dense forest on the other side, the blockhead did not forget to turn and wave goodbye. Yang Chongxian stretched out his palm and spat out a scarlet liquid the size of a grain of rice. Yang Chongxian smiled and shook his head. He was still not smart enough. He did not even know whether he was a Qi refinement warrior or a pure martial artist. He dared to play such tricks, but this Wei Gaowu would never be able to guess the truth, even if he was given 2 chances. A Qi refinement warrior? A pure martial artist? Because Yang Chongxian was both. Moreover, his achievements were extremely high. This was all thanks to his battle with Lu Jinglong. At that time, both of them were of the same age and could be considered half a friend. Lu Jinglong might not have cared about that battle, but it changed the indifferent Yang Chongxian into a different person. Yang Chongxian was an alias. So was Yang Jinshan, who roamed the pugilistic world. It was just that no one would care about the name Yang Chongxian. But on the mountain of the North Continent, the ranger Yang Jinshan and his nickname Yang Tuzi were very famous. They were far more famous than his real name. His younger brother, who was also born with Tao quality, was naturally attracted to water. As for his elder brother, he was naturally attracted to mountains. Therefore, the clan still allowed him to come to the Treasure Mirror Mountain. Damn it, How could he come up with such a bullsh asterisk T reason? What was this bottomless mountain stream in front of him? Yang Chongxian clapped his hands and fell backward. Other than the bullsh asterisk T reason, there was another mysterious explanation. His younger brother, who was attracted to water, was very likely to encounter a life and death battle at the Treasure Mirror Mountain. It would be very dangerous. Yang Chongxian was puzzled. In this ghost valley, unless the city lord of the Capital View City and that skeleton Pooh lost their minds, what danger would his younger brother be in? This younger brother was not some soft persimmon, like a loach. How could an ordinary Yuanian cultivator catch him, who was good at survival and was best at running away? The hemp sex Zhu Quan was not stupid. He might even help to protect him. The two masters of the small Xuandu temple and the great Yuan Yue temple were not people who would cause trouble, especially the one from the small Xuandu temple. He might even favor his younger brother. Wouldn't that be another good karma? Together with the prophecy and all these superstitious sayings, he felt that they were all boring. Yang Chongxian suddenly thought of the young ranger with the bamboo hat. He could see that he was actually the same kind of person as himself. But Yang Chongxian did not have any thoughts of competing. The opportunity was coming. It was better to avoid trouble. This old saying, he still had to listen to it. Could it be this person? Yang Chongxian began to ponder. His hands formed a seal, and he silently calculated. Although he only learned it half-heartedly, he was still better than the average master. After all, he had learned it from his family. After a while, Yang Chongxian leaned back and closed his eyes to sleep. What does it have to do with me? I'm still sleeping when the sun is high. I don't care about the worries of the world. Yang Chongxian muttered, I'm still envious of Venerable Fiery Dragon. He cultivates both when he wakes and when he sleeps. I wonder if there are similar immortal spells in this world. If there are, I must steal it and learn it. A mellow voice sounded beside Yang Chongxian. Of course there are. One of them is in the Liuxia continent. He can comprehend the Tao at night. Hence, his cultivation journey is twice the result with half the effort. Now that this person has come to the North Continent, if I'm not wrong, it is this person who obtained the opportunity of the painting of the goddess hanging on the inkstone in the mural city. As for the other person, he happened to be related to one of my ancestors. Hence, I know that he was born in the Pearl Grotto Heaven in the Aquarius continent. However, he is now in the South Whirlpool continent and can practice swordplay in his dreams. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, he can achieve the great Tao. However, between these two people, there will be a battle of the great Tao. Yang Chongxian did not open his eyes. He smiled and said, So it's the monastery head who has graced us with your presence. Why, are you here to compete with me for the opportunity? That's not good. It's just a bright mirror that can reveal the true form of a demon. Is the old monastery head interested in it? An old Taoist sat cross-legged near Yang Chongxian. He did not need to use any spiritual energy. With just a thought, the mist in the deep stream condensed into a futon. It was the old monastery head of the small Xiandu temple. The old Taoist did not answer Yang Chongxuan's rude question. He only looked at the deep stream and lamented, looking at this water again. I still feel that the creation is endless. It's unbelievable. Yang Chongxian sat up and sighed. I never thought that there would be a day when I have to rely on my family. Only then can I feel at ease. The old Taoist smiled and said, If your parents are powerful, it means that you are powerful in reincarnation. This is not something to be ashamed of. You don't have to be so troubled. Yang Chongxian grinned and said, Monastery head, let's make things clear first. I only ask that you don't compete with me for the opportunity of the mirror. As for imparting Tao techniques and forming good karma, my brother might not reject it. As for me, you don't have to be a monastery head. I won't accept it. The old Taoist laughed heartily. I think you're better than your brother. Yang Chongxian put his hands behind his head and said, "I'll take it as a compliment. The largest dynasty in the central part of the North Continent had a Chongxian bureau. It was in charge of many famous sects in the capital. It was in charge of the books of Taoists and the rituals of the temples and all the records of the monks. The person in charge of the Chongxian bureau was surnamed Yang. He was the imperial tutor of a country and also owned the Yunshao Palace. His ancestors had 3 cultivators of the upper 5 realms, but they had all passed away one after another. The Yunshao Palace was a forest of Taoists, similar to the Taoist master's residence on Mount Longhu. Its power and resources were unimaginable. Among the younger generation, there were 2 young talents. They were a pair of twin brothers who were known as natural Taoists when they were young. One of them was chosen by the heavenly lord Xie Shi. Because Xie Shi could not accept disciples, the young man could not become his disciple. However, Xie Shi still imparted Tao techniques to him. The other was the elder brother, but he liked to wander around when he was young. He was elusive. It was said that he was born with polychoria. Not only did he have the advantage of being born early, but he also had one more vision than his brother. He should have been the rightful future head of the family. Unfortunately, his temperament was too undisciplined. The family tried to persuade him, but to no avail. As time passed, the former vaguely became the next prime minister of the Chongxian Bureau. The latter was shrouded in the shadow of his brother's great reputation and became more and more unknown. The old Taoist raised his head and looked into the distance. It should be the entrance of the Ghost Valley. Then he shifted his gaze to the direction of Lawn Musk Town. He smiled and said, "I'm here to tell you that your opportunity has come." Yang Chongxian was unmoved. "Why did you come here to tell me this?" The old Taoist expression was solemn. He said slowly, "I had a divination before. It turned out to be a great fortune to kill someone. However, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It made me feel uneasy. There was a flaw between my heart and Tao. In the end, I gave the choice to someone else. Now, I feel relieved and protected my heart. However, I also feel lost. It's as if the opportunity has passed me by." Yang Chongxian sneered. "So you're saying that you want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? You're clean, and you want me to be the vanguard? A fool? Even you are hesitating to kill someone. Even if I can kill him, the price is too high. Can I bear it with my thin arms and legs?" The old Taoist shook his head. "You're not one of the 3 lineages in the Qingming Tian. That's why I left the small Xiandu temple to tell you this." The old Taoist stood up. "Take care of yourself." Yang Chongxian suddenly asked, "There's something I don't understand. I hope you can enlighten me." The old Taoist nodded. "Just say it." Yang Chongxian asked. "Those who need to understand reason the most are the ones who can't listen to reason the most. Those who are willing to listen to reason don't need it. What should I do?" The old Taoist smiled. "This is a problem that the Confucian disciples should think about. As for you, it's a burden to think about it. Why bother yourself? There are so many useless people in the world who are just enjoying themselves. Why do you have to wake them up from their dreams? If they scold you for being noisy, they'll be considered good-tempered. If they're petty, they'll see you as an enemy. If that's the case, are they stupid or are we stupid?" Yang Chongxian couldn't help but laugh. He stood up and shook his sleeves in a serious manner. For the first time, he bowed. "Thank you for enlightening me." Yang Chongxian then blurted out, "The cultivation of the great Tao is to seek the truth." The old Taoist revealed a look of admiration. He nodded lightly and disappeared in a flash. After Yang Chongxian came back to his senses, he spread out his hands and clenched his fists. The strong open the path and cut through the thorns. The weak follow blindly and go with the flow. He rubbed his chin with his palm. After a while, he held it in for a long time. It was difficult for him to hold back his laughter. He didn't care about that question. In fact, it was the most difficult problem for Lu Jinglong all these years. However, the old Taoist's answer was unexpected. It was indeed worthy of his bow. Returning to the peach forest, the old Taoist was not in a hurry to enter the temple. Walking under the peach tree, the old Taoist kept looking up at the sky. No matter what, the young ranger declined to enter the temple for tea. In fact, it wasn't over yet. That was why the old Taoist asked his good friend, the old monk, if he needed to keep that cup of 1,000-year-old peach tea. Actually, why would the old monk, an outsider, make such a decision for the Shaoxin temple? The old monk only said 4 words: "The more you speak, the more mistakes you will make." This enlightened the old Taoist, and he immediately became alert. After making the final decision, the old Taoist returned to the state of mind of still water. However, the more he deduced, the more he felt that something was wrong. With his current cultivation, even if the city lord of Jingguan City in the Ghost Valley were to engage in a life and death battle, it wouldn't affect his Tao heart at all. The old Taoist used what could be said to be the only natal abhijna in the world. He expended a lot of vital energy and destroyed a full 60 years of cultivation before he could use the heaven and earth observation technique of the ancient deities. Finally, he found some clues. The 2 ends of a line, one end was on He Xiaoliang, who was in Jingguan City, and the other end was on the young man. This was strange enough, but what was even more frightening was the latter line. With He Xiaoliang as the starting point, that line left the Skeleton Beach and Ghost Valley and went straight to the sky canopy of the North Continent. It seemed to be related to someone in another world. This made the old Taoist, who already had a pure body, sweat profusely after he retracted his abhijna. He was filled with hatred. Whose disciple was He Xiaoliang? How could a foreign female cultivator from the Aquarius continent rise so quickly in the North Continent and successfully establish a sect with the full support of the heavenly Lord Xie Shi? In the North Continent, who didn't know that as long as one stood on the peak of the mountain, the old Taoist looked up with anger, wishing that he could immediately kill his way to that world and go to the Baek Okekyung building to demand an explanation from the sect master. Once he killed according to the divination, the fortune might not be fake. But Lu Qin, did you think I was a puppet? A dog that wagged its tail and begged for mercy at other people's doors. Qing Ming Tian, Baek Okekyung building. Languid, a young Taoist sat on a white jade railing. Below his feet were layers of clouds of different heights, which were all seas formed by vast spiritual energy. He smiled and said, "Big and small Xiandu temples both have good methods." Previously, he had been tilting his head and twirling a thin line between his fingers. He listened attentively, but it was intermittent and very vague. He couldn't hear clearly this line. Even he was unwilling to touch it personally. At this moment, he sat up straight and snapped the line with a flick of his finger. It was a little trick to follow the vine to find the melon. He really didn't have any bad intentions. Whether that kid was dead or alive, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he didn't want to get involved. It was He Xiaoliang who dared to make a decision on her own. She did it very unhappily, and she didn't even realize the consequences. Therefore, the little cow knows of the small Xiandu temple. Lu Qin had wronged him. He would put this on the head of his own Xiandu temple. He would go there and make a scene. As long as he didn't get justice, he would curse there. Lu Qin rubbed his chin and said to himself, "But this little disciple of mine is really lucky. He didn't really make a move, and he almost killed that kid for no reason." A young man whose Taoist robe and Taoist crown were not in the original 3 branches of the Taoist ancestor came to Lu Qin's side and asked, "Third senior brother, is there something new?" Lu Qin turned around and stroked the young man's head. "Little junior brother, you must do your best. Don't let me, Your little senior brother, lose to that chief fellow again. Your little senior brother holds grudges the most. Do you know that? The young man's smile stiffened. When he saw Lu Chen's playful smile, he immediately turned around and ran. But in this world, in this Beko Keikyung building, where could the young man run? As expected, he seemed to be grabbed by the back of his collar by a hand and was thrown directly into the sea of clouds outside the Beko Keikyung building. Not only that, all the spiritual energy of that little senior brother was also sealed. Several immortals immediately flew out from various parts of the Beko Keikyung building, trying to catch the new little martial uncle with a venerable status. Lu Chen slapped those immortals one by one and sent them flying. The young man fell hurriedly. An ascendant realm cultivator who was temporarily acting as the young man's guardian gritted his teeth and was about to rush over to save him. Was he really going to watch the young man fall to the ground, purely relying on the physical body? Even an unpolished jade realm cultivator would turn into a pile of meat paste if he fell. Those sea of clouds were not ordinary things. The Tao ancestor could naturally save this last disciple, and so could sect Master Lu. But wouldn't he, the guardian, become the laughingstock of the entire world? Lu Chen glanced coldly at the ascendant realm cultivator. The latter's Tao heart immediately scattered. He hurriedly stood with his hands behind his back and stabilized his mind. Just as the young man was about to fall to the ground, two large holes broke open in the sky almost at the same time. The momentum was vast and shocking. Then, two streaks of rainbow light smashed towards the Beko Keikyung building, although the two holes were quickly filled up by themselves. But in that instant, a few shadows quickly rushed into the blue sky. They deliberately avoided the Beko Keikyung building and tried to hide. Lu Chen was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and pointed a few times in the direction where the shadows were fleeing frantically. Gods in golden armor that were thousands of feet tall appeared out of thin air and smashed the shadows into pieces. Lu Chen leaped lightly and arrived at the foot of the Beko Keikyung building in the blink of an eye. The young man hovered in the air a foot above the ground. His hands and feet were stiff, and his thoughts were empty. Lu Chen squatted down and said slowly, "The guardian is an external object. The identity of the Tao ancestor's disciple is an external object. Your own life and death are also external objects." The young man, whose forehead was sweating, nodded. Lu Chen pressed down on the young man's head and pressed down gently. A living disciple of the Tao ancestor instantly turned into a pile of minced meat. Lu Chen smiled and said, "If you don't die for real, how can you truly know Tao?" A tall, middle-aged Taoist appeared beside Lu Chen. With a wave of his sleeve, the young man's soul was trapped in his sleeve. He frowned and said, "Is this how you act as a senior brother?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm still better than you were back then." The tall Taoist shook his head. With a stomp of his foot, he rose from the ground and headed towards the highest point of the Beko Keikyung building. Suddenly, Lu Chen's neck was strangled by someone's arm. That fellow, whose head and face were covered in grime, was probably not very tall as he stood on his tiptoes. He was not unfamiliar with this sect leader Lu at all. With a cheeky grin, he asked, "How was my punch just now? Was the angle tricky? Second brother's second brother must still be in pain." Lu Chen nodded and said, "You're still as elegant as ever." The person increased the strength of his arm, causing Lu Chen's body to lean back slightly. The person narrowed his eyes and asked, "There's an old score. Let's settle it." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm not going to the Outland. If we fight here, you don't have a sword and can't hurt me. Besides, there are so many fairies in the Beko Keikyung building who are looking at us right now." Only then did the person let go of his arm. Lu Chen patted his sleeves helplessly. The The person faced the highest point of the Beko Kekyung building and stared with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he lowered his head and spat into his palms. He rubbed his palms together and then raised his hands up high. He ran his fingers through his hair from front to back. He felt that if there was a mirror in his hand, it would probably explode on the spot. He coughed a few times to moisten his throat and was about to speak. Lu Qin said helplessly, "There's no need to introduce yourself. Everyone in the Baek OK Kyung building knows that you're Alliance." The person continued to introduce himself to the fairies of the Baek OK Kyung building with a straight face, Liang as in kind. Lu Qin smiled and asked, "Since you insist that you're a swordsman, where's your sword?" The person asked in return, "Must a swordsman have a sword?" He answered his own question. "I don't think so." Lu Qin nodded and said, "Where there's chivalry in heaven and earth, there's a place where you can strike with your sword. I know what you're thinking. If you succeed, it'll be a spectacular sight." The man who was not tall and had an average appearance also stomped his feet and rose from the ground. However, he did not go to the Baek OK Kyung building to look for second brother Dao. Instead, he punched the sky and returned to the outland. Lu Qin stood with his hands behind his back and looked up. He was unwilling to look away for a long time. There were always some people who would be admired by others, regardless of friend or foe. In this aspect, Alliance was actually better than himself and Qi Jingchun. Lu Qin suddenly thought of something and smiled knowingly. Perhaps the lady of the green immortal mountain from the bamboo sea grotto heaven might not think so. The lady of the summer's abode was built at a place called Peeling Mountain. The mountain was not high and was not considered to be a place with good feng shui. She was originally the weakest among the 6 sages. However, for some unknown reason, Peeling Mountain had always stood tall in the Ghost Valley. On the other hand, the mountain-moving Grand Sage not only had a strong army under his command, but his cultivation base was also much higher than hers. The mountain-moving Grand Sage was a mountain-moving ape with an impure bloodline. Although he was only 500 years old, he had an innately strong physique. He loved to fight ghosts and chi cultivators in close combat. He even spent a lot of money to buy a high-quality dew armor and a pair of powerful meteor hammers. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. The security of Peeling Mountain was very sparse. Demons gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and were busy gambling. They were very focused on nothing else. However, Peeling Mountain had 3 extremely ingenious mountain and water restrictions. Although they were not a protective formation, they could be easily triggered if an outsider sneaked in and startled the entire Peeling Mountain. The Guanghan Hall plaque hung above the mansion. It was decorated with gold and jade in glorious splendor. It was not cold at all. It was very festive and rich. It must have cost a lot of money. Many osmanthus trees were planted inside and outside the mansion, but they were not rare. In the backyard, a woman with a graceful figure and a bumpy face stood on the stairs. She was wearing a graceful and luxurious palace dress. When she saw the scholar hanging on the bamboo pole, her eyes brightened and her cheeks puffed up. She wiped her saliva and laughed like a flower. Before the fan-holding demon could say anything to claim credit, she drove him away along with all the other eyesores. The bamboo pole was placed on the ground. The scholar's posture was extremely awkward. His wrist was bruised. He struggled to open his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "Lady of the Summer?" The woman crouched down and reached out to touch the scholar's face. Her eyes were blurred as she said, "I haven't seen such a handsome man in a long time." "How nice. Little brother, don't worry. I'm a woman who knows how to care for people. Don't listen to the nonsense outside about how Lady of the Summer likes to stir-fry and doesn't like steaming. My method of eating people is the most ecstatic. All men will love it. My peeling mountain is not some dragon's pool or tiger's den. It's really a happy place for men. As she spoke, the woman could not control her emotions. She stuck out her long and strange tongue. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the scholar's face. The scholar wanted to cry, but had no tears. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. He stared at her blankly. The lady of the summer smiled charmingly and said, "What are you looking at? Don't be impatient. After I untie you and I will go to the bed together. I'll show you everything." The scholar said slowly, "You're a toad. You're not exaggerating. You're really of the Moon Palace. This trip was worth it." The woman was stunned. In an instant, black smoke billowed and a murderous aura filled the sky. The Lady of the Summer was enveloped in it. After a series of hurried and miserable cries, there was silence. Only a large pool of blood bloomed on the ground. A moment later, the scholar was squatting on the ground. The Lady of the Summer was lying on the ground. All that was left was a set of white bones. The scholar's mouth was full of blood. He did not wipe it away. He burped and dipped his hand in the blood. He turned to look at the wall and asked with a smile, "Have you seen enough?" Even Chun Pingan was shocked. It was not uncommon to see demons and ghosts harm people. It was also common for foxes to seduce scholars. However, it was Chun Pingan's first time seeing a scholar beating a demon. Chun Pingan squatted on the wall. The blade-strengthening gourd had been replaced at his waist. He asked, "This Lady of the Summer with an average cultivation base obviously has a powerful backer, and it's not the other big demons. Aren't you afraid?" The scholar smiled and said, "Don't I have you to be the scapegoat?" Chun Pingan also smiled and said, "Can't you be a little more righteous?" Chu-yi and Chu-yi shot out like lightning from the blade-strengthening gourd. They did not bother the scholar and directly sank into the ground. Fan Yunlua's chariot burrowing into the ground was still fresh in Chun Pingan's memory. Both sides were silent. The scholar was probably afraid of the young sword immortal's sword. He wondered if it would be faster than his own escape technique. Chun Pingan was afraid that the scholar would run too fast and disappear. How would he settle the score? As for being framed by this guy, it did not matter. He would take on whatever trouble came. He was here to gain experience. If it was too easy, Chun Pingan would not be used to it. If there was no other way, he could use the golden distance shrinking talisman and cooperate with the sword immortal to escape the Ghost Valley temporarily. He could enter the Ghost Valley again after he had figured out the opponent's background. He could use the stupid method of cutting flesh with a blunt knife and slowly grind it out. It depended on who was more patient. Chun Pingan and the scholar opened their mouths at the same time, but they stopped at the same time. The scholar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You go first. I respect the sword immortal the most in my life." Chun Pingan said, "You go first. You scholars are more precious." The scholar was surprised and said, "Are we going to waste time like this?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "As long as you are happy." The scholar watched helplessly as a long sword appeared in the man's hand. He sat down on the ground and waved his sleeves. The blood gathered into a round ball and circled around him slowly. Then he asked tentatively, "Since you talk about Jianghu's righteousness, should I talk about peace and prosperity?" Chun Pingan asked, "How do you mean wealth?" The scholar pointed outside the high wall and said righteously, "Aren't there 5 other monsters here? Unlike this poor goddess of the summer. The rest of them are all rich. We brothers are of one mind. We can cut through gold. Let's get rid of evil for the people." Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Good." The scholar suddenly cursed, "Good your grandpa. You hid your murderous aura well. But your sword almost grew a mouth and yelled at me to kill." Chun Pingan narrowed his eyes. The scholar slowly stood up, his expression indifferent. Although it was the first time he had met this young ranger, whose deeds had spread throughout the Ghost Valley. So he did not know that at this moment, Chunpingan would make everyone familiar with him feel strange, whether it was friend or foe. But the scholar knew one thing. This guy had a strong murderous intent. He actually suppressed the sword energy of the sword. The scholar thought it was good. He might as well let go of his hands and feet and fight. Killing people for treasures, riches, and honor were found in danger. He had good gambling luck in his life and had never lost. Chunpingan took a deep breath and shook his head. Then he raised his hand and patted his chest. Smiling brightly, he said, "Sorry, I have a phobia of blood." First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. For 95. At that moment, the two people at the Empress of the Summer's residence on Peeling Mountain seemed to have walked into an unpredictable game of chess. There were 3 choices. Both sides would fight to the death. Only one side would benefit. The loser would most likely die. One side would back down. For example, Chunpingan would choose to bear the consequences of killing the Empress of the Summer. Or the scholar would not take advantage of the situation and would not pour dirty water on Chunpingan's head. Or both sides could take a step back and leave this game of Peeling Mountain together. This was the so-called "you talk about the righteousness of Jianghu, and I talk about peace and prosperity." Both sides would turn their spearheads and point their spears at the other 5 demons. Chunpingan asked, "You're not a demon? You're an Een spirit from the Ghost Valley?" The scholar patted his sleeves and said unhappily, a living person full of pure yang qi. It's the real deal. The way I subdued the demon earlier was just an unorthodox technique to scare you. How can one not have a way to hide their identity in Jianghu?" Chunpingan asked, "Then let's form an alliance now? Let's go find trouble with that Primogenita Pai Chen?" The scholar had a strange look in his eyes. Chunpingan glanced at the bones of the Empress of the Summer on the ground and understood. He did not know what to do and gave the game away. Since the Empress of the Summer was dead, how could this residence on Peeling Mountain not have any treasures? How could he leave empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? He was clearly not a cultivator who was good at robbing. Chunpingan changed the topic and asked with a smile, "You've been scheming for so long. You must be familiar with the treasures of this Guanghan Palace. How about we split the loot on this mountain 50-50? The scholar shook his head. "On Peeling Mountain, it's 30-70. You take 30, and I take 70. You're just sitting on the wall watching the show. 30% is not a small amount. After killing the demons on the other mountains, we'll decide based on each person's ability and contribution." Chunpingan shook his head. 46. The scholar hesitated for a while before revealing a pained expression. He pointed at the skeleton on the ground and said, "This is the skeleton of the goddess of the summer. Although it is not as white as the bones of ghosts and nether spirits, it has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon in the Ghost Valley for nearly 1,000 years. It has been refined to the point that it is even better than the golden branches and jade leaves of an earth immortal. It is very precious. After I give it to you, we will split its 70%. Chunpingan sneered and said, "It's such a hot potato. If I accept it, it'll be like smearing yellow mud on my crotch. Shouldn't we split it 40-60? Furthermore, the most precious item of the mountain and lake spirits was naturally the demon core. Presumably, it had already been swallowed whole by that scholar, and he had already taken the greatest advantage." The scholar pretended to be enlightened. He patted his head and said apologetically, "I miscalculated. All right, then we'll split it 40-60 and leave this set of bones here. Let's go. I'll take you to the treasury of Peeling Mountain to search for treasures. The entrance is under the goddess of the summer's bed. This female toad doesn't have a high cultivation base, but because of the rewards from her lover and the other 5 demons, she was able to obtain quite a few treasures. The scholar took the lead and walked through the main door. Chun Pingon put the sword immortal behind him and jumped down the wall. He followed the scholar, and with a wave of his sleeve, the bones were kept close to him. The scholar stopped and turned around, his face full of surprise. Chun Pingon smiled and explained, wouldn't it be a bad thing if the Peeling Mountain Spirit Monster accidentally saw it? If that happens, we'll alert the Peeling Mountain Spirit Monster and delay our great mission of killing demons. It's better that I keep it for now. The scholar smiled and said, then I have to thank you? Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear to him and looked around. In this extremely spacious room, there was no lack of treasures and toys. However, the smell of cosmetics was heavy. The murals were actually some unsightly erotic paintings. The paintings were extremely large, at least 10 feet tall. Fortunately, the men and women in the paintings were only the size of date pits. There were scenes of emperors and debauchery in the palace, as well as scenes of a night in a brothel. One of the paintings was of a man and a woman wearing a Taoist robe. The man had a celestial aura, and the woman was overflowing with divine light, as if they were immortal Taoist couples cultivating in the bedroom. The scroll was also densely packed with small characters. The scholar kicked the huge mandarin duck bed and slid several feet away without making a sound. The scholar squatted on the floor. There was a round piece of fine iron embedded in the floor, as bright as a mirror. The scholar lowered his head and looked at it, as if he was cracking a mechanism. The scholar turned his head and looked, unable to vent his anger. He finally understood what it meant to be a bandit passing by like a comb and a soldier passing by like a mortar. The green-robed ranger with the bamboo hat took all the bottles on the dressing table of the goddess of the summer, not to mention the 6 deity paintings that hid the secrets of cultivation. What? Have you never seen money in your life? However, the scholar quickly turned his head and continued to size up the strange piece of pure iron that was as clean as a mirror. There was a hint of gloom between the scholar's brows. He clearly knew that he was about to enter the treasury of the Great Cold Palace and encounter real treasures, yet he was still wantonly collecting these worthless items. Could it be that he had something close at hand? A square-inch item would not be so greedy. Chun Pingon was still rummaging through the chests and cupboards. He asked, you said that the goddess of the summer was of the Moon Palace. What did you mean? The scholar gently stroked the edge of the round mirror with one hand, while his fingers were in his sleeves. He was calculating in his mind. He answered casually, there is a sun and a moon in heaven and earth. The moon is the source of essence. According to legend, there was a moon palace in the ancient heavenly court called the Guanghan Palace. In the moon palace, there was the osmanthus tree, rabbit essence, and toad. They were all ancestors of the moon palace. Surrounded by the cold clouds and immortal air, they each became spirits and gods. For example, the goddess of the summer is a descendant of the toad of the moon palace. However, there are thousands of different kinds of flood dragons, all of different heights. The one in Peeling Luoshan can be considered a passable moon palace monster. Chun Pingon praised, you are very knowledgeable. While the scholar was studying the secret techniques of the treasury, Chun Pingon did not approach him. No matter how much he searched, he always stayed 10 steps away from the scholar. This was a subtle indication of his attitude. Chun Pingon chose a rosewood chair and sat down. The scholar shook his head and sighed. My life also has a limit, and my knowledge is also boundless. Chun Pingon said casually, following the limit with the limit is dangerous. The scholar turned his head and glanced at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon crossed his legs. With a twist of his wrist, he took out the jade bamboo fan that Cui Dongshan gave him and gently fanned it. The scholar had already turned his head. He stretched out a finger and gently tapped the mirror surface. On the mirror surface that was as round as the moon, a part of it began to slowly rise. Eventually, it became a palace-like building, like a pavilion rising under the bright moon. Chun Pingon hurriedly closed the fan and entered the feng-shui item. Without caring about any taboos, he came to the scholar's side and stared at the originally flawless metal. When he looked at it from afar, no matter how he looked at it, it was a smooth mirror surface that had been tempered thousands of times. Who would have thought that it was so mysterious? What made Chun Pingon even more amazed was that even though he was concentrating and staring at it, he still felt that the fit from before was too exaggerated. The scholar, however, frowned. Again and again he pushed back the tightly shut door of the palace and restored it to its normal state. Chun Pingon couldn't take his eyes off it and clicked his tongue in wonder. How could there be such an exquisite forging technique in this world? Chun Pingon did not care if he would reveal 300 taels of silver here. He said, "Don't worry, I won't sneak attack you." The scholar sat cross-legged and said slowly, "There is no doubt that this is a magic weapon made by the mechanical master of the school of Moism. It has been a long time. This item belongs to you. After it enters the treasury, how about we split it 30 to 70? How about it?" Chun Pingon nodded without hesitation. "Okay." The scholar suddenly smiled. His fingers tapped on the surface of the mirror as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, a pocket-sized palace rose up once again. Moreover, the mansion's door slowly opened, causing the entire building to begin to circulate with radiance. It shone on the two people's faces. Then the entire floor began to creak. The scholar stretched out his hand, and a snow-white ball appeared in his hand. He was like an immortal holding a bright moon in his hand. Then he twisted his wrist and rubbed his hands together. The palace on the surface of the bright moon was like an immortal secret realm that had retracted into the mountain roots underground. A secret passage appeared on the floor. It was not dark, and a dim yellow light flickered slightly. It was most likely an immortal method similar to the lanterns in the City of Murals. The scholar passed the ball in his hand to Chun Pingon. "From now on, we will split it 30 to 70. We agreed on this." Chun Pingon nodded. Naturally, the two people's movements were slightly stagnant. One person passed the item, and the other received it. They both used one hand. The scholar smiled slightly. The other hand that was hanging down moved slightly, and the strange phenomenon calmed down. Chun Pingon's hand that was holding a bunch of walnuts in his sleeve also gently loosened. Only then did they hand over the treasure. Chun Pingon kept the ball in his hand and followed the scholar into the tunnel. The tunnel that extended all the way down was slightly damp. The Yin energy was dense, and moss grew on the walls. It was indeed a secret lair created by a moon palace species. Finally, the two of them came to a stone cave at the end. There were two white skeletons sitting side by side. One was tall, and the other was short. One was burly, and the other was slender. They seemed to be a Tao couple. They were close to each other, and their hands were tightly clasped. One could vaguely see that the two of them had passed away peacefully. One of them had an emperor's crown on his head and wore a yellow dragon robe. The other one did not wear a phoenix crown. He only wore an immortal robe that resembled a Tao robe, but was not a Tao robe. Other than that, there were 3 boxes stacked in the corner. The scholar looked at the 2 white skeletons and frowned without saying a word. Chun Pingon asked, "Is it one of the monarchs who lost in the battle at the Skeleton Beach?" The scholar nodded and said, "It's very likely to be the monarch of Longshan country. When he was young, he was a destitute and unfavored son of a concubine. Back then, the largest sect in the southern part of the North Continent was called the Qingda sect. The cultivators on the mountain were all known as hidden immortals. The conflict between the two dynasties was traced back to the internal strife of the Qing sect. However, the later generations of immortals kept it a secret. However, within a short period of 60 years, the other mountains in the North Continent sensed that something was amiss. Out of the 30 people, half of them were earthly immortals, while the other half had their own opportunities. They were not to be underestimated. Therefore, the scene of the 30 people ascending the mountain to be apprenticed to a master had attracted countless people's imaginations. There was a poem in the future that testified to it, with the sound of the drum breaking the golden door. 30 immortal materials ascended the jade. The king of Longshan country was one of them. Among that group of God's favored sons, he was still considered one of the best. Unfortunately, the members of the royal family who were qualified to inherit the throne in Longshan country died, one after another. He had no choice but to leave the mountain. Even though he was already in the Dragon Gate realm, he still chose to sever his own longevity bridge and inherited the throne. There were rumors in the streets that he had a close relationship with a martial ant from the Qing sect's Phoenix Cry Peak. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. The scholar sighed and stopped looking at the two sets of white bones. The dragon robe was just an ordinary item in the world and looked expensive. The dragon aura in the man's body had been absorbed or dissipated by itself. After all, once the throne was broken, the dragon aura would dissipate. The Qing sect's robe that the female cultivator wore was not a magic treasure. It was just an ordinary robe that would be given to all the intersect cultivators of the Qing sect by the ancestral hall. The monarch and the female cultivator of the Phoenix Cry Peak were probably nostalgic people. The scholar then went to open the 3 chests one after another. One of the chests was filled with dazzling white snowflakes that numbered in the thousands. The other chest contained an ancient statue tablet that was engraved with densely packed seal scripts. As for the box that was placed at the bottom, there was only one item. It was a small stone that was only knee-high. It was no different from the objects that people used to pound glutinous rice. The scholar's expression changed slightly. He shook his head lightly. Obviously, he felt that the guess in his heart was not very likely. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Don't tell me it's the legendary Moon Palace rabbit spirit who grinds medicine." The scholar laughed. "Then let's make a bet." Chun Pingon asked, "What kind of bet?" The scholar pointed to the stone in the box. "This item counts as 7. The rest count as 3, but I'll let you choose first." Chun Pingon did not hesitate to choose 3. The scholar hurriedly said, "Don't choose first. I'm going back on my word." The scholar gently slapped down, and the stone hammer turned into dust. However, a piece of jade that looked like a white bowl was revealed. He said regretfully, "So it is. This white jade bowl is the place where the goddess of the summer achieved enlightenment. Because she is a moon palace species, the stone hammer was made to wrap her up. It was probably a good omen." The scholar picked up the bowl and held it in his palm. At the bottom of the bowl were 8 small words, "Pure and hidden immortal, inviting the moon with wine." It was one of the sacrificial items of the ancestral hall of the Qing sect. It was just a spiritual weapon. However, to the goddess of the summer who had achieved Tao, it naturally held great significance. Chun Pingon asked, "Are you choosing the Dragon Gate steel or the box of snow?" The scholar's eyelids twitched. The world seal scripts were also divided into old and old ones. Some of the ancient seal scripts could not be recognized unless it was from an immortal clan with an orderly inheritance. How did this young outsider recognize the 2 ancient words Dragon Gate at the top of the steel? The scholar smiled. This underground cave was truly suitable for a life and death battle. However, at this moment, the person unexpectedly said, "Not only is the Dragon Gate steel yours, I'll take 30 for the box of snow." Then I want the 2 sets of bones. The scholar said doubtfully, those 2 sets of bones are really worthless. This female cultivator of the pure virtue sect was only at the Dragon Gate realm when she was alive. Her robes are even more ordinary, not worth a few small coins. Do you believe that the dragon robe will turn to ashes if you touch it? The scholar smiled playfully. Besides, it's not very appropriate to strip a dead person. And a female cultivator at that. No, Chun Pingon said. It's none of your business. The scholar nodded. Then it's settled. With a sweep of his sleeve, he put away the steel along with the wooden box. Chun Pingon also put away the 2 sets of bones. It was clear that the scholar had at least one item close to him. As for the box of snow, Chun Pingon received about 1,500 pieces of snow. The scholar received the lion's share but was still not satisfied. Stripping the goddess of the summer of Luoshan often requires filial piety to that great backer. Her family's wealth is still a little thin. Otherwise, a Jindan monster would not have so little. Chun Pingon said, in Ghost Moo Valley, it's already not easy to survive after fighting to the death. How can she compare to the Jindan Earth, immortals outside? The scholar nodded. Correct. Chun Pingon asked casually, do you have a water-storing spiritual weapon like a water bottle? In an instant, Chun Pingon had already unsheathed his sword. Of the 2 flying swords that pierced through the ground, one was pointed at the top of the scholar's head. The other was hovering behind the scholar. The tip of the sword pointed at the back of his heart. The scholar said helplessly, what are you doing? Are you going to do this to me? Are you really not waiting for us to flatten the cave dwellings of the other 5 mountains one by one and eat until our stomachs are full before we fight? Chun Pingon's expression was solemn. Just now, he had sensed the other party's killing intent. The killing intent in the scholar's heart was heavier than when the goddess of the summer was killed. Chun Pingon saw that, at this moment, from the scholar's state of mind to his expression, there was nothing unusual. Chun Pingon let Chu Yi and 15 return to the blade-strengthening gourd and put the sword immortal back into its sheath. My eyes were blurry just now. I mistakenly thought that there was an otherworldly item guarding the cave and wanted to sneak attack you. The scholar laughed. I didn't expect this big brother to have such a merciful heart. It's just that I'm dizzy with blood, and my eyes are blurry. When we go to the other mountains to fight, don't drag me down. Chun Pingon laughed it off. The 2 of them left the grotto together and walked through the dimly lit tunnel, returning the way they came. They walked side by side. The scholar smiled. Brother, how should I address you? Chun Pingon said. My surname is Chun. My first name is Good Person. The scholar seemed to be choked and was speechless for a moment. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Chun Pingon asked, what about you? The scholar still had not recovered and said weakly, let's not talk about my surname. You can call me Moo Mao, as in lush trees. Chun Pingon nodded. Your name is not bad. The scholar said, not as good as Good Person, brother. Chun Pingon said, you're too kind. The scholar suddenly smiled and asked, do you know the origin of that Pai Chun progenitor? Chun Pingon shook his head. You also know that I'm a foreigner. This time I entered the Ghost Valley to look at the scenery. I just happened to pass by Peeling Mountain. How would I know the origin of these monsters? But these monsters are also interesting. They dare to call themselves the 6 sages. If they're not the goddess, then they're the progenitor. Even the monsters under their command dare to call themselves gentlemen. The scholar said, the monsters in this small place are actually very particular. That Pai Chun progenitor was originally a clever little sable in the Shaoxian temple. She ate 2 pieces of incense to worship the heaven and earth and did not give up. She even stole the oil in the colored glaze cup. After eating it, she accidentally knocked over the glaze cup. Because of this, she became enlightened and became a spirit. At that time, she was seen by a little fairy. In a fit of anger, she whipped her with a horsetail whisk until her flesh was badly mutilated. She was on the verge of death. She did not expect that the old immortal took pity on her, and not only led her out of the Taoist temple and the peach forest, she also took a handful of 10,000-year soil from the peach tree and rubbed it on her wounds. Therefore, this little sable was born with no fear of water or fire weapons. Ordinary weapons could not hurt her at all. Ooh. The scholar told these secrets tirelessly as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This little sable left the peach forest. From then on, the sky was high and the earth was broad. She took over the mountain and called herself the progenitor. She opened up a cave and was very happy. However, he was still concerned about the incense burning in the Shaoxian temple. He was especially respectful of that old immortal. Hence, he placed a memorial tablet on his mountain and offered incense to the old immortal of Shaoxian temple every day. Most of the monsters in the world were like this. They were very respectful to the place where they achieved Tao and the opportunity to become a spirit. The goddess of the summer was like this, and so was this little sable. Speaking of which, this progenitor Pai Chen was as stupid as the goddess of the summer. She was also a monster with a big backer. Aren't you afraid of angering the immortal in the temple? After all, you still have to look at the master before you beat the dog. Chun Pingon said, Then let's not provoke progenitor Pai Chen. Let's go directly to the mountain-moving sage. The scholar laughed and said, There's no need for that. The old immortal only respected the matter of the Tao. He did not care much about the little sable. Let's work together and kill it. Chun Pingon asked, How can you guess and see through the thoughts of a Taoist old immortal? I heard that cultivators hope for what if before they get the opportunity, but after they achieve Tao, they are also afraid of what if. The scholar began to act shamelessly. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Anyway, I have to go to progenitor Pai Chen's Earth Surge Mountain. The mountain-moving sage's place is more lively recently. The demon hunter of the Dirty Water Cave and the thunder immortal of the Jiexiao Mountain should be drinking and planning something together. Maybe the daughter of the old turtle should also be courting the mountain-moving sage. Progenitor Pai Chen is the only one who doesn't like crowds. Now she is probably alone. If you think that the name of the small Xuandu temple is too scary, then let's part on good terms. You go the open road, and I go my own way. How about that? Chun Pingon said, Then let's part on good terms and part on good terms. The scholar was surprised again, but he did not say anything more. He just thought that he had met a weirdo with a strange temper. After the two returned to the goddess of the summer's boudoir, the scholar stretched out his hand and signaled Chun Pingon to leave Piluo Mountain first. He did not want Chun Pingon to mistakenly think that he would run out of the Guanghan Hall first and then beat the gongs and drums to alarm the demons of Piluo Mountain. Chun Pingon jumped on the wall and left quietly. The scholar stood in the same place. The reason why he was so kind was not only because he did not want to fall out with the mountain-moving sage and cause trouble, but also because he was happy to attract the attention of the mountain-moving sage so that he could leisurely deal with progenitor Pai Chen and have another meal. These demons did not have high cultivation. They formed their own structure, but they helped each other. This was the foundation of their existence in the Ghost Valley. Otherwise, a nascent soul cultivator could easily defeat them one by one. They would not have survived until today. In history, a nascent soul nether spirit of the northern city tried to crush the demons with his own cultivation. He suffered a great loss here and almost died in Jiexiao Mountain. The scholar raised his hand and gently spat out a scarlet demon pill suspended in his palm. It spun and emitted a burst of mist and cold air. He was not a ghost. Once he swallowed this thing, it would only destroy his own Tao. A translucent white jade box appeared in the scholar's hand. He placed the demon core into the box, then dusted his sleeves. The essence of the Empress of the Summer's flesh and blood had been absorbed by the robe he was wearing. This was a robe he had taken from an earth immortal evil cultivator many years ago. It was called the 100-Eyed Tautai. In the beginning, its rank was not high. It could not even be considered a magic treasure. Wearing it not only concealed his identity, but more importantly, it could actually help him grow. Over the years, whenever he went out for a walk, whenever he felt like slaying demons and devils, most of it would become nourishment for this robe. The scholar suddenly stretched out a finger and rubbed between his eyebrows. He muttered to himself, "Why did you stop me from killing people in the grotto? What's the big deal if I ruin some of your merits? When you kill the 3 corpses next year, everything will be settled. You're also interesting. The other Taoists who became golden immortals, I was the first to be killed. You, on the other hand, deliberately left it for last." The scholar was silent for a moment, his expression complicated. He flipped his sleeves. It turned into rolling black smoke and drilled into the ground, disappearing in an instant. In a house in the Guanghan Palace, the fan-wielding spirit who called himself the gentleman of the academy was drinking and having fun with a group of bandits like the old man with the goatee. This gentleman was a little unhappy and was drinking to drown his sorrows. The rest of the idiots were also not discerning. When they were drunk, all of them were dancing and spitting saliva everywhere. They spoke without restraint. This one said that the goddess of the summers but was round, and that he would die to touch it. Another said that the Black River King's daughter had big breasts, and that he would definitely drill them if he had the chance. There were even more reckless ones who said that the mountain-moving great sage was nothing. As long as the goddess of the summer gave the order, he would smash the head of that mountain-moving ape with a punch. The fan-wielding spirit drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He felt that drinking with these guys was really a killjoy. He felt that he was letting down the golden and sparkling wine of the stinky city. He sighed and waved the fan in one hand and the empty wine cup in the other. Wine for Uncle Juan dispels his worries and brings joy. Heaven's will is like this, and it's in the cup. The other spirits did not find it strange and laughed. This gentleman was starting to feel sour again. The fan-wielding spirit raised his head and glanced at the goddess of the summer's courtyard. He felt his abdomen heat up. No matter what, the goddess of the summer's figure was really good. He thought about how he had been at Peeling Mountain for so many years and did not get many benefits. He wanted to be the goddess of the summer's guest. In the eyes of the living, the goddess of the summer might not be a beauty, but to the spirits of the mountains and lakes, she was not important. However, he was afraid of the goddess of the summer's methods in bed, that even deities were afraid of. If he was not careful, he would really die under the peony flower. The goddess of the summer would go out alone almost every few years. No one knew who she was going to see or what she was going to do. There were different opinions. Some said that the goddess of the summer was the lover of the lord of Fanlang City. Some said that the real master of Peeling Mountain was the Ghost King, who was as famous as Poo Chong in Bailong City. Some said that the goddess of the summer and the only daughter of the Black River King had that kind of relationship. The fan-wielding spirit drank the wine and felt a little sour. Why was the goddess of the summer unwilling to open her heart to him? He was a little drunk. He wondered if he could be like the goddess of the summer in this life, sitting on a mountain and building a luxurious residence. He could call the wind and summon the rain. He wondered if he could leave this place one day. He wanted to go to the Ghost Valley and go to the vast world outside of the Skeleton Beach. He wanted to go to the Confucian Academy and see the real scholars and read the real Confucian classics. Dichong Mountain, compared to Peeling Mountain, it was much more heavily guarded. They even built a decent mountain protecting formation. However, to the scholar, It was like entering a place where no one could stop him. However, it was difficult to kill demons and steal treasures without causing a commotion. The scholar was not in a hurry. He entered Di Chong Mountain and stood on a pine tree in the forest. He wanted to wait. As long as the mountain-moving sage's mountain protecting formation was activated, it meant that the guy had started to break into the mountain or his whereabouts had been exposed. Then it would be time for him to act. The only thing he needed to be careful of was the old turtle in the old dragon cave and the little turtle in the Black River, who had a close relationship with the goddess of the summer. He was not afraid that they would join forces with Di Chong Mountain, but the father and daughter pair were difficult to kill. If they insisted on protecting primogenitor Pai Chin, it would be troublesome. The scholar's trip to kill demons was just for fun. It was like getting a funny new jean shirt in the stinky copper city to relieve his boredom. Primogenitor Pai Chin and the old turtle of the Black River King, one was rooted in the small Xuandu Temple, and the other was related to the great Yuanyue Temple. It was an old turtle that was raised in the pond of release. Before the Skeleton Beach became an ancient battlefield site, according to the historical records of the government, the old turtle floated its head in the temple to listen to scriptures all year round. Later, when the two dynasties fought, dozens of vassal states were involved. The temple was sheltered by the old monk who had already become a golden Luohan with his great supernatural power. It was able to avoid the disaster of war and finally moved to the peach forest in the Ghost Valley. It became neighbors with the small Xuandu Temple, which was thousands of miles away. The old turtle secretly left the temple and called himself the Black River King. He occupied a bottomless cave and named it Old Dragon Cave. He raised a pair of golden fish and said it was his daughter's dowry. His daughter called herself primogenitor Fu Hai. The old turtle rarely showed himself, and she was the one who took care of the mountain affairs. There was a big river outside Old Dragon Cave that she occupied. She led the demons of the water tribe to stir up trouble all year round. This little turtle was dark and sturdy. One time, the city lord of Fanlang City bumped into it and left a sentence that pierced his heart. He said that the little turtle looked like it could ward off evil spirits, even if he didn't abstain from meat and vegetables. Even if the light was extinguished, he would never be able to eat it. It was a huge humiliation for this ocean-covering ancestor to call him a life flathead. The scholar stood on the tree and took a deep breath. The yin energy within the ancient pine tree had been sucked dry. He then exhaled gently, causing the area around him to turn misty. Finally, he opened his hand and began to draw a talisman with his finger. Mountain and river view. His palm shook. A landscape painting of the mansion of Di Chong Mountain appeared. The scene in the painting was a little blurry. He did not want to reveal any clues. After all, primogenitor Pai Chin came from the Taoist lineage and was a golden core cultivator. She might be able to sense it. A banquet was being held on a high platform in the mansion of Di Chong Mountain. The scholar smiled bitterly. On the banquet, on the high platform, demons gathered. Each of them looked strong. In the scholar's eyes, they were like retainers who appeared behind the demons to protect their masters. The scholar murmured, "What's going on? Why are they gathered at Di Chong Mountain? That guy is luckier than me? Did he hit it by accident, or did he expect it?" Cultivators and gods had dharma forms. Demons that took human form had their original forms. The higher their cultivation, the blurrier their original forms. After reaching the nascent soul realm, their original forms could be completely concealed. Below the nascent soul realm, especially golden core demons, their original forms were the most condensed and stable. It was also the most difficult to conceal. Nascent soul cultivators with high cultivation and golden core cultivators of ancient sects could often see through the demon's original forms. The scholar hurriedly put away the mountain and river view divine ability. On the other side of the high platform, he caught a glimpse of the mountain-moving sage, who was a silverbacked ape, the monster hunter immortal, who was a fat rat, and the thunderbolt immortal, who had a colorful python coiled behind him. Of course, there was also primogenitor Pai Chun, who was a golden furry sable. Other than that, there was also a golden core ghost. Other than the father and daughter of the old dragon cave and Black River, everyone else was there. However, there was an additional golden core ghost who liked to compete with Greasy Skin City. The scholar said helplessly, "I hope I don't get beaten up. My luck can't be that bad, right?" As a small world that had existed for thousands of years, the Ghost Valley had some invisible suppression on chi cultivators. The higher the realm, the stronger the suppression. Moreover, for some chi cultivators with special identities, the suppression was not small. For example, him. Ordinary people would not be acclimatized to the environment. It was even more so for cultivators, especially his 8 characters of pure yang, which was the bane of the Ghost Valley. If not for the fact that his cultivation method was extremely profound and far superior to the heterodox cultivation methods, which allowed him to fuse with his own fate, water and fire, yin and yang, it would have been very troublesome for him to come to the Ghost Valley. It would be like a lantern hanging high in the dark night, which would only make him the target of thousands of ghosts and otherworldly creatures. The scholar began to murmur to himself again, "Go." After a moment of silence, he smiled. "Then let's wait and see. Don't let me die in the hands of others, or there will be a big flaw in your breakthrough." Since the scholar had made up his mind, his heart was as still as water. He began to observe the changes quietly. He simply closed his eyes and concentrated, breathing in and out. He would slightly refine the Dragon Gate steel and see if it could be done, adding flowers to brocade. In the water residence, it was as if there was an old dragon swimming in the clouds, moving clouds and water. In the fire residence, there was a burly man covered in flames, like a god of the Fire Clan, hammering a short knife. Every time he swung his arm, there would be a burst of sparks. In another key acupoint, there were mountains and lush green trees. There was a Taoist temple at the peak of the mountain with green glazed tiles and a plaque with golden words hanging on it. In another acupoint, it was like a golden battlefield with 2 armies facing each other, shining spears and armored horses. And when the scholar tried to refine the statue steel obtained from Peeling Mountain, a stele was erected in the water residence, slowly rising into the air. The 2 words Dragon Gate at the top of the stele were constantly emitting golden light. The scholar did not refine the entire stele in one go. After the 2 words successfully materialized, he gave up. He opened his eyes and lightly breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. The scholar shook his sleeves and looked at the residents. Monsters rose into the air one after another, slowly flying towards him. As for the mountain-protecting formation that enveloped Earth's surging mountain, it was instantly activated, but he did not care too much about it. The scholar turned his head and looked in the direction of the mountain-moving sage's mountain. He smiled and said, "Brother Good Samaritan, I'm the one who took advantage of Luo Luo. Now, take it that I'm returning some benefits to you. If you can't even get anything out of this, you'll really disappoint me." The scholar glanced at Treasure Mirror Mountain, wondering how the official matters there were progressing. Earth of the 5 elements, mirror of the 3 mountains, and 9 marquises. It was his last natal item that involved the foundation of the Great Tao. Of course, he had to personally take a look at such a big matter. Once the 5 elements were complete and the 3 separations were severed, not only could he easily enter the nascent soul stage, but he could also break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage and become a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Not only would the inner demon not be as hard to destroy as the normal nascent soul stage, but it could also be slowly worn down in 200 to 300 years. There was almost no danger at all. In the process of grinding the inner demon, it could also benefit the soul. This was the foundation of the top celestial family in the continent. Chun Pingon did not go to the mountain where Moving Mountain Sage was. Instead, he took a slight detour and went to the Sheep Intestine Palace where demon hunters were. Although it was called a palace, it was not much better than the dilapidated temple at the foot of Treasure Mirror Mountain. It was equivalent to the 3 courtyards in Longquan County. There were only 2 small demons guarding the gate. Each of them hugged a wooden spear and sat on the steps chatting. One of them was a rat demon, and there was a tattered book on his lap. Chun Pingon didn't care whether or not this was just a smokescreen. The great monster hunter immortal was most likely still on the mountain-moving Great Sage's Mountain, discussing how to surround and kill him. Then, the 2 demons saw an old man in a green robe walking towards their gate. One of them rubbed his eyes and sniffed. Is he really alive? Am I dreaming? The other short rat demon hurriedly put away the book. He was also a little doubtful. Finally, he stood up and shouted angrily with a wooden spear in his hand, "How dare you? Who allowed you to barge into my Sheep Intestine Palace? Tell me your name, and I will spare your life." Chun Pingon said with a hoarse voice, "I was sent by the Empress of Peeling Mountain to invite the demon hunters to the Guanghan Palace. Where is your great immortal? Hurry up, my Empress just caught a scholar from Stinky Copper City." The rat demon at the gate was drooling as he ran over. Really? The other little rat spirit had a face full of suspicion. He pointed his spear at Chun Pingon and poked him twice. "My ancestor said that the Empress of the Summer, that bitch, likes to eat alone." "Don't lie." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, it's my Empress who has a request. She hopes that I can call the great demon catcher immortal to help me deal with a young sword immortal who is making a ruckus on the mountain top." The rat demon that was wiping his saliva said in a low voice, "It must be the powerful sword immortal that our ancestor mentioned. He found the Empress of Peeling Mountain. Peeling Mountain is close to Copper Mountain, so it is the first to be found." The rat demon with the wooden spear thought for a while and nodded. "All right, then you can scram back to Peeling Mountain. I will go to the palace and inform our ancestor. I will not delay your Empress of Peeling Mountain's request for help." The other rat demon was a little anxious and hurriedly signaled with his eyes. Such a powerless person. Even though he was a little old, once he was put into the pot, he would be cooked to a pulp. After killing him, it wouldn't be too late to inform the mountain-moving sage about it. Since the Peeling Mountain has a favor to ask of the Yang Intestine Palace, the goddess of the summer wouldn't dare to fart if a messenger died. Then, wouldn't the 2 of us be able to have a good meal? The rat demon did not seem to understand. He poked Chun Pingon with his wooden spear again. "Why aren't you scramming? Do you think you can meet our ancestor just because you wanna? Are you blinded by lard? Do you want to die?" Chun Pingon realized that the rat demon was secretly signaling him with his eyes. He was probably telling him to leave. The rat demon beside him had already secretly pulled out a sharpened sleeve knife and hid it behind his back. He walked towards him and smiled. "There is no harm in meeting our ancestor. Our Goat Intestine Palace has always been hospitable to our guests." Chun Pingon only stared at the rat demon's anxious eyes. Then he stretched out a finger and lightly flicked it. The rat demon that was hiding the knife behind his back had a bloody hole in his forehead. He flew backwards and died on the spot, falling at the gate of the Goat Intestine Palace. The little rat demon with the wooden spear seemed to be at a loss. Then he was horrified and turned around to run. However, his shoulder was pressed down by a hand. The rat demon did not dare to move. His mind was blank. In his field of vision, his colleague had fallen into a pool of blood. He did not know why, but he had died just like that. The old ancestor had once said that it had the potential to become a great demon. The old ancestor had always liked it more. She had also said that when the Sheep Intestine Palace was expanded and a mansion that was not inferior to the Guanghan Palace was built, it would be given to it to be the Lord Abbot. The old ancestor had never liked it very much. She would often reward it with food from banquets on other mountains. She had even taught it a set of saber techniques. She would often scold and beat it. Chun Pingon carried the rat demon to the side of the stairs and sat down. He took out the yellowed book from his sleeve. It was actually a severely damaged scholar's notebook. After opening it, it was even more interesting. There were some crooked narrations written with extremely fine charcoal. It could be seen that they were written quite seriously. However, they were still crawling like earthworms. There were not many words in the narrations. Some of them were childish questions, and some of them were flattering words. Chun Pingon was somewhat amused. After closing the book, he handed it back to the pale-faced and shivering rat demon. Chun Pingon asked, "Do you know where the monster hunter immortal hid his treasure?" The little rat demon stiffly received the book. Then it said in a trembling voice, "I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell. Even if I die, I won't tell." Chun Pingon laughed involuntarily. He stretched out his hand, and a brand new book appeared in his hand. It still had some ink fragrance. "Remember to hide it well. It's best if you dig a hole and bury it first. Otherwise, if this monster hunter immortal is lucky enough to survive and returns to the goat intestine palace, you will be the one dead. Your ancestor's nose is very sharp. Even I was almost discovered by him." The little rat demon was dumbfounded. Chun Pingon placed the book in its hand. "Do you remember it?" The little rat demon nodded blankly. Chun Pingon said with a smile, "Hurry up and hide the book. Then I'll knock you out. Of course, you can also knock your head on the door and faint. As for running away, don't even think about it." The little rat demon threw away its wooden spear and went to dig a hole in the ground to hide the book. Then it ran back to the steps leading to the entrance. After hesitating for a moment, it knocked its head on the door and fell to the ground with a bang. However, it didn't faint. Instead, it pitifully turned its head and said, "Immortal Master, it's better if you do it." "It'll be better if you make me bleed." Chun Pingon flicked his sleeve and knocked it out. Blood slowly flowed out of its 7 orifices, but it only looked pitiful. Chun Pingon kicked open the door of the goat intestine palace and directly crossed the threshold. Then he started to look for the hidden treasure of that monster hunter immortal. He patted the blade-strengthening gourd and asked Chui Yuan and Sherwu to help him search for clues. In the end, under the incense table in the main hall of the goat intestine palace, they pried open the wooden planks and found a secret passage. Compared to the spacious passage on Peeling Mountain, this one was really narrow and cramped. Chun Pingon could only crawl in and had to ask Chui Yuan to lead the way. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at a dark cave that was big enough for one person to stand. Chun Pingon lit a match and found that there was only one iron box. The box was crooked and covered with talismans. The talismans were full of spiritual aura. It should be that the monster hunter immortal changed them frequently. However, he wasn't sure whether these restrictions were used to warn the owner or to provoke the attack of the talisman if he opened them without permission. Chun Pingon took a step back and asked Chui Yuan and Sherwu to do it. He held his breath and focused his mind to deal with any accidents. 2 flying swords flew as fast as lightning and circled around the iron box. They quickly cut the yellow paper talisman and destroyed its talisman gall. After a violent shake of spiritual aura, nothing else happened. Chun Pingon opened the iron box and was somewhat speechless. It was not a magic weapon or a spiritual tool, nor was it some divine money. It was a stack of books. That's right, in this Gui Ming Valley, books were indeed rare. Chun Pingon opened one of the ancient books. It was a book on the art of war. It seemed that this monster hunter immortal was that monster who liked to study the art of war. Chun Pingon suddenly put two of his fingers together and caught a 100-legged centipede that was flying towards his face at lightning speed. The centipede was dark and shiny. With a shake of his fist, he killed the centipede and threw it aside. After a moment of hesitation, he didn't have time to read the names of these books in detail. He put them all away and searched around. After confirming that there were no other hidden treasures, he turned back and returned to the Goat Intestine Palace. This monster hunter immortal was really a pauper. Chun Pingon didn't go to the mountain-moving sage's mountain. Instead, he went to the northernmost Jiexiao Mountain. That was the territory of divine General Qi Lei. This monster was a loner. He didn't like the mountain-moving sage, and the Black River King who liked to recruit people. However, his fighting skills were the best among the 6 sages. Jiexiao Mountain was shrouded in thunderclouds all year round, and lightning interweaved incessantly. Whether it was demons or ghosts, they were innately afraid of thunder, so it was an extremely unpleasant place in the Ghost Valley. However, this monster somehow obtained a remnant of a thunder technique from somewhere and cultivated it until it lost its hearing in both of its ears, and one of its eyeballs exploded. Finally, it managed to cultivate some thunder techniques, and when it went into battle, it breathed fire from its nose and smoke from its mouth, and when it raised its hands and feet, thunder and lightning interweaved. He was a monster with a tough body and good spells. Thunder techniques were the natural bane of otherworldly monsters in the Ghost Valley. Therefore, this divine General Qi Lei had an outstanding position among the 6 sages. There were no mountain paths in Jiexiao Mountain. There was almost no vegetation, and it was dead. The sea of clouds circled around the mountainside. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The scenery above Jiexiao Mountain couldn't be seen at all. Chun Pingon flew among the rocks and climbed higher. Chun Pingon suddenly stopped. He found that the earth-gushing mountain was shining with dazzling lights and roaring sounds. It seemed like an extremely fierce battle had taken place. Did that scholar enter the den of thieves? Chun Pingon increased his speed. When he got close to the sea of thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning whipped toward him. They were all scattered by Chun Pingon's punches. After half an hour, Chun Pingon had scattered more than 100 bolts of lightning. His arms were numb. Suddenly, his vision became clear. In the sky above Jiexiao Mountain, there was a thicker sea of clouds. Bolts of golden lightning were like pillars. They tilted and fell on the mountain peak. The loud thunder shook people's eardrums. Even Chun Pingon was a little dazzled. After taking a deep breath, he continued to climb. When he got close to the mountain peak, the lightning was like a cage. It couldn't get close. Chun Pingon could only ride his sword. Stepping on the sword, he looked over. At the peak of Jiexiao Mountain, there was actually a pool of lightning. The plasma was as thick as water. Snowflakes rolled. There was a slanted stone tablet. On it were the words Doshu Courtyard Sword Cleansing Pool. They were the ancient seal script of the true alchemy works. The stone tablet was probably not an ordinary object. Otherwise, it couldn't have withstood so many years of lightning strikes. It was only slanted and not damaged at all. There wasn't even a crack. Chun Pingon stopped riding his sword. He clearly knew that this pool of lightning was a small celestial realm that all celestial families dreamed of. But he didn't know where to start. As for whether or not there would be any heavenly treasures in the pool of lightning, it was even more impossible to pry. Chun Pingon didn't even know what the Doshu Courtyard was. He didn't even know the slightest bit about the true secret decree of the lightning technique. Just like the opportunity at Treasure Mirror Mountain, Yang Chongxian could wait because he came prepared. If it was Chun Pingon guarding the mountain stream, it was possible that thousands of years of waiting would be in vain. Chun Pingon glanced at the golden lightning above the pool of lightning. He weighed the toughness of his body. If he could withstand it for a while, he might be able to leap into the pool of lightning. He could also withstand it, but he was afraid that it would be easy to go in, but difficult to come out. Once some unknown restriction was triggered, the power of the lightning would suddenly increase. The outcome would be unimaginable. Chun Pingan looked up. Could he let the sword immortal disturb the sea of clouds and force the pool of lightning to temporarily lose its reinforcements? The sword immortal under his feet was eager to try. It trembled slightly and hummed slightly. It seemed like it wanted to compete with the noisy lightning and thunder. Chun Pingan's face was full of hesitation. The fact that the thunder pool could exist at the peak of Mount Jiexiao and remain untouched until now was probably because Pu Chang and Jing Guanqing were unable to do so. After all, they were heroic spirits born from ghosts and not orthodox deities. And the cultivators on the peak of the North Continent couldn't take away this sword-cleansing pool under the eyes of the Ghost Valley. As for whether the hemp sect had any designs on the pool of lightning, only the heavens knew. One must know that Jixiao Mountain was not far from Qinglu Town. The leader of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan, was not a great cultivator who feared Pu Chang and Jing Guanqing. If he could succeed, he wouldn't be careless. That was the probability of not being able to move the pool of lightning was high. Sword cleansing pool? It could be used to refine swords and sharpen their edges, but whether it was the sword immortal or the flying swords Chu Yi and 15, they didn't seem to be excited about the pool of lightning, especially Chu Yi, who was unusually quiet. Chun Pingan sighed softly. He hoped that if there was a sect in Luapa Mountain in the future, when the disciples went out to travel, whether it was Pei Qian, Tsingyuanji, or those of lower seniority, when they encountered these natural treasures and places of opportunity, they wouldn't be as helpless as he was. They could rely on the books and inheritances of the many mountains in Luapa Mountain to learn about the world and try their best to take advantage of the opportunities. Chun Pingan looked around and found that in Jixiao Mountain under the pool of lightning, there were only a few stone cliffs. Under the illumination of the lightning, they sparkled like stars. Chun Pingan floated down, and the sword immortal returned to its scabbard. Chun Pingan came to a stone cliff and found a slender golden vein that was as long as an arm. He touched it with his finger, and not only did it hurt to the bone, it also caused his spirit to tremble. Chun Pingan was greatly surprised. He pulled out the sword immortal and began to cut and dig out the vein from the stone cliff. Finally, the golden line was quietly in the depression of the stone cliff like a golden bamboo whip. There was golden light flowing inside. Chun Pingan reached out and grabbed the golden bamboo whip. His palm felt like burning charcoal. After a while, Chun Pingan released his hand. He was already sweating profusely and was a little dizzy. Chun Pingan wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly twirled it with 2 fingers, keeping it in an item that was close to him. He then flew up on his sword and searched for the next bamboo whip that contained the true meaning of the lightning technique. He circled around the peak of Jixiao Mountain and only found the scenery, with golden light flowing everywhere. He landed again, and again like a diligent old farmer, digging bamboo whips of various sizes. The smallest one was only the length of a finger, and the longest one was half the height of a person. If he could refine it, he could make it into a mountain-traversing staff. Chun Pingan circled around on his sword again. After confirming that there were no more golden lights or golden lines, he flew down on his sword. He passed through the sea of clouds and scattered the bolts of lightning that came crashing down, successfully descending Jixiao Mountain. Chun Pingan kept the sword immortal and looked up. He thought of the lightning pool and felt a little regretful. But when he thought of the 5 golden lightning whips in the item that was close to him, he felt a little happy. Worried about personal gains and losses, Chun Pingan shook his head and said softly, "Have you forgotten? Don't think too much about it. If it's not yours. Chun Pingon turned his head to look at the earth-gushing mountain. The commotion was even greater. There were constantly flowing lights of treasures blooming in the sky. There seemed to be a voice reverberating in his heart. Kill him. This voice was neither sad nor happy. There was no distinction between good and evil, but it made Chun Pingon feel incomparably shocked and fearful. Chun Pingon was very sure that he was that scholar. Chun Pingon closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened his eyes, his gaze had regained its clarity. He no longer had any hesitation and rushed towards the earth-gushing mountain. To kill or to save. Both were better than escaping. This was the third time he heard his own inner voice from an unknown place. The first time was when he came down the mountain when he was young. He returned to Mud Bottle Alley and rolled on the ground. That time, it was also 3 words. His heart beat like thunder, as if there was a drum, and a god shouted angrily. He could not die. Treasure Mirror Mountain. A young man in tattered clothes was in high spirits, because beside him was a goddess who walked out of the painting of the mural city's heavenly officials. Such a high and mighty goddess did not walk side by side with him. Instead, she was always one step behind him. She abided by the difference in seniority. She was the rain goddess. Not only that, she also told him that her name was Shushur. She did not have a surname. Within 60 years, she would do her best to help him cultivate. The young man liked the feeling of being the center of attention, walking out of the mural city, until the rain goddess told him that there was an opportunity in the Ghost Valley that belonged to him. When he passed by the memorial arch, everyone was looking at him. They were all looking up to him. He was finally no longer the pitiful worm who had a blood feud with no one to help him. He even suddenly felt that the hatred he had for the rain goddess didn't seem as heavy as it used to be after he had the rain goddess serving him. This goddess, who called herself Shushur, told him that her current cultivation was equivalent to a chi cultivator's golden core. But in terms of defense and survival, she could be regarded as a nascent soul. This made him full of confidence. So even if she told him clearly that the opportunity in the Treasure Mirror Mountain was unpredictable, he did not waver. Fortune comes after misfortune. Today, his fate was in his hands. Along the way, he asked her questions, and she answered. She did not hide anything. Only the identity of the young woman who stood under the mural was. On this matter, the goddess was silent. When they approached the Treasure Mirror Mountain, the rain goddess suddenly stopped. Her expression was solemn. She raised her head and looked at the mountainside. She slowly told him with her mind, this opportunity may not be good. Jiang Xiujiang, I hope you will consider it carefully. A trace of surprise flashed across the young man's face. But soon his eyes became firm. He gritted his teeth and said, God owes me so much. It's time to give me some interest. Deep in the goddess' heart, she sighed slightly. When they passed by the dilapidated temple, the old fox of the West Mountain with a walking stick appeared again. The old fox directly ignored the young man, who was similar to Beggar Yam. He stared at the ethereal goddess. In this world, there was actually a damned existence that could compete with his daughter's appearance? Why don't you go and die? This woman quickly rolled to the soul-restraining stream at the mountainside and fell into the water headfirst. So be it if you die. The old fox of the West Mountain suddenly noticed a detail. He asked her with a smile, Fairy, are you and your young master going up the mountain? Goddess Yuxingyu was very clear about this old fox's scheme. Jiang Xiujiang smiled slightly. The old fox of the West Mountain understood. Sure enough, this was a stupid big fat fish. Compared to that scoundrel wearing a bamboo hat from before, this was much easier to deal with. But since it's like this, then even if this dumb kid is a dumb person, How could an ordinary cultivator in dire straits have such an outstanding and beautiful woman following him? Moreover, he was even able to safely arrive at this Mirror Treasure Mountain? Fine. Then let his daughter be this kid's main wife, and let that woman be his concubine, or even better, a maid. Old Fox Shishan smiled and said, "Young master, you don't know, but this old man is the local lord of this Mirror Treasure Mountain, and my daughter is the river granny of the mountain. If you want to obtain the opportunity here, you can't do it without the two of us. Wait a moment, this old man will go and call my daughter over. Young master is a dragon among men. You should obtain the fortune. If fortune has a spirit, it should even jump out and jump into young master's arms. Otherwise, the heavens will not tolerate it. The heavens will not tolerate it. Young master, please wait a moment. This old man will be back soon. My daughter is a national beauty, a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. She admires handsome men like you the most." Jiang Qiujiang was a little confused. The rain goddess asked, "Are we really going up the mountain to search for the treasure?" Jiang Qiujiang frowned. This was the third time she reminded him. Jiang Qiujiang asked softly, "Book beginning. If fortune and misfortune are hard to determine, since you are proficient in divination, how much fortune and misfortune do you think?" The goddess replied, "It is a little strange. When we left the Mural City, fortune and misfortune were 91. When we reached the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley, fortune and misfortune became 73. Now, it is 50-50. Jiang Qiujiang looked at the rain goddess who had always been cold and cheerless. At this moment, she revealed a slight frown. It was so moving that his gaze was a little absent-minded. It was just that he had experienced all kinds of hardships along the way, which allowed him to quickly restrain his emotions. He smiled and said, 50-50? It is already very good. Let's go up the mountain. Back then, because of the ancestral jade pendant, the immortal master on the mountain coveted it. His family suffered an unexpected calamity. Originally, he was a prestigious family of a county, but he was the only one left alive. He fled all the way to the south. Even if he died, he would die in the Mural City at the Skeleton Beach. What was the reason? He was just gambling on that one chance, just one chance. The old fox of the West Mountain quickly brought his daughter, Wei Taijin, who was holding a small dark green umbrella. When the young lady saw the young man, she was as if she was struck by lightning. Her beautiful face turned red. Even she felt that it was strange. The old fox of the West Mountain was secretly delighted. There was a chance. When the young man saw his daughter, he was also a little dazed. Sigh, this brat was just a little stupid. However, the old fox had a change of heart. This was a great thing. The future son-in-law was a little stupid and had a little more money. It was better than that shrewd ghost who wore a bamboo hat, right? The old fox of the West Mountain looked at the young man again and found him much more pleasing to the eye. At this moment, a tall and sturdy young man flew over and grabbed the old fox and Wei Taijin with both hands. He shook his head vigorously and said, "Don't go. You can't go." Yang Chongxian might have been waiting for this day. The marriage prophecies that Taoist Yun Yu gave my sister back then might not be a good thing. Those cultivators on the mountain, each one of them is more far-sighted than the other. The old fox of the West Mountain flew into a rage. First, he used all his strength to pry open his two claws. Then he kicked his silly son away. "Don't delay your sister's marriage here." Wei Gaowu struggled to get up and wanted to stop his sister from climbing the mountain. However, the old fox threw the wooden staff in his hand and hit his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "You can't go up the mountain." The rain goddess looked at the old fox of the West Mountain and the young lady holding the umbrella, who had just fallen in love. She did not know why, but she felt that when she looked at them, she was looking down on them with no ripples in her heart. Then, that young lady who stood under the mural and ordered her around, was she looking at her the same way? Who exactly was she? Why was she able to make her feel such reverence? It was as if it was an innate instinct. The two groups of people climbed the mountain together. Although Jiang Tsuha tried his best to endure, he still could not help but take a few more glances at the young lady. She was so beautiful that it stirred his soul. The rain goddess, named Shu Shi behind him, made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. He could not help but have the thought that he could only look at her from afar and not touch her. However, this young lady holding the small dark green umbrella was different. At every moment, she attracted people's tender affection and made his heart palpitate. On the other side of the deep ravine, Yang Chongxian stood up. His eyes were burning as he slowly said, "Very good. A mural city's goddess with mediocre battle power is just right for me to practice." There was no longer the slightest bit of indifference. Yang Chongshuan's bones exploded like firecrackers. The majestic aura qi was like a waterfall that instantly poured down on his entire body. In the next moment, the fist intent became as small as a mustard seed. Yang Chongxian sat back down on the snow-white cliff and resumed his lazy appearance. There was an ancient restriction on the young lady's body that had been passed down from generation to generation. It was like a prophecy passed down from her ancestors, seeing the hairpin, opening the door, holding the pearl, ascending to the peak. As long as she met the person she liked, she would fall in love for the first time. When the man saw the hairpin, when the fox saw him, one of her eyes would become the key to opening the deep ravine. At that time, Yang Chongxian would cut out her eyeball and climb to the top of the mirror treasure mountain. Since it was a 3 mountains mirror, then the opening of the door was not at the bottom of some deep ravine, but at the top of the mirror treasure mountain. How could the Jingguan city lord find the method to retrieve the mirror from the bottom of the water? This great secret was passed down from father to son in the Yunshao Palace and continued for 1,000 years. However, even if one of the ancestors of the upper 5 realms had already known about the prophecy 1,000 years ago, he could only wait. Moreover, he could not wait until he died. It was not that there were no ancestors who wanted to use brute force to take away the mirror, but they could not do it. Later on, the fragrant shrine city spent countless manpower and financial resources to move the mountain, which was secretly ordered by the Yunshao Palace. Unfortunately, it was also to no avail. Some great fortunes in the world were just so unreasonable because of that prophecy, as well as the phrase treasures of the mountain close to you. The head of the Yang family had never been able to decipher it. It was only when he and his younger brother were born, and when he displayed his innate talent of being close to the mountain, that Cloud Palace finally understood. Yang Chongxian sat cross-legged and rested his chin on one hand as he waited. The group of people were now facing the opposite shore. The old fox of the West Mountain was overjoyed. The fox demon Wei Taijin, who did not know her life was at stake, cutting off her eyeball was the same as cutting off all her spiritual energy. How could she survive? Jiang Xiujiang had a smile on his face, the goddess of rain with a heavy expression. The corner of Yang Chongshuan's mouth had a slight smile, even if it was the goddess of Mural City, who was good at killing. So what? At that time, he was the strongest 6th realm martial artist in the world, the Golden Body realm. The goddess of rain wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Xiujiang stood on the shore and looked down at the mountain stream. He saw a golden light slowly swimming at the bottom of the water, constantly floating up, becoming clearer and clearer. It was indeed the style of a woman's hairpin. He pointed. "Is it that golden hairpin?" The young girl Wei Taijin covered her mouth. Her eyes were hazy with tears. She looked delicate and pitiful. It really was him. He was destined to be her Mr. Right. The young girl suddenly felt a piercing pain. She subconsciously blinked her eyes. Her pair of extremely lively eyes began to condense golden light from every part of her body. She was in great pain. She extended her hand to cover half of her face. Cold sweat flowed down, and blood constantly seeped out from between her fingers. The young girl looked delicate, but she was actually very stubborn. Her temper was extremely unyielding. She clenched her teeth and squatted down. Even if she was in so much pain that her delicate body trembled like a sieve, she still did not say a word. Which girl in the world would be willing to let the man she fell in love with at first sight see such an unbearable scene? Yang Chongxian looked left and right. He actually did not see that blockhead. He was somewhat disappointed. When he stood up, Jiang Xiujiang and the old fox of the West Mountain retreated at almost the same time. It was as if a majestic mountain was pressing down on them. The goddess of rain finally opened her mouth. "We don't want this opportunity. You can take it yourself." When Yang Chongxian no longer deliberately suppressed his aura, the entire mountain stream began to shake. Yang Chongxian stretched his body and stared at that so-called goddess of sky official. He sneered, "That will depend on my mood." The goddess of rain did not move her eyes. She stared at the extremely dangerous man on the opposite shore. She said in a low voice, "You guys go first. Don't hesitate. The further the better. Go directly to Qinglu town. Just run." Yang Chongxian laughed loudly. "I want to see if my fist is faster or their legs are faster." The goddess of rain lightly raised her hand. The entire mountain stream seemed to have received an imperial order. It surged endlessly. Then the water surface suddenly rose up between her and Yang Chongxian. In the blink of an eye, a wall of ice that was dozens of feet high was erected. Fortunately, they were fighting near the water. She had the geographical advantage. Her fist easily broke through the wall of water. The goddess put 2 fingers together and lightly swiped. The mountain stream at the source of the mountain stream turned into a water dragon. It swiftly rushed towards Yang Chongxian, who had leapt across the air. Yang Chongxian stood still in the air. He casually extended his palm. His chi was like a rainbow. It collided with the water dragon and shattered it. Under the sunlight, a rainbow hung on the mountainside of Mirror Treasure Mountain. Yang Chongxian took a step forward and was about to reach the opposite shore. The goddess of rain took a step back. Her hand spun, and a clear water mirror the size of a well appeared in front of her. A circle of golden ancient seal appeared on the edge of the mirror. Yang Chongxian laughed. He pounced forward and threw a punch. He only frowned slightly. The water mirror did not shatter, but he was in a misty illusion. Yang Chongxian sneered. "All right, you do know some tricks, but don't you know my surname? The talisman's art of formation. In the North Continent, our Yang family is the most authentic. Mother * Kerr." When he thought of this, Yang Chongxian could not help but remember Lu Jinglong. He was so angry that he decided not to use his family's art to break the formation. Instead, he spun around and threw punches in all directions. Yang Chongxian laughed. "Let's see how long you can last in this bewildering illusion." Yang Chongxian was like a lunatic. He was like a demon that had descended. The strength of his punches was not something an ordinary golden body martial artist could possess. On the shore of the mountain stream, Jiang Xiuhe saw the goddess of rain walking step by step into the water. The water mirror in front of her shook and shattered. She kept repairing the mirror with the water of the mountain stream. The goddess of rain held on bitterly. She was sad. She did not want the 3 behind her to leave Mirror Treasure Mountain anymore. She was sure that they would not be able to escape. Even if they left Mirror Treasure Mountain, they would still be caught by that lunatic. The outcome was set. Even if she were to absorb the water of Mirror Treasure Mountain, she would only be able to hold on for half an hour. Jiang Xiu's face was pale. He mumbled, "How could this be? It shouldn't be like this." The old fox of West Mountain finally noticed his daughter's miserable state. He squatted at the side, but it was useless. The old fox was burning with anxiety. He finally started to regret not listening to his foolish son. Yang Chongxian stood still in the water mirror's illusion. "I'm done warming up. I'm done playing." He took a deep breath and formed a fist stance. He was like an ancient celestial general that wanted to split the river. It was the fist stance that he had comprehended when he was young. The water mirror shattered with a bang, as if a glass cup had been smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The goddess of rain could only change her divine art and control the water of the deep stream to form an armor on her body. She tried to stop that man's advance as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, that person was right in front of her and punched through her abdomen. He slowly retracted his arm, then grabbed her head with his other hand and threw her to the ground. Finally, he stepped on her forehead and looked down. He clicked his tongue and laughed. As expected of a goddess, "You really are similar to the golden bodies of those mountain and river deities. Your blood is golden yellow, and ordinary deities would have been crushed by my punch. Not bad, not bad. Wait until I get the mirror. I'll let you recover your vitality, and you and I will continue to fight. Don't worry, after I'm done with my business, my punches will be slower and less powerful. I definitely won't end the battle so quickly. Men are too fast, it's outrageous." Yang Chongshuan's words were polite, but he suddenly increased the strength of his foot and pressed the goddess of rain's head into the snow-white cliff. She was temporarily unable to absorb the water of the deep stream. Yang Chongxian bent down and said with a smile, "If you keep delaying my business, I will break your neck." The goddess of rain struggled with all her might. Her fingers moved slightly, and she was still trying to absorb the water of the deep stream. After the 9 goddesses of Mural City walked out of the painting, as long as there was a thin line between life and death, they would be so resolute and would never complain. Just as Yang Chongxian was planning to get rid of this goddess, a voice gently sounded from the peak of the Mirror Mountain. "Trash indeed." Yang Chongxian looked up and pointed at himself. "You're not talking about me, are you?" A weak girl who was not too beautiful had a lion seal hanging on her waist. She lightly jumped and floated down from the peak of the mountain. Yang Chongshuan's thoughts turned quickly, and he was about to step on the goddess of rain under his foot. That young girl laughed. "I advise you not to do that." Even though she had personally witnessed Yang Chongshuan's heaven-defying close combat ability, that girl still slowly walked towards Yang Chongxian. Not only that, she even flicked her finger twice in front of Yang Chongxian, sending Jiang Xiuha, an old fox of Western Mountain, flying. That girl glanced at the goddess of rain, who was in a miserable state. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. In the first month of the Spring King, the heavy rain shakes the earth. What a waste of such a good name. Yang Chongxian was even more surprised. He retracted his strength and asked, "You are?" The girl said, "Li Lu." Yang Chongxian raised his hand and rubbed his chin. "I have never heard of you." Li Lu smiled faintly and slowly said, "Regarding the prophecy of this mirror, I was the one who told that old ancestor of yours. At that time, he was still wearing open crotch pants. At that time, your Yang family was still poor. That child's pants were mended and could not hide the bird or the buttocks." Yang Chongxian laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Mother asterisk cur, he had never heard such a funny joke in his life. Li Lu also laughed. Her eyebrows were curved like willow branches. She was gentle and graceful, extremely beautiful. Yang Chongxian suddenly thought of a person. He couldn't bring himself to smile. Yang Chongxian asked tentatively, "The fourth? But in fact, the one who made Lu Jinglong helpless?" That girl tilted her head slightly and smiled. She replied, "Lu Jinglong? I have never heard of him." Yang Chongshuan's eyes widened. I know. This girl was strong. She was even better at pretending than him. She was to his liking. However, Yang Chongxian was a little hesitant. Before he reached the golden body state, an expert had told him to be careful in the next 10 years. He would be hurt by this girl. At that time, he mistakenly thought that he was going to fall in love. So he was afraid when he saw a beautiful girl. After all, he was half a cultivator. Once he fell in love, it was quite troublesome. But in fact, that divination, could it be that he was going to be hurt by this girl in front of him? The two of them were only 5 steps apart. She finally stood still. She said, "It is a little difficult to kill you. The price is a little high." She seemed to be worried. Yang Chongxian, on the other hand, was as if he was facing a great enemy. Even when facing the old immortal of Shaoxian Temple, he was not so cautious. Not long after Qinpingan sneaked into the territory of Dichong Mountain, an outsider from Liuxia Continent and goddess Guanyin, who was the first to turn the painted murals into white paintings, left Mural City and climbed the mountain together. First, they went to the ancestral hall of the Linen Sect. After drinking a bowl of gloomy tea, they chatted happily with one of the 3 old immortal masters of the Linen Sect. Then, with the help of the Linen Sect's secret technique, they directly reached Qinglu Town. After touring around, goddess Guanyin had a thought and asked her master to go to Jixiao Mountain, according to the divination of goddess Chuanguan. If the opportunity at Treasure Mirror Mountain was a meeting gift prepared by goddess Rainwalking for her master, then the pocket-sized lightning pool at Accumulating Cloud Mountain was already in the bag of goddess Xianyan. Although in terms of scale and quality, it was far from being comparable to the lightning pool in Inverted Hanging Mountain, it was still a great opportunity that was equivalent to a half-immortal weapon. At the same time, goddess Chunguan had also divined the opportunities in these 2 places. Regardless of whether it was the mirror in Mirror Treasure Mountain or the lightning pool, once they were caught, there would be other opportunities of great Tao following them. This was the most important mystery. However, as for what it was exactly, it was like their true identity. It was like there were layers of obstacles in front of them that they could not see through. The 2 of them, who could be considered as Taoist companions, traveled on the wind together. Goddess Guanyin had a straightforward personality. She smiled and said, "I'm much luckier than Sister Rainwalking to be with such a person with a bad state of mind and have to follow him for 60 years. If it was me, I'd be so upset. Compared to Master, that young man is really 1,000 miles apart." The man was a little helpless, but his gaze was gentle. He said softly, "Huiling, don't compare yourself with others. Since ancient times, those who are better than themselves are better than others." Goddess Guanyin smiled and nodded. "I know, Master." When they were close to Jiexiao Mountain, she was in high spirits. There was no reason for her to be happy just by looking at the sea of clouds that wrapped around the waist of the mountain. When she looked at the sea of clouds at the top of the mountain, she was even happier. She grabbed the man's hand and flew quickly above the sea of clouds below. The lightning was unusually tame. It did not launch any attacks on them. Instead, it jumped slowly on the surface of the sea of clouds and was very intimate with her. When they were near the top of Jiexiao Mountain, the 2 of them hovered in the air. Goddess Guanyin pointed at the stone tablet on the top of the mountain and smiled. "Master, do you recognize those words?" The man took a look and nodded. The sword-cleansing pool of Doshu Courtyard was an important place where the divine generals of the Thunder Department cleaned their weapons in the ancient times. Doshu Courtyard belonged to one of the three departments. I once had a dream and traveled to the ruins of the two departments and one department. However, when I woke up, I couldn't remember those scenes clearly. In short, I felt that it was very mysterious. Goddess Guanyin was very happy. She looked down and suddenly frowned. The man was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Goddess Guanyin said with a murderous look. "Master, a few of the lightning whips are missing. I don't know which thief stole them, or if this place is occupied by a demon." The man shook his head. "Since it's an opportunity, whether it's stolen or occupied by this demon, it's fate. There's no need to be angry." Goddess Guanyin said, "Oh." Then she smiled and gently took off the small ancient inkstone with the word lightning engraved on it from her waist and threw it forward. At the top of Jeshiao Mountain, a magnificent and shocking scene appeared. The entire lightning pool rose from the ground and swept into the inkstone along with the sea of clouds and lightning. After about 15 minutes, Goddess Guanyin shouted, "Come back!" The ancient inkstone flew back to her hand, and she handed it to the man. "Master, please take a look." The man looked down. In the ancient inkstone, there was a lightning pool that looked like a pool of golden ink. It was very magical. The man asked her to put away the ancient inkstone and looked into the distance. "It's time to go home." Goddess Guanyin joked, "Master, does this count as returning home? You have to thank me." "How do you want to thank me?" "It's simple. I heard that the sky of Liuxia continent is very high, so it has all 5 lightning. Master, you just have to bring me there to eat." The man laughed. It was rare for her to have such a childish side. On the other side of Dichong Mountain, the scholar was being chased by a group of gold core demons and was running around. There was even a gold core demon that temporarily took charge of the Dichong Mountain's mountain protection formation. It actually risked the destruction of the mountain's roots and the water's fate to forcibly stabilize the underground and high enchantment to prevent the scholar from escaping with his strange escape technique. If it was only this technique, the scholar would have escaped long ago. He didn't expect that the gold core demon in Baigong City would have an incredible treasure that could possess the scholar. It didn't hurt his soul, but it could follow him like a shadow and couldn't be driven away. The scholar did a somersault in the air, barely dodging the bombardment of a magic treasure. Dust flew up into the air. He suddenly smiled and flew in a certain direction, shouting, "Good man." Chun Pingon, who had the appearance of an old man, twitched the corner of his mouth and said softly, "Brother Mu Mao." The following scene caused all the demons to be bewildered, and they looked at each other before actually stopping their pursuit. The scholar pinched out a golden talisman with 2 fingers. He suddenly threw it towards the ally, who seemed to have come to rescue him. That guy also unsheathed his sword and slashed at the talisman that was bursting with golden light like the sun leaping over the sea. A huge ripple of chi activity surged in all directions. It was like a mountain peak being smashed into a lake. The sword light dissipated together like the talisman. At that moment, the scholar's aura completely changed. His eyes were dazzling, and he deliberately restrained his spiritual energy. This was a move that allowed him to be slaughtered. The scholar rushed towards Chun Pingon and said softly, "First, cut off the shadow of this Tarsus on my body, and then we'll leave together." Chun Pingon nodded and slashed out with his sword, which happened to cut the shadow. The scholar, who seemed to have changed into a different person, felt relieved and was about to thank him sincerely. A punch came again. His vision turned black. "Damn you. First set a small target such as 1 second. Remember, Scholar's Residence, you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.